Welcome everybody. Please have a seat. Come on over and we can start the program. Enjoy. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the first Delaware County Sustainability Conference. Thank you everyone for being here. Come on over everybody, find a seat and enjoy the program.
Just the basic board networks. Okay. There's a laser pointer.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Francine Locke. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Delaware County, and we're about to kick off the first Delaware County Sustainability Conference. Thank you. So we're very grateful that you're here, and we are going to start the day with a welcome from a few of our favorite elected officials. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Monica Taylor. Dr. Taylor is the chair of Delaware County Council.
Thank you, Francine. Good morning and welcome to the first Delaware County Sustainability Conference. It's so exciting to be here today with all of you. I'm Delaware County Council Chair, Dr. Monica Taylor, and I am absolutely thrilled to kick off this event today. Today's conference brings together experts and members of our community who are knowledgeable and passionate about protecting our Earth. Their expertise and vision will help shape the decisions we make as a county and as individual members of our community. Today, we join together as a community with the understanding that climate change is an immense public health threat. Climate change will disproportionately impact our most vulnerable populations, communities that are already suffering from health disparities, poverty, and environmental injustice. Sustainability, resilience, and adaptation to changing environmental conditions of our world will require all of us to come together to help find solutions. I am thrilled to be here with all of you to become informed and inspired by sustainability experts and community heroes. Thank you to the county's Chief Sustainability Officer, Francine Locke, and her sustainability team for organizing this event. I hope you find it engaging and useful and leave here today feeling educated and inspired. I'd now like to introduce Chester City Mayor Thaddeus Kirkland. Mayor Kirkland.
Good morning and welcome to the great city of Chester. We are so proud and so privileged to have you in our presence here today. And you brought great weather with you at the same time. To the very first sustainability conference here of Delaware County. We're proud to be a host here in this city and appreciate your presence here. Sustainability. It comes along with education and being able to provide accurate, up-to-date information so that persons might be able to have a better understanding what it actually means. Sustainability. A high school that has weathered the storm down through the years, that has the best record when it comes to winning championships here in the city of Chester and throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Sustainability. Young people who run track here in our community that are able to outlast any other community, any other track team down through the years. Sustainability. Folks that want to talk about how we keep our young people healthy, how we help our seniors continue to thrive. Sustainability. By providing them with not only accurate information, but health care and meeting the needs that are so desperately needed throughout our community. Here in Chester, we are proud and privileged once again to have you as our guest here today. But make no bones about it. Make sure you get the information that is so desperately needed and share it with all those who desire to hear the truth and nothing but the truth. Welcome once again to the great city of Chester.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Now I'd like to introduce Howard Lazarus, the Executive Director of Delaware County, my boss.
I'd like to start by doing something I should have done over a year ago, and that is to thank Mayor Kirkland for his help in getting our elections processing center done across the parking lot. When we recognized that we needed a larger space, and I called Mayor Kirkland and told him we needed permits, one day we got our permits, and because of that, we were able to conduct an election that was inclusive, compliant, and benefited the entire Delaware County community. I do want to thank all of you for coming here today, because while I know there are a lot of things you could do, there aren't many other things that you should be doing rather than coming here and sharing thoughts. I also want to thank our hosts here at Subaru Park with the Philadelphia Union, but particularly I'd like to call out Francine and her team from the county who made this happen today. Also, I need to thank our county council for supporting us in getting here today as well, so we should give them a round of applause. So all of us have a specific journey that brought us here today. We got into this field out of both passion, but also out of the intellectual honesty that made us realize how important this is. I can tell you my journey started many years ago in the office of my battalion commander, and for those of you who remember the MASH series, his name was Colonel Potter. And I had just turned over my command of an engineer construction company, and I was pleased to tell him and excited to tell him that the Army thought I was worthy of going to graduate school to get my degree in environmental engineering and environmental chemistry at the Johns Hopkins University, and then work with the dean of the academic board at the military academy to establish their environmental programs. But Colonel Potter, with a look of disgust on his face, actually said, "Why environmental engineering? There's no future in that." So that shows you where we've come. I also want to talk a little bit about what happened at County Council last night. And there are a couple of really significant actions that underscore the Council's commitment to creating a sustainable life and high quality of life for all of our Delaware County residents and all of our business partners. And one of the things that they did was approve the acceptance of $600,000 in alternate fuel incentive grants for us to purchase 69 electric vehicles and put in place 22 charging stations, some of which will be available to the public to use as we look to expand the network to support electric vehicles. $600,000 represents 30% of the entire amount that the state put out for AFIC grants. So when we talk about throughout the county being thought and practice leaders, that's really quite an achievement, and we do need to thank all of our state representatives who help us get there as well. So I should give them a round of applause also. The creation of our Sustainability Office is also tied to the creation of our first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. And Lauren Footman is here today as well, helping us. As we know, those two things are inextricably intertwined, because sustainability includes social equity as well as economy and work on the environment. Those things together will make sure that as we move forward, no one is left behind. And the goal is to turn over the environment from one generation to another in a better condition than we found it. So again, we appreciate, and I appreciate council support in supporting the two positions I asked for when I first started, which was the Chief Sustainability Officer and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. To talk a little bit about our Sustainability Office, my last job was in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I worked with a wonderful and creative thought leader named Dr. Missy Stoltz. And we put together a sustainability program, and we put together probably one of the most far-reaching climate action plans called A20. But what was missing from that was the operational side. So when we approached building the sustainability officer here in Delaware County, I wanted to make sure that the leader had the ability not only to be a thought leader, but also a practice leader, to have an operational role. So with Francine, everything that's on her plate, she controls our capital improvement program. We don't do anything that doesn't have a sustainability perspective on it. So every capital program, green thoughts are not things that you add on if you have money at the end. It is the very reason why we take on capital improvements, is to make sure that which we leave in physical infrastructure is sustainable and also contributes towards all the goals of climate protection, climate action, and social equity. She also is over the planning department. She looks over our parks and recreation programs. She also is our point of contact with Penn State Agricultural Extension. Soil and water conservation falls under her, as does our facilities and fleet. That is a complete package. That's a lot of work to do, but it certainly ensures that in addition to gathering us all together at events like this, her group has the ability to direct a significant portion of your tax dollars towards achieving sustainability goals. In our next steps, we need to look at an environmentally responsible procurement program. We also need to make sure that everything we do is viewed through our equity lens. So last night, council took the first step in ensuring that when we evaluate county partners through contracts, that we can assess who our best value partner is by including those aspects in the evaluation of best pricing. It's a very progressive, forward-looking approach. I will also tell you that the concept or belief, or critics may who tell you that this is too expensive, it's certainly not true. Over the last 2 years, we've been able to decrease our general fund expenditures while increasing the output and integrating sustainability focus in everything we do. So I share that with you because being a thought and practice leader takes a lot of courage. And there's two kinds of fears you have to overcome to be a leader. The first is fear of failure. I can't do that. What if it doesn't work? And all of our exploits, all of our organizations, we need to carve out space for people to try things, to try new things, to experiment, but to be empowered to develop solutions. Because when they do that, they will work tirelessly to get us to the goal. The second fear is fear of success, which in many ways is far more debilitating than fear of failure. Because when you're successful and you're out in front, you're setting the rules as you go along, right? People will throw things at you figuratively and try and bring you back down. And you have to have the self-confidence, the courage, the support to continue to push and be out front. Because when you're out front, you can get the funding, the initiatives, the support to continue to lead and to make a difference in the world. And that's what Francine and her group is doing. That's what County Council is doing. And by being here today, that's actually what you're doing. So you should go out and be fearless in everything you do. I thank you for spending the time with us today. I hope this is the first annual conference and we can convene next year and to continue to share all of our ideas, all of our successes, and all the things we're doing to make life here in southeastern Pennsylvania better, sustainable, and enduring. So thank you all very much.
I am going to reintroduce Mayor of Chester. He just has a few words he'd like to share.
Very few. Just want to apologize. I failed to recognize my colleague on council, Councilman Stefan Roots is present with us today as well. It's like a marriage. I got to go home.
Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Rob Fogel. He is the local government liaison for the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Rob Fogel. I'm with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection Southeast Office. I want to thank Francine Locke, of course, and the entire team at Sustain Delco for hosting this amazing event that's bringing together experts and everyday sustainability leaders. And it's especially great that we're here during Earth Week. Of course, there's a lot happening at DEP right now. Just this week, we're announcing $600,000 in environmental education grants throughout the Commonwealth, $200,000 of which is going to be right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. These environmental education grants are awarded for projects ranging from creative hands-on lessons for students, teacher training programs, and outdoor learning resources, and conservation education for adults. And of course, we also have a new Director of Environmental Justice, Justin Dula. Justin's going to be joining you for a virtual presentation on the environmental justice public participation policy later on today. That's currently open for public comment. And lastly, I want to briefly touch on our local climate action plans. The DEP Energy Programs Office began offering local climate action program assistance in 2019 and has since helped 41 municipalities throughout the Commonwealth that want to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. We have 12 local governments participating in the program this year, one of which is Haverford Township, who recently adopted their plan this past October. Having state and local government having state and local governments lead by example on climate action is one of the 19 strategies recommended in the Pennsylvania Climate Action Plan. And I'm happy to connect anyone with our Energy Program Office that may be interested in learning more. And with that being said, I'm truly happy and honored to be here today representing DEP at what I'm sure will be an amazing annual event. Thank you again for having me.
Next, I'd like to introduce Senator Tim Carney of the 26th Senatorial District of Pennsylvania.
Good morning, Delco. Come on. Good morning, Delco. Hey, it's so great to be here today, especially to see so many familiar faces in the audience. The work that Francine has done has really been fabulous in terms of putting this all together and making it happen. But that's basically what all you folks have done forever, has been working hard in an almost like Sisyphus, there you go, in a way to advance the work that we need to do around sustainability, cleaning up the environment, clean energy, making the planet survivable, I think, in a way. So I'm Tim Carney. I represent the 26th District. Senator John Kane has given me blanket permission to come to Chester, particularly to this building. I often think of my life as sort of a Venn diagram of ways, and this is a place where that Venn diagram overlaps in several different places. I'm a longtime supporter of the union. Thank you, the union, for letting us come here today. My season tickets are right down below the balcony right here, and I'll be here on Saturday for the game. I think it's important to note that the Union are in first place in the East Division in the MLS, which is a great thing. So the other parts of the Venn diagram are environmental action. You know, I'm an architect. I'm actually the only architect who's in the legislature right now in Harrisburg. And sustainability has been part of my life for over 40 years through the work done around the built environment. And we have lots of work to do on the built environment, obviously, but this day today is a great step for Delaware County. It's one of a series of steps that the county has been making. And I have to tell you, I've never been prouder to be from Delaware County than I am today. And I think everybody should give themselves a round of applause, because that's because of you folks. So I'm going to be, my mother always told me that brevity was the soul of wit, so since I'm not being funny, I'll at least be brief. So thank you all for coming today. This really is important. The work that you do every day to advance and really fight back against people who are deniers. I might sound pessimistic about that, but I work in Harrisburg. And we have an environmental committee in the Senate that's not around environmental protection, it's around environmental, using environmental resources. And it's the things that we need to fight about on a regular basis are kind of mind-numbing. I actually have a flat spot on my head right here from banging my head against the wall in my office in Harrisburg. So thank you all for all the work you do. Thank you for being here today. Thank you to the county for making this happen. And again, I couldn't be prouder to be from Delco. Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask Vice Chair Elaine Shaffer to come to the podium just to say a few words. She is our greatest proponent of sustainability. She is on the agenda for the closing remarks, but because you're sitting here, I would just like to see if you'd like to say a few words to kick off this conference.
Thank you, Francine. I am the closer today, but I have a feeling I'll be talking to about 3 people. So I'm happy to say a few words now. This has been such an exciting 2 years since I have been in office, because the energy in Delaware County right now on this front, the sustainability front, is off the charts. All of the pieces we need are in place. We have 5 leaders of council who are invested in this. We have an incredible leader at the very top in Howard Lazarus. We have a sustainability officer. We have a DEI officer. Everyone is poised and ready to pour everything into this. And we have funding. The stars are aligned to make this happen. It's an exciting time here. One thing I want to say is there has been right when we came in, we appointed a sustainability commission. And I want anybody who is serving on that commission to stand up right now and be recognized, because they have been meeting. Thank you for your work. They have been meeting for 2 years now, every month for hours, educating themselves, getting the lay of the land, working towards putting our plan together, and they are really the glue of how we're going to move forward. So thank you for your time. I am so excited to learn today. I know you all are, and I will see you all at the end. I know you're going to stay till the very end to hear the closing comments. I appreciate that, and enjoy today. And this is the beginning of something great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce our facilitator for the day, Carol Martsolf. She is the She's the co-chair of our Sustainability Commission. She's also a licensed professional civil engineer in Pennsylvania and is vice president and chief learning officer for Urban Engineers, Inc. in Philadelphia. Carol is a member of Lansdowne Borough Council and former chair of Lansdowne Environmental Advisory Council. She is the chair, shout out. And once again, she is the chair of the Delco Sustainability Commission. She is currently chair of the Members of Society Advancing an Inclusive Culture, or Mosaic, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion arm of the American Society of Civil Engineers. Welcome, Carol, and thank you so much for volunteering your time to facilitate this conference.
Thank you so much. And I don't want Francine to kill me just for going a little bit off script just for a minute. Francine has put her vision, her blood, sweat, and tears into this. Please, let's give her a round of Chief Sustainability Officer, Francine. Yay, Francine. Yeah, thank you. She really deserves that. So anyway, thank you so much. I am pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, Ruth Abbey. Ruth is a zero waste practitioner with more than 25 years of experience in recycling and composting programs, facility development, outreach, and technical assistance. She works with municipalities across the United States to develop the social and physical infrastructure to achieve zero waste. Ruth is presently working with the Delaware County on a journey towards developing its 10-year municipal waste management plan with a focus on zero waste. Ruth's presentation is Communities on the Path to Zero Waste. Welcome, Ruth.
Great. Thank you so much, Carol, and thank you so much, Francine. I'm so excited to be here and to see you all in person. Wow! I've met so many of you on Zoom, and I'm so delighted to see that you have legs. This is amazing. We're going to take you on a round-the-world tour of zero waste, and let's get going. So, Sean, are we good? Yes. Okay. The technology is working. So in my day job, I work with Zero Waste Associates, which is kind of a consortium of consultants, and my colleague Alex Danovich is here. We have a booth. Visit us during the breaks and give us your input on this 10-year journey for zero waste. We're very excited to be here. But in my volunteer work, I, like a lot of you, volunteer with Zero Waste USA, which is the national affiliate of Zero Waste International Alliance. So I wanted to give you that context because so much of what we do comes from the grassroots, comes from our volunteer work, and so I wanted to give you that perspective. And talking a little bit about what is zero waste. This is what zero waste is not. This is the linear economy. Take, make, waste. That's what we typically have done for about 100 years because we've had, unlimited natural resources, right? No. So this is the economy that we're looking for, the zero waste economy, essentially where all products become new products for us to buy. We close that loop on recycling and composting. The technical nutrients and the biological nutrients become food for the next compost, the next recyclable product. That's our goal, that's our mission. And number one in zero waste is reducing trash, reducing waste. We don't really like to talk about waste as a noun, waste is a verb. And so we're going to be talking about zero waste. So what is zero waste? Now, of course, I meet a lot of engineers and scientists, and they're like, Ruth, come on, zero waste? How can we possibly get to zero waste? Well, how can we possibly get to sustainability? I mean, these are ambitious goals. These are audacious goals. But if we don't have ambitious, audacious goals, we'll never get anywhere. So just like we have that goal of ultimate sustainability, our aspirational goal is zero waste. And this is the international definition of zero waste, which I'll go ahead and read, you can all see. It's the conservation of all resources by means of responsible production, consumption, reuse, reuse and recovery of products, packaging, and materials without burning and with no discharges to land, water, or air that threaten the environment or human health. So that sounds pretty good. That sounds like a good pathway to sustainability. And so that's what we're going to be working on for the next 6 to 8 months in Delaware County, and I couldn't be more thrilled. This is the zero waste hierarchy. How many folks have heard of reduce, reuse, recycle? The 3 R's. Yeah, of course. Essentially, that's what we're working on, but the very first top, before we do anything else, we want to rethink and redesign. We want to redesign our products and our packaging for recycling and composting. That would be a good thing. We want to think about that when we purchase materials. What's the useful end of life of that thing? How are we going to, if at the end of its useful life, what's going to happen to it, right? So that's why very top of the hierarchy is rethink and redesign. And then, of course, reduce, reuse, recycle, which we've all heard about before we get to those, what we call destructive disposal. So destructive disposal includes incineration and landfilling, waste to energy. We want to minimize that because we want to get those products back into the economy, back into that circularity. Zero waste focuses on the upstream, and that's because so much of what we generate, the impacts, are upstream, meaning in the mining and the manufacturing of the materials. We technically see the end of life of those materials, but at the beginning of their life, they're doing destruction right at the beginning through, mining and extraction, fossil fuels. These have impacts to the communities where those things happen. And so minimizing waste also minimizes impacts to those communities that are hosting that extraction, et cetera. Here is what we like to call the Wasteburg. And this is a concept in zero waste that is meant to demonstrate that that little top of that Wasteburg, this is an iceberg. Okay, it's not waste, it's an iceberg. But the concept is that really little top of that Wasteburg is what we see in municipal solid waste. Municipal solid waste is what you and I deal with every day, right? But that big part of the Wasteburg down below, that 71-to-1 ratio, is all the upstream waste from mining, manufacturing, extraction. That's what we can minimize through zero waste, right? So if we recycle, 1 ton of materials, we have reduced 1 ton, right? But if we can reduce 1 ton, we can reduce all the 71 tons upstream, right? So it's that reduction, that's that rethinking, that's redesign that can make that profound impact on an environment and human health. This I want to read because it's stunning and staggering, and you won't believe me unless you look it up. And I do have a link to Stop Trashing the Climate, and that's on the website of the local Institute for Local Self-Reliance. But zero waste is one of the fastest, most efficient, and lowest cost ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Isn't that why we're all here, right? Climate Action Plan, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Don't believe me? Look it up. Zero waste is one of the fastest, most efficient, and lowest cost ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I was with a council member in a county near Denver, Broomfield County. And we were working on the zero waste plan in the context of the sustainability plan. And she said to me, oh my gosh, transportation, energy, we could do zero waste and look how much farther we'll get faster. And I'm like, bing, 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 bing. Exactly. Reducing waste has this profound effect on climate, and that's what I'm trying to convince everybody of. Okay, so here's why. Because of the energy saved from zero waste, 95% of aluminum, right, is back into the environment. We can reduce energy by 95% by recycling compared to extraction. This is why that issue is so profound. Methane in landfills. In fact, if food waste was a country, it would be the 3rd highest emitter of greenhouse gases after the US and China. What? That's because food waste in landfills emits methane Is with a powerful greenhouse gas, 23 times more powerful than CO2. This is a really big impact. Another reason why zero waste is so important. Okay, now you all know everything I know about zero waste. I'm now going to take you on a tour around the world of folks who are demonstrating and documenting zero waste so that we can see where we are going, where we are heading in Delaware County. Okay, so I'm going to go through, and I've been to all these towns, right? San Fernando City in the Philippines, Caponari in Italy, that's a beautiful town in Tuscany, Alameda, California, USA, that's where I'm from, Kamakatsu in Japan, and then Trivandrum, which is the shorthand way of saying that town in India. Okay, so first the Philippines. There's a lot of different reasons why communities are striving for zero waste. In the case of the Philippines, they do have a ban on incineration, and one of the things that has really motivated many of the cities and towns in the Philippines is the impact on landfilling. They had a tragedy 20 years ago when one of the biggest landfills in the Philippines collapsed and killed many of the workers that actually lived on that site. So from that tragedy, spurred into action to actually go for zero waste. So San Fernando City is within the Philippines. It's a huge country population-wise, and so many little islands and little towns. So very similar to our situation, 49 municipalities in a county. We can do this all together. So this is San Fernando City. It has a population of 115,000, and it's divided into 59 barangays. Barangays are like little neighborhoods. So they're little neighborhoods within the city, and they are they represent the lowest level of regulation and of democracy within the city. So those little neighborhoods volunteer to take care of their own recycling, composting, waste management. So those 59 barangays, those 59 neighborhoods actually produce a desegregated approach. So you can see this is an example of the collection system in one of the barangays. And the city of San Fernando City achieved 80% in 2019. So you can see, even at this low level of democracy, at the neighborhood level, collecting, recycling, and composting and reducing waste locally, they've been able to reduce their waste by 80%. That means that 80% of materials are recycled and composted, and only 20% are going to destructive disposal. Model for decentralized collection. This is where we can actually do this at the community level. So we have in Delaware County multiple folks at the community level that are going to need to plan and think about the future. We're going to work together as a county, but we also have to work together within each municipality to design our systems for our residents, for our businesses to achieve zero waste. So in San Fernando City, at this lowest level of regulation, they have recycling centers like you see. Eco-friendly schools, we'll talk a little bit more about that, and zero waste youth. So those of you involved in NGOs and at schools, this is where we can inspire the next generation to really embrace what we would like to see. Now we're going to move to Italy. Italy has over 300 municipalities that have declared a goal of zero waste, which is thrilling for us in the international zero waste movement. They lead all the other countries combined in terms of the number that are really taking this seriously. And I was in Tuscany a couple of years ago and met with the 300 mayors, and they couldn't be more proud of what they are accomplishing in Italy to demonstrate why they're doing this. The case of Caponari, which is a beautiful mountain town, I hope you can all go there in the north of Italy. It's a population of 46,000, and they were the first community in Italy to adopt a goal of zero waste. They were motivated to do this because there was a proposal to build an incinerator in their town. And if you go there and you see how beautiful it is, you can see why they would want to resist that, right? The destructive disposal. You know, we all have to have some place to put our waste, but can we get to these higher places of reducing waste so that there's less and less that we have to deal with either through landfilling or incineration? So here's their approach. first city to declare zero waste as a goal. That was back in 2007. They achieved 85% diversion by 2014. Amazing. So, and they've done this through a number of different ways. One example is, of course, zero waste stores where you actually do not have to have packaging. So that's a good example that they've been able to do. But this is Rossano Ercolini, and he is a powerhouse of an organizer. Rossano is a secondary teacher. His day job is he teaches little kids to read and write, but his passion, his activism is around zero waste. And this is Rossano at the dump, where they are researching what they're throwing away. Before we can really design waste out of the system, we have to understand what we're throwing away. And so Rossano actually has a zero waste research center, so-called, which looks at what's continued to be in the waste and how to design it out. One of the primary things were these coffee capsules, right? So we've all seen those little Keurig capsules that we have here. So Lazarus, which is the coffee company in Italy, was one of the biggest things that they saw to go into the dump that they couldn't recycle and compost. It has plastic, it has coffee, what do you do with that? So Zero Waste Italy wrote to Lavazia and said, we need an alternative to this little coffee capsule. And the company responded and said, yeah, you're right. So they now make a reusable and a compostable coffee capsule to respond to that need. So that's the example of that top of the hierarchy, rethink and redesign, and they have achieved that in Caponnery. Okay, now we're going home to Alameda. This is where I live. Population of 75,000. It's across the bay from San Francisco. We are the coast of Oakland. And we always say Alameda is where the hipsters come to breed. So when you have your first kid, you can still live in San Francisco. By the time you have your second kid, you got to move to Alameda. So it's kind of beautiful tree-lined streets, just like here. When we were driving around Delaware County yesterday, we saw all the beautiful communities, and it really reminds me of home. Here's why Alameda is motivated for zero waste. Since we are in the San Francisco Bay, we are very vulnerable to sea level rise. And so here you go, 1 meter of sea level rise. You can see you're starting to inundate, 2 meters, 3 meters. You get to 10 meters and the island is covered, right? So this is where I live. You can see the little dot, the little star. We are tremendously motivated to document and demonstrate that we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We have to be a model for others in our region and in the world, because otherwise, just like other countries that you've heard about, more famous than Alameda, we will be out of our homes and out of our town. So that's our motivation. Here's, again, why zero waste initiatives can have a profound effect on greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. Alameda did its climate action plan back in 2008, and 58% of the reduction measures could be achieved through zero waste. Very exciting. So we've been working on that. Community Action for a Sustainable Alameda is a grassroots NGO. A lot of you are involved in grassroots NGO. That's the most powerful way of making change in a community, is gathering together with your neighbors and your friends and your colleagues to make something happen. So we in Alameda work with the city of Alameda on our greenhouse gas emissions reduction and zero waste. So by 2019, Alameda achieved 78% diversion, which is pretty darn good. Not as good as Caponnery, but still pretty good, and we are working on it. And one of the methods of doing that was door-to-door separation, recycling, and composting, very convenient at the household. So that was the physical infrastructure. The social infrastructure is just as important in zero waste. And I'm lucky to have a colleague, Jessica Robinson, who actually ran for Miss California back in 2010. And her goal was to reduce compostable organics to the landfill. What if she had become Miss USA? Wouldn't that be awesome? She didn't become Miss California, but she's still a zero waste ambassador within the city. And one of the programs we did together was Miss Alameda Says Compost, working with all our local restaurants to implement recycling and composting programs. Because, you can kind of say no to the service provider or the waste management company. It's easy to say no. It's even easy to say no to city staff, You can't say no to Miss Alameda, right? So I really encourage, us to leverage those relationships and those celebrities in our work. We also have a Green Schools program in Alameda. These are the Tree Musketeers at one of our elementary schools. It's Alameda Green Schools Challenge. When we started the program, the schools were at 41% diversion. 3 years later, 75% recycling and composting rate, which is amazing. And, when we start with our young people and our youth, we're going to make a profound change. We've gone door to door doing outreach in multifamily apartment buildings, and when we come to one with a kid in it, they're like, oh, yeah. I know how to do this. We recycle and compost at school. I can do this at home, and I can teach my family how to do it. Pretty awesome. Okay, we also have, as you all have probably working on, other kinds of ordinances and policies, including our single-use plastic foodware ban. We've banned single-use plastic foodware. Isn't that awesome? And reusables is absolutely the best. We are working with our local high school on for our restaurants to serve them in reusables, and then they'll bring back that reusable container back to the high school to pick it up. So that's a great model. And then a couple more examples. This is Kamakatsu in Japan. They also were, like Kapanari, was proposed to have an incinerator in their town. They wanted to reduce that. In this case, it's a small rural town that declared a goal of zero waste in 2003, where residents sort materials into 45 categories. All we're asking folks to do here is basically put stuff in the recycling, right? One sort. They're doing 45 different sorts, right? So that's amazing. And here is their recycling center, and they actually process their organics at home in household digesters. And this is Akira. She runs the Zero Waste Center there. If you get to Japan, you've got to go to Kamakatsu. It is a beautiful town and the zero waste leader. And the last example I wanted to give before I tell you a little bit about our path in Delaware County is in Trivandrum. And in India, they have declared a goal for zero waste for the entire country. And one of the methods and one of the goals is really to live more simply. And of course, Gandhi is emblematic of that. If we live more simply, we have less stuff, we have more fun, we reduce waste. And this is a big motivator for why we want to do that in in India. So many towns and cities, this happens to be Delhi, are inundated by single-use plastics and other trash. But Kerala, which is in the extreme south of India, is a zero-waste state within India. And one of the reasons that they are motivated to get to zero waste is because they also had a facility failure. The city had collected, in Trivandrum had collected materials from households and brought it to a municipal solid waste composting facility, which was an utter failure. It smelled, it didn't work, the materials couldn't be composted. And so just like in Kamakatsu, folks in households and in restaurants compost and divert organics at home. And so here are some examples. They also have a zero waste store, similar to Kamanari. And at bus stops, if you can't compost at home, if for some reason, you can bring your compostable materials to bus stops and compost it there. And that is our colleague, Shibu Nair. He is another zero waste leader that you'll want to meet if you go to Kerala. So now just a couple minutes to inspire you all to get on our path for zero waste in Delaware County. Delaware County has embarked on a 10-year plan to get to zero waste, or darn close. And we're starting that right now. The timing is coincident with the sustainability plan. A lot of the sustainability commissioners are here and will be leaders in that movement. And the outcomes of the planning process dictate our work. So this was in the request for proposals that we responded to. ensure that the county has sufficient processing capacity and disposal for its municipal solid waste for the 10 years. That's the minimum requirements for the 10-year municipal waste plan under Act 101 in Pennsylvania. But in Delaware County, we are going to guide the county's transition to sustainable methods of materials management using zero waste practices. And we're going to ensure maximum feasible waste reduction of municipal waste and source-separated recyclable materials. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to hurry up. You are going to follow the work of the Sustainability Commission, and you're going to follow the work of the Municipal Waste Plan and throughout this next 8-month process. And you're all going to come to our workshops that are commencing next week, online and in person. If you go to our booth, you can get a little card that shows you how to do there and where to go and how to sign up. But this is a grassroots people first process, because you can't get to zero waste without engaging the whole community. So we are counting on you to tell your neighbors and your friends and get involved in this zero waste journey. It's led by the Sustainability Commission with support from the Countywide Advisory Committee and the Zero Waste Committee and Waste and Resource Committee of the Zero Waste Commission. So join us. We have a guiding principles survey. Come back to our booth and we'll tell you all about that. We have some preliminary zero waste strategies, and we'd like to get your ideas today about more of those. Join us at these workshops, and you know, if you're not for zero waste, how much waste are you for, right? No, really. Okay. If you're not for zero waste, how much waste are you for? The answer is 0, right? Okay, I think we need that a little louder. How much waste are we for? 0. All right, thanks you guys.
Thank you so much, Ruth. We really appreciate the hard work you're doing for our county in developing our 10-year municipal waste plan with a focus on zero waste. Out of being respectful in Chester, I just wanted to mention that Councilman Stefan Roots is actually joining us right now. Councilman, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Chester, the Delaware County's #1 tourist attraction. And it is, right? You look behind you, 18,000 people fit in here a few times a year. You go down the road, there's Harrah's, there's thousands of people a day who go through there. We have the biggest university in the county, where people come from all over the country, even parts of the world, to be here in Chester. I think one of the most important topics that we can talk about is sustainability, because it's a new way of thinking. This is an old city. We do things the old way. But things have got to change. And as thought leaders like yourself, like the county government that is moving in a new direction, we can look up and down this waterfront and see old. It's time to change. It's time for a new way of thinking. The reason that you're in this room is not because you're going to be affected by the change as much as you're going to drive the change. And that's why it's so important that you're here. One of the favorite comments that you gave toward the end is that, you know, the reason we don't see, I'll just embellish a little bit, the reason we don't see a lot of community members here is because they're not educated on what this is all about. But we certainly want to be educated. There's another faction of our community that wants to snap their fingers and see change. But we heard this is a 10-year plan to get to where we want to get to. And I'm a new guy in government. You're a new group talking about sustainability. It's a perfect match. So we're going to get there together. I can't sit down without kind of focusing on this banner here, preserving and protecting the natural and cultural environment of Delaware County. We want to maintain the cultural environment right here in our city as well. We're ground zero for what you guys are trying to accomplish, and we're really proud that all of you are here today. I hope this session, when it comes next year, the year after, and the year after, is right here again, so you can be reminded of what you're working on. It's a county issue, but it's certainly a city problem. So I'm here to work with you in city government. I'm ready and willing to work with you on the sustainability commissions and thought leaders. Thank you for this moment to say hi. My mayor takes all the light, right? We walked in together. I was like, get out there, buddy. You know, go get him, champ. And he did. So just thank you for the opportunity to say hello. And we're just happy to have you. As tourists, come to Chester, come to a game, come to the casino, hang out at the university. We're bringing this place up quick, fast, and in a hurry. So in these 10 years, as sustainability grows, you're going to see Chester grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Ruth, for your presentation. Our next session is a panel discussion with Liz Compitello, the Sustainable Energy Manager for the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, and staff from Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery counties. This unique group of sustainability collaborators will discuss their experience working together. Today, we have John Lesher, who is Environmental Planning Assistant Manager, Montgomery County Planning Commission. John is a project manager for the county's Energy, Resiliency, and Sustainability Program. From Bucks County, we have Neil Doherty, who is the county's inaugural Director of Sustainability. Neil previously served as Bucks County's Controller from 2018 to 2022. From Chester County, we have Carol Stauffer, the Assistant Director of the Chester County Planning Commission. And also Rachel Griffith, the new Sustainability Director for the Chester County Planning Commission. And finally, we have Francine Locke, Delaware County's first Chief Sustainability Officer. So welcome, everyone. Welcome. So how about, let's start with Liz. Liz, can you share your story about DVRPC's launching of an inter-county sustainability committee? How did this come to fruition? And what's the function of this group?
So DVRPC has been working with our counties, and our counties have been working with each other for a long time on issues related to energy and sustainability. And in recent years, there's been renewed leadership around the county's commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Can I ask a question? Can people hear her? No?
No.
Is there a way to improve that? Maybe, I don't know if you can speak a little louder, I guess. But.
So in recent years, is that better? Okay. There has been renewed commitment around the county's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and transition to renewable energy. And so, counties are doing sustainability plans and climate action plans, hiring new staff, and DVRPC also is looking to expand some of our programs and projects around energy and climate change as well. So there's joint interest in starting to work together to meet regularly to update each other on what we're doing around these issues and find ways to collaborate when possible, which makes a lot of sense since the issues surrounding energy and climate change are regional and cross-cutting, and we can learn a lot from each other and work cooperatively where possible. So we meet every other month to update each other and find ways that we can work together.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say about the RPPA Steering Committee?
Sure. So RPPA stands for Regional Power Purchase Agreement. It's a partnership of Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties, and DVRPC. We started working together in 2020. The counties were all interested in accessing large-scale renewables through power purchase agreements. So when we talk about large-scale renewables, we're talking about utility scale, utility size, renewable projects, typically solar. And a power purchase agreement is a contract between an electricity buyer and a developer of renewable energy. And typically when you're doing these large-scale projects, you do it through a power purchase agreement or a PPA, because electricity buyers are typically not in a position to own and operate such large facilities. Plus, local governments, such as the counties, are seeking to monetize the investment tax credits at the federal level for these types of projects. So each county is interested in pursuing this or exploring this. And so the thought was that by pooling our scale and our decision and learning-making power together, we could do this more effectively. So we've been meeting together regularly, monthly, since the summer of 2020. We spent the first year kind of learning about this issue and how we could work cooperatively. We learned from Philadelphia and SEPTA, who've executed power purchase agreements, and we also learned from a couple other regions in the Northeast, Baltimore and Pittsburgh, who are just starting to explore this. So we spent that first year sort of figuring out how we could accomplish this, and we sort of learned through that process that it might also be beneficial to learn how counties could also strategically buy electricity together to better position themselves to access large-scale renewables. So in summer 2021, we signed a memorandum of understanding with each other to hire a consultant to help us evaluate these strategies who we brought on board in early 2022. And right now we're learning about various pathways that we can all work together to buy electricity and large-scale renewables.
Hey, thank you, Liz. And it's amazing that we have leaders of sustainability from all of our surrounding counties. It's just really amazing. So now let's move on to our counties and their unique stories. John, how is Montgomery County supporting sustainability through your energy resiliency and sustainability program?
Can everybody hear me? I usually don't even need a microphone with my voice. I saw Francine like move this way away from me. I'm John Lesher. I'm an environmental planner with the Montgomery County Planning Commission, and I have been shepherding and managing what we call our ERS program, our Energy Resiliency and Sustainability Program, which was created in 2019. It actually builds off of our green print, which, whenever I get to sit with the other counties, I like to brag a little bit, was the first climate action plan done by a county in our region. So how about that, people? Thank you. I basically said so I can get applause. So what was interesting is in 2007, we adopted green print and we had an implementation committee. As you may know, governments sometimes change, the leadership changes. And through that process, the implementation committee was kind of shuffled off to the side. And then over the course of the years, by 2019, we were like, we need to do something. We're engaging in this issue, and the ERS program was created. And to me, it makes me think about champions, because I'm sitting in a room full of champions for sustainability and climate change. And there are two types of champions. There are the leadership champions, the ones who were in 2019, our commissioners said, yes, we need to do something, we need to organize our efforts, we need to focus on these. And they created the committee, the ERS program. And then there are the institutional leaders. Like, I'm not going to say I am an institution, but I've been in the county for 13 years. I was there for green print. I fought the good fight, and now I'm here for the ERS program. So in a room full of champions, you can be an institution if you need to be persistent. Some of the things that our program is doing, we, in Montgomery County, especially with the Planning Commission, we're doing a lot of outreach with our municipalities. We support our municipalities in the work that they are doing. We have 3 municipalities that have adopted sustainability plans that we helped write, and we're currently working with a 4th municipality in their sustainability and greenhouse gas emission reduction process. We're trying to be a resource and educator around these issues. On a program side, we have to lead by example. So we have a ton of stuff that we're doing at the county to try to be more sustainable and to be more resilient. We're doing physical projects. We've done ESCOs at some of our facilities. We've just done a new shell on our big office building. And we are in the process of constructing our huge renovation to our courthouse, which is called the Justice Center, which always makes me feel like a superhero whenever I talk about how I'm going to work at the Justice Center, which is being LEED designed, LEED Silver. We're working with DVRPC, we're working with our fellow counties, looking at energy conservation measures, looking at renewable energy off-site. We are looking at on-site renewable energy, and we're looking at possibly even doing a hydroelectric facility on the Norristown Dam. So we are exploring every option that we can. I'm not going to say that we are going to accomplish all of these projects, but it is amazing that through the ERS program and the leadership that we have at the county, that they are not resistant, that they are open to these ideas, and that we're exploring every avenue that we can to try to do the best that we can at the county to be a leader in this field. So,
Thank you, John. Thank you. So now let's go on to Neil from Bucks County. Is there something you're particularly proud of that your county is doing with sustainability?
Yes, thank you. First of all, congratulations to Francine for being an ace organizer of today. Thank you very much. Leadership in this field. Thank you, Francine.
You may have to speak louder, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I will speak louder. In Bucks County, we have two areas where accomplishments that I'm quite proud of. One is the Model Alternative Energy Ordinance. So this originated from the Planning Commission and was led by Evan Stone. And in Bucks County, we have 55 municipalities. And what that means is we have 55 ways of doing the exact same thing. So what Evan wanted to do was get out in front of it and establish a Model Alternative Energy Ordinance. So this is in draft form. It has been shared with each of the municipalities, and it provides guidance on permitting for alternative energy in their municipalities. So what it's going to do is it shows the county's commitment to renewable energy, but it also makes it easier for the municipalities to back up or to show backup for their ordinance and guidance, well, because we gave them the guidance. It provides them backup for their ordinance. The second thing I want to mention is something that we probably don't think of when we think of sustainability. In my prior role with the county, I was Bucks County Controller from 2018 to January 22. Bucks County has a $1 billion retirement fund. That's quite a bit of money, but it's not uncommon for a county of its size. When Commissioner Harvey was elected in 2019, he joined that retirement board. It's made up of the 3 commissioners, the county controller, and the county treasurer. What does this have to do with sustainability? Commissioner Harvey wanted to move us in a direction where we would invest in ESG investing, environmental, sustainable, and governance. When you're on a retirement board and you have a duty to get returns for retirees and current county employees, you tend to look at absolute returns or pure returns. When Commissioner Harvey recommended that we move towards ESG investing, quite honestly, I was a little uncomfortable with it because I feel like our priority has to be returns. We mentioned this to our financial advisor, PFM, and PFM said the timing is exactly right because they were about to start advising their clients, other counties and school districts and municipalities throughout the state to pursue ESG investing. So we evaluate, we have $1 billion that we have to allocate appropriately to get returns, but at the same time, it now has to align with our values. We did an initial move of $200 million, and we're gonna move that in phases so that the companies and the funds that we're investing in align with our values and meet basic ESG standards. Bucks was the first county to do that of the counties surrounding Philadelphia. Those actions speak volumes. And that's something we wouldn't necessarily point to for sustainability, but that $1 billion fund has a lot of reach and a lot of communication, even more so than the actions, some of the actions we'll take within our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. Now on to Chester County, Carol and Rachel. Can you tell us a little bit about the sustainability efforts in Chester County and any advice that you would give to anyone doing this kind of work?
Sure. So in some ways, Chester County has been doing sustainability work for a long time. We've always been a leader in especially environmental protection and open space preservation. But more recently, we've really taken a more intentional approach to sustainability. In 2019, the county commissioners established an environmental and energy advisory board to advise the policy of the commissioners, but also the work of the departments within the county. And so one of the first big projects that advisory committee took on was the establishment of a climate action plan for the county, which was adopted in October of last year. And the climate action plan established a lot of goals for both the county and its operations, as well as ways that the county can support other communities and do community outreach. And so one of the recommendations from the plan was to establish a sustainability division. And so this year, the county decided to fund a sustainability director, which is me, which is why I'm sitting here with you fine people today. And so in that way, we're sort of beginning, and the world is our oyster. But in my position, I've been with the county for 5 years, but in this position for just 1 month. So it has been incredibly helpful already to have such great examples set by the other counties and by DVRPC, with all these great examples to follow, and lots of resources available. So I've been thankful for that. And a couple things that we've done, we've established a CPACE program to help commercial businesses finance energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, as most of the other counties have done as well. And our Environmental and Energy Advisory Board has also split itself into subcommittees, one focusing on environmental projects and one focusing on energy projects. And they're really excited to do some community outreach work and really help build the capacity of communities and of the general public to start making sustainability decisions in their lives. And so Carol, who I'm with today, our assistant director, has really been leading a lot of the sustainability efforts in the Planning Commission for a long time. And so I thought it would be more appropriate for her to talk about the sort of lessons learned and things that have really jump-started our sustainability work.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm glad you explained why there's two of us here. It's sort of, we're transitioning the sustainability efforts over to Rachel, and I couldn't be more happy to have her in this role and to be working with her on that. In regards to advice and semi-random thoughts, I guess some of the other county representatives here probably also have ideas, but I would say, like, first and foremost, having the support of our county commissioners in moving forward with a climate action plan, which is really an update of a greenhouse gas reduction report we first did back in 2010. They directed the Planning Commission to take the lead on this, and then supported us with an Environmental and Energy Advisory Board in getting it through. And then at the end of the process, they actually adopted the plan, which isn't, to me, in the county, that's an important distinction, to have a plan that's adopted as county policy versus just sort of a study or a plan that's sort of advisory. So that's important. Another thought that I had, and I've said this in other presentations, that we went into the climate action plan not trying to prove that climate change is real. We started from the premise, like, yes, it's here, and I sort of feel if the people that don't believe it at this point, maybe they're never going to believe it, and we're focusing on moving forward and taking action where we can within the county. And the plan itself is also, as Rachel said, it's for internal facilities. So working with our county departments, that's really important as you're developing your recommendations, to work with those departments to make sure what you're proposing is either A, something they haven't already done, and maybe they've already done and you aren't as aware of it as you might be, and things that might be practical for them to do. And so that makes a more realistic, feasibly implementable plan. And also because our plan focuses on community-wide action, take advantage of your stakeholders. We have a lot of great environmental people with significant expertise on our Environmental and Energy Advisory Board, and they are willing to provide their time and advice and assistance to us, like, free of charge, as many volunteers do. And so we really think we can take this out to the community in a much better way as if we didn't have those as partners. And I think those are my main points. I would also just finally say that at the beginning of the process, the people that wanted us to do the plan, which a lot of the environmental activists in our county did, not everyone understands like how much power a county does and doesn't have to implement things. We are, especially the Planning Commission, we're used to providing resources and advice and technical assistance, but we can't demand that anyone do anything for the most part. So we have to work with our partners, and we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Rachel. Next up, Francine. Do you have any final words to share about sustainability and anything about Delaware County's efforts to develop its plan, sustainability plan?
Yes, I am just so, DVRPC having a partner like that brings together outside groups that would not normally come together, different counties. Today is really, really symbolic. Having Bucks, Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware County sit at the same table together and talking and learning from each other. DVRPC did that for us. Liz, I am very grateful that you bring us together. We have our own little conference like this bi-monthly, and we're inspired, we learn from each other, and we compete. There's a lot of competition amongst the counties, and it's great. We want to be the best. We want to be the most sustainable. We want to be zero waste first. And so when we have this group of colleagues together talking and sharing ideas, I think it's the most incredible experience. And I just want to echo what Neil said, though, about sustainability and having an organization that shares the value of being a sustainable organization. And Howard Lazarus, who is the executive director of Delaware County, Elaine Shaffer, councilwoman, these people really value sustainability, and it's infused in all of the work we do, and that makes a huge difference when we share that value. So thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. How about we give all of our panelists a round of applause, please? And I'm hoping some of you can stay a little bit longer, and maybe some people will ask you some questions. I hope you can hang out a little bit.
We have one question. There's a question over here.
Oh, yes.
I think she'll need a microphone.
I don't think I need a microphone. Will Delaware County be offering like mini grants or anything for municipalities to develop sustainability plans?
That's a great question. And what I should have done is given a shout out to the Delaware County Planning Department. Please forgive me for not doing that. So the Delaware County Planning Department spearheads a Greenways grant program, and it's not necessarily for development of a sustainability plan. That's kind of a model we can use perhaps in the future for what you're talking about. We don't currently have. You did? What municipality? Edgemont. Edgemont. Congrats on that.
We're developing our recreation plan for as an addendum to our comp plan. So
Awesome.
$50,000 pros plan.
That is awesome. I'm glad that you're mentioning this. As we move forward, I think that the idea that you've just shared is something that we will try to do, because I think that each municipality in Delaware County has their own amount of resources, and not all of these municipalities have the resources to develop a sustainability plan. So we want to make sure that we're giving equitable access to these resources to every municipality. So thank you for bringing that up.
And I have an announcement. How many of you are signed up for the stadium tour? Did any of you sign up for the stadium tour? Please be sure to go to the suite entrance doors. Okay, yeah, make sure you go to the suite entrance doors. All right, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So our next speaker is Kelly Sanders. Thanks. Kelly is the program director with Sustainable Energy Fund. Kelly will talk about the CPACE program. Welcome, Kelly. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Kelly Sanders, Director of Programs with Sustainable Energy Fund. We are a nonprofit. We've been in the sustainable energy field for 20 years. And our mission is advancing sustainable energy. So we thought CPACE was a great tool to do that. Oops, wrong way. There we go. So I guess just show of hands, how many people know what CPACE is? It's been mentioned. Okay, great. So it stands for Commercial Property Clean Energy. It's an innovative financing tool that's tied to commercial buildings. So instead of a typical loan being 5 to 7 years, paid monthly, the energy efficiency measures, water conservation measures, and renewable energy measures are what the CPACE financing is tied to. And the term or length of the quote-unquote loan is measured by the estimated useful life of the equipment. So it must make measurable savings. And it's an annual payment instead of monthly. And because it's tied to the useful life of the equipment, it could be a long loan, so up to 30 years. Because of this, it's tied to the counties, and payments go out at the same time as tax time. And the assessment is tied to the property. So if the property owner sells it, it stays with that property or parcel. It's not tied to the assessment when you get your property values reassessed. It's a nationwide program, and we inherited that language from other states. I think Pennsylvania is the only state that has that assessment connotation to it. CPACE is used, you can see, typically for energy efficiency measures. That's that blue. And then the green in the graph is renewable energy. And it's used for all commercial properties that you see here. Nonprofits, they can use it because even though they don't pay taxes, they still have a parcel ID number that they can attach the payment to. The only things that can't use it is multifamily and government-owned properties. So currently, many of you may have heard, there's an amendment to the legislation in legislation right now in Pennsylvania to add multifamily as a type of property that can use CPACE. In addition to adding resiliency and indoor air quality measures to CPACE. So if anyone has any questions about that, I can happy to answer those. And I guess let me see, I have counties up here. So the eligible improvements, we can dive down into this a little bit. So basically, Act 30 statute that was passed in 2018 in the state, everything in the program has to align with what was stated in the statute. And there's program guidelines that are basically what we have to go by to administer the program. And you could see eligible improvements. It could be a 20% reduction in a specific energy conservation measure, or utilize best-in-class equipment. And we usually look to the Pennsylvania's Public Utility Service Manual for those energy conservation measures. And this is for new construction, gut rehab, and retrofit of buildings. And you can include hard and soft costs. So if you're going to get a solar panel, but your roof needs replaced, that would be included. And you can see HVAC, boilers, lighting, building envelope. That's a repeat slide. Okay, and this you can see is adoption by counties so far in the state. So we are a program administrator for the counties outside of Philadelphia. So all the counties that were just on that panel all have CPACE. So how it works. So I apologize, this graph is hard to read. So a property owner creates a project, and we get inquiries 3 ways, but 9 times out of 10, it comes one specific way. So a capital provider, that's the lender in this field. They can be banks, but capital providers are usually investment firms and insurance companies, and they operate nationwide, so they operate in other states that have CPACE. 9 times out of 10, the property owner comes to us through the capital provider. In other words, they already have a project in mind and a capital stack. A project can also come to us from the individual property owner, but usually they're not as far as long in the process, and we tell them the first step is to find a capital provider. And then also an energy engineer firm, because they're going to complete a technical report that will let us know the energy conservation measures. So once those 2 items are found, they develop a project, and then they submit a pre-application. So at that point, it tells us the property owner name and the property address, and we connect with the county to make sure they're not delinquent on any taxes. And if it's approved and everything looks like it meets the guidelines, they get the go-ahead to develop the project. And the final application stage is more lengthy. We need, at that point, additional items like mortgage lender consent, any sort of, the technical report I mentioned, and a number of more details. Then we review the application, make sure it meets those technical requirements, and let the county know. At this point, the county we recommend it for approval or disapproval to the county, and the county really has the final say at that point. And the last part of the project is the closing documents, which is the statement of levy and lien, like the mortgage closing papers. It gets recorded with the title of the property. And the last step would be basically a year from closing. We remind the county what properties have a CPACE assessment on them, and then we let them know when that's due. And the county collects the payment, and then it gets held with a bank, and then the payments get dispersed to the county and the capital provider, which is the lender of the quote-unquote loan. So it's kind of a lengthy process. I have 2 case studies here. One was Sora West in Montgomery County. It was our first project. It was a new construction gut rehab, and it included a hotel, restaurant, and a plaza, and a restored fire station. And they upgraded building envelope, HVAC, hot water heater, LED, and you can see the annual energy savings up there, about $27,000 a year it ran out to. And then the Commodore in Northampton County in Easton, a similar new construction, gut rehab, mixed use. This also had office, retail, and restaurant space. Part of the project also included apartments, and what we had to do is separate the parcels out, because as I said, multifamily housing isn't included. So the CPACE assessment is on the commercial side and not on the apartment side. And that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah, it's not state, county, or federal funding. The funding's from the capital provider, so they're the lender. So it's basically like a really long-term loan, but instead of being paid monthly, it's paid yearly. So they have an interest rate, a lot of them are a little over 5%, and then the length of the loan is just tied to the useful life of the project. So yeah, it's the private lending from capital providers. There's no government.
But then what is the interest of the private, why would the private lender be involved in this project?
Great question. So basically, because it's tied to the property and not the owner, I guess that's seen as less risky for the capital provider. I mean, and they're a lender, so they're willing to take on risk, just like a bank takes on a loan. It is a very, very new, I don't have the one slide, but basically it skyrocketed in 2018. Now like 30 some odd states have CPACE. So it's a very, very new program and financial tool. Yeah, there's a question way back, sorry. No, the capital provider does all of that kind of stuff, all the underwriting, the financial items. So SCF, as program administrator, all we do is look at the application, make sure it meets the energy saving requirements, and give the okay. So any sort of financial question usually goes with the capital provider, and it's like a bank where they're working on underwriting, interest rates and all of that, and these are very big projects with capital stacks that are very big, so the capital provider is working with the property owner and sometimes other parties to fill that capital stack. So these projects could be really long pipeline to develop. For example, we've had inquiries for all the counties represented today, Delaware, Montgomery, Chester, and Bucks, but nothing has come to fruition too much. I am told that there are a few interested parties in Delaware County that they're waiting for multifamily housing to pass, so they're multifamily housing projects.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Our next speaker is Dr. Victor Danae. Victor is a professor of mathematics at Bryn Mawr College, where he teaches courses on math, modeling, and sustainability. Isn't that neat? You probably wouldn't think of sustainability and math going together. This is going to be a really, really neat presentation. In these courses, students work with community partners and use their math skills to analyze a sustainability-related project of relevance to the partner. He has worked with Philadelphia teachers to support them incorporating place-based sustainability projects into their teaching. Professor Danae is also the director of the Philadelphia Regional Institute for STEM Educators, or PRISE, based at St. Joseph's University, which aims to support STEM teachers at all stages in their careers. Dr. Danae is going to speak about linking education to sustainability. So welcome, Dr. Danae.
Great, thank you very much. I'm excited to be here and talk to you today about this idea that we can link all these issues around sustainability and the climate crisis to what goes on in schools. Thank you for that lovely introduction. That saves me from having to say all these other things. So the question is, what is the role of schools and school districts in furthering sustainability and addressing the climate crisis? So I'll outline in my presentation today, number one is to educate our students about issues of sustainability, but not just educate about, also give them the opportunity to use their talent and passion to make a difference in the world. You don't have to wait till you're, quote, grown up to start making a difference. There are a lot of problems we're facing, and we need the energy and inventiveness of young people to help solve them. So how can schools give students this opportunity to contribute to greening their schools and communities? Then certainly the operations of schools and school districts can be made more sustainable. But as we're doing that, again, we should always be on the lookout to link those operations activities to schools and learning opportunities. So a word about my background, which you heard in the introduction. In my own teaching, I use link math to sustainability, and people often wonder, well, what does math have to do with sustainability? So we'll examine that a little bit together. How many of you have ever taken a math class? So if we can get math teachers involved in their teaching of sustainability, it will touch pretty much every student in the United States. So whatever one's background that you bring to this work, there's room for all of us to do our work. I'm a math teacher, so I bring my passion for math. So let's take a trip together to my math class. Pretend you're here on the first day of the semester. The first thing we do in class, what are some problems facing the world and the nation that you are concerned about? Form groups, brainstorm, make a list. Okay, we're done. Report out, long list. Our students have many problems that they're concerned about. So the goal of our math class this semester is to see how the math we learn connects to these issues that you care about. You can't teach anybody anything until they're interested and motivated to learn. I can't count the number of times students have said, what's this good for? When am I ever going to need that? Well, with issues of sustainability, there's no doubt that these are important issues. And any area of teaching, whether it's math, science, social studies, language arts, they all have a role in the connection to issues of sustainability. So let's use that as a way to motivate our students. So we're going to take a field trip class. We're going to visit the very small educational solar panel setup that we have at Bryn Mawr College. Maybe your high school has a solar panel setup. You could go visit that too before the math class. So we see these panels, which are located right on our campus. The panels are linked to the internet, and so every 5 minutes we get data on how much energy is being produced. How many of you have ever seen a graph in a math class? Often they don't really stand for very much. There's just, learning about graphs. But over the last decade, I'd say there's been a real change in math teaching. There's so much data in the world, and it's so accessible. Let's use real-world data in our math classes as we teach concepts. So the question is, how much energy do the solar panels produce in a day? The math bit is it's actually the area under the curve. And so we can try to estimate the area. We know the area of boxes and rectangles and triangles. We don't know the area of funny regions like that. But we can estimate it, and maybe if you're at college math, you might be learning about calculus, and this is the whole idea of integrals, is the area under the curve. Well, let's answer another question. How many solar panels would we need to power our school? What's the payback time for buying the solar panels? It costs a lot to buy them, but it's going to save us money. Is it economically worth it in the long run? This is what's called mathematical modeling. You take a real-world problem and you try to put it into a math context, use your math skills to study it, and then interpret what it means back in the real world. So the big question, should the school district buy solar panels? You make your analysis, and then you go give a presentation to the school board. Not only do you get to use your math to figure out the payback time, but there are other issues that math doesn't necessarily deal with. The carbon footprint. How much carbon would we save if we had solar panels? That's our science class. How do you give a good presentation? How do you organize a report? That's your language arts skills in your English class. So issues of sustainability give us the chance to link various classes together and have this interdisciplinary learning, which is how we all work in the real world. We don't have silos separating our knowledge, so we want to give students this chance to connect different areas of their learning. Well, once you've convinced your school district to get solar panels, let's move on to the township, and let's do the analysis for township-owned buildings, for example, and report to the Township Board of Commissioners what you recommend. So there you get a chance to learn about civic government, how governments work, how you can be a citizen and make an impact. Maybe organize the parents groups to come out to the school board and support you when you give your presentation. So my students have actually done this. For example, 10 years ago in Rppa Township, they were building a new recreation and education center, the CREC, and the township wondered about putting in alternative energy, and they asked the students in my class to look into that. So they gave a report back to the commissioners recommending a geothermal system where you use the heat from the ground to help power or cool the building. And even though it would cost an extra $600,000, the students pointed out that it would save $50,000 a year, and so over the life of a building, it would save the township some $2 million. And at the end of the process, the commissioners voted unanimously to put in the geothermal system. And one of the commissioners said, "This is a new day in Rppa Township," by which I think he meant for a pretty stodgy community, we're kind of looking into the future, trying something new that has a long-term benefit. And having young people, having students out front, sharing their knowledge and their concern for the environment is a much more powerful way, I think, to bring about change than having us old gray folks doing it. So these are examples of individual projects a teacher could do in their classroom, in the community. But what about larger scale projects where we get a whole school district involved? So Francine Locke, before becoming our Director of Sustainability in Delaware County, worked in the school district and helped guide their Green Future Sustainability Plan, where you had a number of focus areas, including operations, energy efficiency, consumer waste, but also education for sustainability, bringing these issues into the classroom. And it's not education about sustainability, that's part of it, we learn about sustainability, but it's how do we create a sustainable world? There's the environment, but there's also social justice. How do we set up our world so everybody is treated fairly and justly? So we call it education for sustainability, and we want to equip not only students, but all of us with the skills, knowledge, and habits of mind that will prepare them to create and contribute to a world where economic prosperity, social justice, responsible citizenship are strengthened while restoring our health and that of the living systems upon which our lives depend. How many of you think that's a good focus area for schools to be working in? Like, what else should we be doing in schools if not that? So here are some of the skills that people have identified that should be part of the training of future citizens. You can take a look. Only a few of them directly relate to kind of the environment, natural laws, and ecological principles. The systems, the ideas that things don't work in isolation, but they're all linked together. And we want people to begin thinking about how you bring about change by working across these different systems. The fact that we're all here together from so many different organizations and get to meet one another and look for connections between our projects is an example of system thinking, that we want to build these connections. The idea of healthy commons, that we share things. The air we breathe, the water we drink, that has to be shared by all of us. And whether we're doing polluting or people in other nations around the country, it all impacts us. So we need to understand those ideas. Multiple perspectives, the importance of diversity, that we're stronger and smarter when we work together with many different perspectives than just one group. The one I like is inventing and affecting the future. We have to envision a better future before we can create it. How do we equip our students to have these creative ideas and then have the skills to make them happen? Another whole area of education is the green jobs of the future. How can we prepare our students for them? How can we even let them know that over the next decade or two, there will be all these jobs in areas they might never have heard about? Again, Philadelphia is a national leader. They have the first 3-year VOTEC program on solar installing in the country called Bright Solar Futures, based at Frankfurt High School. Another program schools can be involved with is called the Eco Schools program from the National Wildlife Federation. The idea is for schools to form school teams with students, teachers, staff, parents, community members to make their schools greener and work towards getting your gold, silver, bronze, and then green flag as you make progress in becoming a sustainable school. Just like we in Delaware County now are creating a county-wide climate action and sustainability plan, schools should do that too. And the program has a lot of pathways you can follow. The one on energy, of course, is important, but there are these other aspects of creating a sustainable school and school community that are important. Another area is this idea of linking schools with communities. And when we worked with teachers in Philadelphia, we had a great example of that. We had a field trip to the New Kensington Community Development Corporation, right at ground zero of the opioid crisis. When we think of sustainability in urban settings, these beautiful pictures of mountains and forests, that's not what our communities look like. What does sustainability mean in an urban environment? So we went to Kensington to find out. One of their projects is to help low-income families save money on their heating bills by weatherizing their houses, having less draft, using LED bulbs, for example, that cost less energy. But they had a challenge in connecting with people in the community to educate them about that project. On the other hand, the students in the science class were learning about energy, how to measure it, and doing energy audits of their own home. So how to connect these projects. The folks from the CDC visited the science class. They talked about their work, showing that energy audits is a real-life thing that can make a big difference in households and communities. It's not just a classroom exercise, but also it was a chance for the students to learn about the services that could be provided to their families to help their families save money. So there's this win-win, both better learning and helping our organizations reach their intended audience. One of the projects one of our teachers did, amazing teacher Amanda Fiegel from Northeast High School, having to do with food waste. You have milk, you have a fruit in your school lunch. Most young people aren't really into milk and fruit, and there was huge amounts of food waste, which mirror the food waste that happens around the world. So much food goes to waste. They formed a student group, Meraki, having to do with food with purpose, and they took this unused food to the local veterans shelter so it wouldn't go to waste, making a partnership with people in their community. And over time, they developed a reuse program where they turned this unused food into food milkshakes that were much more popular. So a great example of students addressing an issue that they learned about in their school that could make a difference in their community. If we look at just the facilities part of school districts, let me just check my time here. Oh my gosh, ahead of schedule. Here are some of the things school district operations officers can do. Create a climate action plan, benchmark how much energy you're using right now, and then make plans for how you can reduce that energy use going forward. One of our student projects a year ago, there was a group of students in one of the suburban districts that wanted their district to make such a plan, and they had my college students helping to create, doing the math behind the energy calculations. And then I think last fall, the students presented this plan to their school district. So this idea of working with community partners, it could even be high school students who can be the community partner for my college students. Well, how do we reduce energy use? The big one is behavior change. You know, we are all kind of wasteful sometimes in how we use energy. Let's be more conscious of things we can do, turning out the lights, turning down the heat, things we might do in our own home. Let's convert our light bulbs to LEDs. Over the last few years, PICO has developed a program where they make it much easier for organizations to do that. You don't have to do all the calculations yourself, much as I like doing the calculations, other people might not. Buying energy efficient equipment that can save a lot of money. Refrigerators, we know if they're 5 or 10 years old, are very wasteful compared to new ones. And then doing very careful monitoring of your heating and air conditioning systems. If you leave them running when they don't need to be, that wastes a lot of energy. And there's the Energy Star rating system that lets you compare your energy use to other organizations or schools. So you can see, are we doing well or do we have a lot of room for improvement? And then you can buy your energy from renewable sources, which many people are doing now at home too. So those are kind of the traditional things a school district might do. But times keep changing and new opportunities arise. You might have heard that Philadelphia this past year has bought 5 electric school buses and plans to buy more going into the future. Delaware County has started converting its transport fleet to electric vehicles with grants from the state. So let's look into that as the next change. Rather than buying a gas vehicle for your school fleet, let's get electric vehicles, and there are grants available for that. Let's install solar panels on the school buildings, lots of flat space not blocked by trees with a lot of potential for energy, and the option for all these linkages to your class and learning. Where I live in Haverford Township, the group, the Southeast chapter of the Clean Energy Co-op, which is an organization you can join and you can contribute to the funding to help fund solar panels for different projects and do it at a lower rate that can make it more attractive for the schools. They're talking with the school board in Haverford Township about putting solar panels on one of the new elementary schools. And then this is kind of out there on the edge. Groups can band together and contribute to a power purchase agreement where they fund and they promise to buy electricity for the next 20 or 25 years and fund a brand new solar installation out in the country, a great big one at industrial scale. I know the townships in Delaware County are beginning to look into that. There's a lot of negotiation, lawyering stuff that has to be done, but there are groups that are trying to figure out how to make that happen so communities can just say, yes, we want to be part of it. So as we try to get townships in Delaware County to do this joint power purchase agreement and build new solar or wind sites in the state, let's look into doing the same thing for our school districts. Here's an example of one school district that's been a leader in energy conservation. They have their own energy manager, and if you notice, this is from 2011, so they've been doing it for a while. North Penn School District, which is one of the largest in the state, their energy bill had been about $3 million, and then when their energy manager came on and they began taking a lot of initiatives to reduce energy use, it went down to $2.4 million. So they saved about 35% of the cost. So there's the, this is the right thing to do, this is educational, but then there's the other type of green incentive that you can be saving money by doing these green initiatives too. And then whatever projects you do in your school or school district, let's link in with the work of the teachers and the students and use it as a real-world learning opportunity. I created a bunch of links for all the things I was talking about. So it's at that URL, tinyurl.com, Delco Earth Day, and I'll be adding things to it once I finish my talk. So you can go there and find the links to these various organizations. If you're an organization that would like to partner with schools, let me invite you to contact Lane Fries at FEND Sustainability. FEND is a civic engagement network of universities, and they're working to build these connections, again, building the network of schools and teachers and then organizations that want to work with them. And our prize program, if you're a school or a teacher who'd like to learn more about how to bring sustainability into the classroom, please contact us. We have a couple showcase events coming up where teachers who've been involved in year-long projects are going to talk about what they've been doing. One Saturday, May 7th at Arcadia University, and then on June 4th, another one probably at Temple University. So if you write us at contact Carrie Wilson at St. Joe's at our prize headquarters, you can find out about that, and we'd love to have you come and take part in that with us. Yep, I think I'll stop there. Thank you. We have time for questions? Yep, questions? Yes?
How often do you offer up your students to do projects in the community? Do we rely on you?
Yep. So the question was, how often do my students do these projects? And they do it each time I teach this course. I'll be doing it again this coming fall. So I do it about once a year. And I'm always on the lookout for community groups that we can work with to do these projects with. So please contact me. I'd love to partner with you. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much again, Dr. Danae. It's really neat when you incorporate like math and actually apply it to something really useful. So you're attracting some students to do some great sustainability work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please welcome our next speaker, Elizabeth Drake. Elizabeth is the Director of Sustainability for Swarthmore College, where she leads efforts to integrate sustainability into every aspect of campus life, including teaching, learning, operations, and culture. A central piece of Elizabeth's work is the Roadmap to Zero Carbon, which aims to create a resilient, carbon-free energy system on campus. Elizabeth will speak to us today about sustainability in higher education, Swarthmore College's approach. Please welcome Elizabeth Drake.
All right, hi everyone. It's so great to see you all here today. I'm Elizabeth Drake. I'm the Director of Sustainability at Swarthmore College, and today I'll be talking a little bit about some of the work that Swarthmore is doing to address sustainability within the context of our mission as an educational institution here in Delaware County. So I imagine everyone's familiar with Swarthmore, at least a little bit. We're located about 5 miles from here. We're a small private undergraduate liberal arts college. We have about 1,600 undergraduate students who all live in our residential community on campus. A lot of people know us for the Scott Arboretum. Our campus is a 425-acre arboretum, so stewardship of the natural environment is a really core part of who we are as an institution. So a little bit about how sustainability is sort of managed at Swarthmore. I lead our sustainability office on campus, which has 3 full-time staff members, as well as 2 recent graduates who work with us as fellows. But I always like to really emphasize the fact that sustainability work isn't just the responsibility of the Office of Sustainability. We really try to build capacity across campus and integrate sustainability into every aspect of campus life, like was mentioned, I think, in my introduction. So we have a whole sort of governance structure for sustainability that includes different committees and working groups dedicated to specific topic areas and priorities that we're working on campus. And we also work very closely with the Environmental Studies program at the college, which has more than 15 faculty who work in different fields related to the environment and sustainability. So a little bit about our journey with sustainability at the college. I think sustainability really goes back to sort of the roots of Swarthmore College. You know, back in the 19th century, being founded as a Quaker institution, stewardship is one of the core values that we embody at the college. But I think over time that commitment has become formalized through a number of things. We hired our first sustainability coordinator back in 2011, which I think is when we really started dedicating a lot of energy to sustainability work on campus, and that really paved the way for a lot of the things that have come in the time since then, like our carbon neutrality commitment, our energy plan that paves the way to achieving carbon neutrality, and a lot of the other work that I'm going to talk about today. So I specifically want to talk a little bit about our carbon neutrality commitment, because this is one of the main priorities that we're working on right now, recognizing the urgency of the climate crisis and the necessity of higher education institutions to lead in this space and model solutions for others. So back in 2010, Swarthmore signed on to the American College and University President's Climate Commitment, which is run by an organization called Second Nature that's really tried to mobilize higher education around the concept of carbon neutrality and get institutions to commit to making this transition. So after that, we set 2035 as a carbon neutrality date for our institution. And that date was selected really to balance the urgency of the climate crisis with the time it would take us to make meaningful change to campus infrastructure to be able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions on campus. Because we know that achieving carbon neutrality requires us to either eliminate or offset all of our greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. And in our case, we've really made the decision to focus on decarbonization more than carbon neutrality, essentially doing everything we can to actually eliminate greenhouse gas emissions, transition away from fossil fuels, rather than leaning into carbon offsets as a pathway for achieving carbon neutrality. I think for any institution, carbon offsets need to play a role when we think about emissions from sources like faculty and staff commuting, travel to conferences, student study abroad. Those are emission sources we can't get rid of. But things like burning natural gas in our steam plant on campus, we've made the commitment to figuring out how we can actually move away from fossil fuel combustion on campus. And so our solution is what we call the Roadmap to Zero Carbon. It's our comprehensive energy plan that we've been working on for the college for many years at this point, which was formally approved by our Board of Managers in February of last year, so a little bit over a year now. And what this plan does is essentially charts out a path to moving away from natural gas combustion in our central steam plant over to geo-exchange coupled with renewable electricity to provide all of the heating and cooling needs for our campus. So we'll be electrifying all of our heating and cooling infrastructure and then using off-site power purchase agreements to procure renewable electricity to power our entire campus, which will virtually eliminate our scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions, which makes up about 2/3 of our total annual carbon footprint. And another key element of this plan is backup generation. The electric grid that serves Swarthmore's campus is notoriously unreliable. We experience pretty frequent power outages on campus, and with electrifying all of our heating and cooling, it's really critical that we have backup power for the entire campus, so that if it's 20 degrees out in February and we lose power, we still have the ability to, heat our residential spaces on campus. So we're also working on building a backup generation plant that has enough capacity to power our entire campus in the event of a power outage, which is so important for resiliency as we think about beneficial electrification as a climate solution. One of the things that I think makes this plan really cool is looking at the greenhouse gas emissions impact over time of transitioning away from steam and natural gas over to geo-exchange and renewable electricity. This chart shows cumulative greenhouse gas emissions over 30 years if we continued with our sort of business as usual trajectory versus what our carbon footprint will look like if we transition to geo-exchange. And you can see over 30 years we save more than 350,000 metric tons of CO2e. So the impact of this project is really massive when we think about the sustainability impact for our campus. One of the core pieces of this plan is the central geo-exchange plant, which will house all the heat recovery chillers that will power this whole system. And we had an opportunity to combine this project with another capital project to build a new dining hall on campus. Swarthmore's current dining hall was built back when the student body was about half the size that it is now. So we've had a pressing need to build a new dining facility on campus. And we started this project a couple of years ago to build a new dining and community commons project on campus. And as long as we were doing a construction project this large, we made the decision to house the new geo-exchange plant in the basement of this building. So this project is actually nearing completion now. It's expected to be open, serving students when they come back in the fall. So if you ever happen to be on Swarthmore's campus, it's really cool. We've pursued a lot of innovative sustainability projects for this building. We're pursuing the Living Building Challenge PETAL certification, which is a really forward-thinking, performance-based green building certification that we felt like really aligned with Swarthmore's values. And some of the things that that certification program has driven us to do is things like using mass timber for the framing in the building rather than steel to reduce the embodied carbon in the building. So essentially it's made out of wood rather than metal, which is really cool from a sustainability perspective. We're putting hundreds of solar panels on the roof of this building in order to produce as much of the power on site as we can. We'll have all sorts of food growing spaces around the building and different things. So this is really exciting to see this building coming together, both as just a kind of sustainability innovation in its own right, but also as the space that houses the geoexchange plant that will allow us to transition away from renewable electricity. So that plant space is nearing completion, and we're right now, in terms of the implementation of the energy plan, planning to begin drilling geoexchange wells on our campus over the next year or so. Transitioning to geoexchange requires us to drill hundreds of very deep geoexchange wells on our campus that will be connected to this plant, and we're in the planning phases for doing that now. I also wanted to touch on our internal carbon pricing program, which I think has been one of the most impactful programs we have in terms of making projects like this possible. Our carbon pricing program includes a few different elements. We have an internal carbon fee that we charge on departments within the college to account for their contribution to our overall carbon footprint. So what this does is it collects a few $100,000 per year that then we can use to fund sustainability projects on campus. For example, some of the original analysis and planning work for the Roadmap to Zero Carbon was funded through the carbon charge program and the revenue that we collected by essentially carbon taxing ourselves. We also use a shadow price on carbon in our capital planning process, where we make decisions as if we had to pay $100 per metric ton of CO2e. So when we're planning a project, we look at different scenarios and look at the lifetime greenhouse gas emissions impact of different decisions that we might make in the capital project, and then we can factor that into the decision making when we're pursuing various projects. And then the third component is a little more nebulous, but it involves advocacy in support of carbon pricing as a policy solution. So trying to educate others and build momentum for carbon pricing solutions more broadly outside of Swarthmore's campus. Switching gears a little bit, I also wanted to touch on our zero waste commitment, which is another huge pillar of our commitment to sustainability. Recognizing that here in Delaware County, all of the trash that we produce on campus ends up being burned in the incinerator in Chester. So we've put a lot of energy into building out a really comprehensive zero waste program on campus that involves recycling as well as pre and post consumer composting. We work with a composting partner in Media, Kitchen Harvest, to collect all of our campus compost so that we're able to reduce as much as we can the amount of waste that ends up at the incinerator. And we also do a lot of educational programming and different programs with reusable containers and silverware and things like that to overall try to reduce the amount of waste that is flowing in and out of our campus, regardless of whether or not it ends up in the recycling trash or compost. We know that from a full life cycle perspective, the most impactful thing we can do is just reduce the amount of stuff that ends up in the waste, whatever stream it ends up being. So this has been a huge priority of ours over the past few years and into the future. And I'll close just by, I think, emphasizing the point that as an educational institution, all of this operational work that we do is really designed to set the backdrop for us to be able to educate students to be sustainability leaders after they leave Swarthmore. Reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, reducing our waste certainly has an impact, but the biggest impact that we can have is by changing the way students see the world and pursue their careers and their work and their lives, whatever it is they do after they leave Swarthmore. If they can leave with kind of a sustainability mindset and think about how that intersects with whatever career they pursue, whether it's law, medicine, business, whatever it might be, if they can leave with an understanding of the urgency of environmental issues and how it intersects with everything they do, I think we've done our job of educating sustainability leaders and making a broader impact in the world. So with that, I'll close and take any questions. I also just want to emphasize that we really try to serve as a resource for the broader Delco community. So if you ever have any questions about any of our programs, things we're doing, anything like that, feel free to reach out to sustainability@swarthmore.edu and someone from our office will get back to you. Yeah, question? Yeah, so the question is what will be powering our backup generation system? It will be a natural gas fired system in the short term, recognizing that there's just currently not the technology available to power our whole campus without fossil fuel combustion. Not ideal from a sustainability perspective, but if we look at the cumulative runtime of that generator, it really won't be much in terms of like the broader scope of our greenhouse gas emissions. We are planning in the future to integrate battery storage into that system. We actually have space set aside kind of next to where we're building those generators, where in the future we hope to integrate batteries into this system once the price for batteries comes down a little bit more. Oh, do we have time for one more? Yeah, so all of the funding for these projects is part of the annual capital planning process that the college goes through, where we propose various capital projects to the Board of Managers, and they make funding decisions based on sort of different institutional priorities and that kind of thing. Donor funding is also a part of it. We had a donor who helped support the initial kind of construction phase for the GeoExchange plant in the dining hall and did a matching challenge and that kind of stuff. So we've seen a lot of donor interest as well in sustainability projects on campus. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Next is I'd like to introduce Waffia Murray from the City of Philadelphia's Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability, where she is the Indigo Program Manager. Waffia is nationally recognized expert in the realm of transportation equity with a background in nonprofit leadership and youth development. She has presented at several national conferences and provided technical assistance to numerous bike share and micromobility systems, working to incorporate equity within their work. As the Education Program Manager for the Bicycle Coalition of Greater Philadelphia, she coordinated its Safe Routes to School program, a national initiative promoting safety and physical activity in school-aged children through walking and biking. In her former role as the Better Bike Share Partnership Program Manager for the City of Philadelphia, Waffia worked to address barriers to the use of bike share for individuals with low income and BIPOC communities while increasing equitable access in micromobility systems worldwide. In her new role as Indigo Program Manager, Waffia is responsible for oversight, planning, and management of the City of Philadelphia's bike share program and the relationship between the city and the bicycle transit systems, Indigo's contracted operator. Waffia also serves as a board member for the North American Bike Share and Scooter Share Association. Today, Waffia will talk about equitable access to active transportation. Welcome, Waffia.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. It's good to be able to see people in person. It's been a while. I've been doing presentations virtually, so, excuse me if I need to get my bearings for just a little bit. But as mentioned, my name is, could we maybe tell the people in the back to quiet down a little bit? Just so that we can hear. Thank you. So my name is Waffia Murray. I work for the City of Philadelphia's Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability, OTIS for short, where I manage our Indigo bike share program. And so today I'm going to talk to you mainly about bike share, but the main thing will be talking about equitable access and shared micromobility, how we accomplish that through our work in the city of Philadelphia with Indigo bike share and shared micromobility. But I do want to say, even though a lot of the examples that I'll be using will be in relation to bike share, these are techniques that can be used to incorporate access within transportation as a whole. So just to give a little bit of background about the Indigo Bike Share program, Indigo Bike Share is owned by the city of Philadelphia. It is operated by our concessionaire Bicycle Transit Systems, and our lead sponsor is Independence Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We launched our system in April of 2015. Our birthday is next week on the 24th. And we started with 60 stations and 600 bikes, and we now have 160 stations and 16,000 bikes with a mix of classic and electric pedal assist. And we just hit our 5 millionth ride mark last month, and we have over 10,000 active pass holders, and it's continuing to grow. We also have a program called our Access Pass program, which is a discounted membership, which I'll talk a bit more about later, but we have 15% of our current ridership is Access Pass holders, and that number is also growing. City of Philadelphia is also a founding member of the Better Bike Share Partnership, which is a national initiative focused on equity and access and shared micromobility as a whole. So we work to not only incorporate equity and access within Philadelphia's bike share program, but also bike share and shared micromobility programs throughout the world. So I just want to start off with saying, whenever we're working to incorporate equity and access within transportation or just within planning in general, it is important to first acknowledge the history of transportation planning, especially with underserved communities and communities of color. There's a long history of projects being planned for people as opposed to with them. There's a lot of projects that have been transportation projects that have been built to separate and divide communities as opposed to bringing them together. And a lot of that historical planning and transportation planning was implemented thousands or hundreds of years ago is still in active use today. And a lot of that work people haven't forgotten. And so a lot of times when we come into a community and we want to implement a project, there's going to be some resistance, and for a good reason, because people are, they haven't forgotten the historic disenfranchisement that has happened within communities. So it's important to acknowledge that history, take accountability for it, and then work to move forward to build a better path. So the first step to building that better path is relationship building and trust. I always come with the perspective of planning is that it's like, going on a date. When you meet somebody, you go on a date, you want to get to know that person. You want to try to talk to them, get to know what they're interested in, as opposed to just talking about your own interests. And that's the same for transportation planning. When you go and you plan with the communities that you're working with, get to know a bit about them, get to focus on building up that trust that has been torn down over the years, and show them that, you're working to redo some of the past wrongs. You're working to really work together with this community. With the Indigo Bike Share program, we knew that if we wanted it to be successful, we had to incorporate equity from the forefront. The city of Philadelphia is very diverse. It has diverse cultures, races, backgrounds, ages, and we wanted to create a system that was accessible to everyone. And so to do that, we really hit the ground running, did community engagement, met people where they are within their community to learn about them and start to build that trust. So one of the ways to build that trust is to identify what are the community needs and concerns. A lot of times, bike share or other transportation projects or even some sustainability projects may not be top of mind for communities. A lot of times they're dealing with a lot of larger issues. They could be living in transit deserts or food deserts, or it could be lack of jobs or health issues that the community is focusing on, and other priorities may not be top of mind, but it's still important to learn what those priorities are and see if the program that you're offering can be a way to alleviate some of those issues or concerns. For instance, if a community is dealing with lack of jobs or lack of access to work, bike share can be an affordable, healthy way and reliable way to get back and forth to job, interviews, employment, etc. If you're dealing with health concerns, bike share or shared micromobility can be a great way to travel back and forth, good for health, mental and physical health. So identify what those needs are, not just about transportation, but what are the needs of the community, and see how you can work together to alleviate some of those. The next important thing is to make sure that you are implementing the feedback that you receive. That may sound simple, but a lot of times it does not happen. You know, people meet, and you have to understand these community members, they give you their valuable time to teach you about what's going on in their community, to help you plan and build together. And you want to make sure that you're implementing the feedback that you receive and make sure that you're hearing what they're telling you correctly. And so for us, some of the feedback that we heard was, it's important that people have actual access to our bike share system, meaning that, you know, they have systems within their neighborhood and that they don't need to take a plane, automobile, boat just to get to the bike share system, because that defeats the purpose. So for us, we make sure that we're talking with community members to find out where they would like a bike share station located, and then work to them to implement and install that bike share system in their area. So not just in downtown Center City or universities, but actually bike share stations in neighborhoods. Another point of feedback that we heard was affordability. So for some people, a monthly membership for $12 a month is affordable, or $17 a month is affordable. But for some people, depending on how your income is set up, that can be a large barrier. So it was important for us to be able to have different levels of, have different payment options and different payment levels to suit the different, you know, needs of people in terms of what they can afford. So we implemented an Access Pass program, which is a discounted membership. So anyone who has a PA Access card who qualifies for state benefits, they're able to get a discounted membership for $5 a month or $48 a year. Also, education and encouragement was a huge piece. When you're implementing, especially when you're implementing something new, like bike share was really new at the time, it was important for us to educate people on what bike share is, how the program operates, and also just educating people on how to ride and use the system safely. So with that, we offer free bike safety education classes. We teach people how to ride. You know, some people haven't ridden a bike in years, or some people may not know how to ride. So taking the time to teach people how to ride safely, teaching people the rules of the road, letting them know that there are laws for cyclists, and helping them to plan out their route, as well as actually having group rides where you get people on the bike to ride around in the community, see how, you know, convenient biking and bike share can actually be. And those classes and rides really make a world of difference in, you know, not just helping to convert people to be able to use bike share, but also just showing them how they can explore their neighborhood and their communities in a new way. It's also important to understand that this work spans for all ages. You know, it's not just millennials, it's not just, you know, teenagers or young adults, etc. It's a mixture of all ages. And that was something that we really heard from our community members, is so even though our bike share system, we do have an age requirement of 14 and up, but community members were like, we still need to know, what are you doing for our youth? What are you doing for our seniors? How are you engaging everyone in our community? And so we keep that in mind. So we provide education classes for youth, even though they can't, even for the youth that are under 14, even though they cannot use the Indigo bike share bikes, we work with other organizations or bike shops to rent some of the youth bikes to provide them with education classes and encouragement as well, because they are the future cyclists and riders of tomorrow, so it's important to educate them and support them as well. We also do rides and classes with our high school students, other youth, and we also do a lot of programming with our seniors. Some people assume that, you know, when you get a certain age that you don't need to be engaged or that you won't participate, and that is totally false. So we provide encouragement and classes and things for all ages, and we continue to work with our community to find out what are the best mechanisms and resources to identify those that need to be, that want to be a part of our program, and the best way to get the message to reach them. Another really important thing is to understand how you're marketing your program and your information. You know, everybody's not on social media, everyone is not checking their email, everyone's not on Twitter. So making sure that you're talking with the community that you're looking to serve and find out what's the best way to get this information to you. Is it a local newspaper? Is it a local newspaper? Is it a mailer? Is it a door hanger? Is it putting something in the mailbox, or even sometimes knocking on doors? The next thing is to have a joint co-creation and co-development process. So when we were working to implement our bike share program, we made sure that we had a diversity of voices and backgrounds at the table. If you're looking to implement something and you look around and everyone at the table looks like you, or everyone has the same lived experiences, then you're going to implement programs and initiatives that are the same and that everyone at the table sees. But when you have a mixture of diversity, of backgrounds and cultures and races and ages, then you get a diversity in the programs and the outputs that you put out. And it also helps you to meet the needs of the diversity of your city, of your riders, of the people that you are looking to serve. So it's important to make sure that you have representation and diversity at the table, also in decision making. A lot of times you see diversity, you know, with maybe those that are working on the ground in the communities, but in your leadership, everybody may look the same. But it's important to have that diversity in all levels of decision making, and to also have community members that you're looking to serve at the table along with you. The next thing is understanding that communities are powerful. A lot of times when people are planning things, they think, oh, let me come into this community and, you know, I need to educate them, or I need to empower them on this idea or that idea. That is false. Communities are strong, communities are powerful. They have been making lemonade out of lemons for years. They have been building things even though they may have limited resources, and they make things work, and they do a lot of great things. So don't come in assuming that you are the expert about that community. The community is the expert about that community. And if you are looking to truly engage them and work with them, you need to come in with a listening ear and really learn, as I mentioned before, what are some of the needs, what are some of the assets, and really have a conversation with them. So yeah, understanding that communities are powerful. They don't need people to come in and be, you know, the Avengers. They have that covered. You need to come in and listen and learn from them. The other thing I just want to mention is to also, so I said think beyond the bike, but this one could really be just think beyond, you know, just the program that you're looking to implement. So we use bike share, but we use bike share as a tool for access to resources and opportunities. So when we think about programs and how we can reach people that maybe aren't necessarily, you know, bike enthusiasts, or we want to be able to reach people who don't think about biking as the first thought. And so to do that, we have to think outside of the box about how we engage people in the programs that we implement. So for instance, one of the programs that we have is called Wheels to Work. So that is an initiative that incorporates workforce development and job readiness skills with bike share and biking education. So we offer a 4-week online free course where people come, they learn about how to build out a resume, how to network, how to interview skills and things like that, in addition to learning about biking education and bike safety, and they go on group rides and participate in classes. And at the end of completion of the course, you get a free 6-month membership to Indigo. So that is a way of connecting with some of the other larger concerns within the community. It's also a way to connect biking to another larger issue and being able to bring new people into the program. So you can use bike share as a safe and reliable, affordable way to get back and forth to that first, you know, job interview, or that first week of work when you may not have enough money to afford a SEPTA pass. You can use bike share and we can help you out with that. We also have a similar program, Digital Skills Bicycle Thrills, which connects biking to digital access and digital literacy. One of the pieces of feedback that we heard from the community is that, you know, everyone is not online, or everyone isn't, you know, digitally savvy. So we work with instructors to provide a course that teaches, you know, basic digital literacy skills, how to implement an email address, how to create a LinkedIn page, how to, even browse the Indigo rideshare website so that people understand how to use it. So thinking outside of the box and thinking how you can connect your program or your initiative to other initiatives within the community. And last but not least, I just want to say, don't be afraid. A lot of times when people start talking about equity and community engagement, people get afraid because it's not easy work. Like I said before, there's a history of, past wrongs, there's a history of, inequities within the landscape of just history. And so when you're going and you're having those initial conversations, it won't be easy. You will possibly get some pushback, but you need to understand that you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable in order to make real change happen. And you have to take the time to have those conversations to really build that relationship building and that trust, as I mentioned earlier. And once you do it, the process becomes so much easier. Like when we initially did our bike share system, and we took that about at least a year plus to just have conversations with people, to just talk with community members, learn about them, learn about their history, talk to them about what bike share is. The fact that we did that engagement early on when we went in to put the stations down, the process went so much easier. And now we're in a space where, people reach out to us and say, hey, can we get a bike share system in our neighborhood? Can we get a class in our area? Because they've seen the work that we've done previously, we've built that trust, and now people come to us and they're asking us to help incorporate programming. So do not be afraid, it's well worth it. What you don't want to do is implement a program and then have it not work out, and then you have to go back and start from scratch because you didn't do the community engagement or outreach work that you needed to do in the beginning. So that is all I wanted to say. Also, if you have additional questions, you can check out the Indigo website or the Better Bike Share Partnership website for more details. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Yes, the question was, how successful has the bike share program been, and has there been an uptake? So yes, it's been, the bike share system has worked very, very well, and there's really been a huge uptake since the pandemic. I think, given the pandemic, people have used bike share as a way to, commute safely. They may not feel as comfortable going on public transit yet, or also a lot of people have turned to biking for, physical activity as well as mental relief. A lot of people say how biking really helps them with their mental health and things like that. So we've seen a constant uptake. Each month, our ridership is, surpassed what we had the previous year. So we're really good to see that. Yeah, so our bike share, we are really happy that our bike share the bike share system is really being used by the city as a whole. So within communities of color, within non-English speaking communities throughout the city. And a lot of that is due to the community engagement and outreach work that we do, really talking to community members and finding out, what are those barriers to bike share, and then working jointly with those communities to come up with programs and initiatives to help alleviate those barriers. And also just having systems within the community. A lot of bike share systems in some cities will only have bikes in downtown Center City or at colleges or universities and not actually in neighborhoods. And it's important to be able, there needs to be connectivity. People need to be able to walk outside or just walk a block or two to pick up the bike and then, bike to downtown or other places that they need to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Waffia. It's so important that there's equity within everything that we do. So please welcome our next speaker, Melody Mason. Melody grew up in Harlem, New York, around what she describes as crime, violence, and death. This unsettling background nurtured a zeal and passion within her to help other communities experiencing similar issues to break this cycle. Today, she is working with residents to develop programs that address food security, greening, and urban agriculture. Melody is a local, quote-unquote, farmer in the tri-state area. She has a certification in urban agriculture from Growing Power, Inc., and she is a certified tree tender through the Philadelphia Horticultural Society. She is also a member of the Chester Shade Tree Commission. Today, Melody will discuss sustainability, stewardship, and youth participation. Welcome, Melody.
I didn't mean to make that noise, but I just want to be able to speak and you hear me. So good morning, everybody. I know you may be, a little restless. I may need a break, so I won't be long. So first of all, I want to, of course, thank the Creator God for just allowing me to be here today, because I don't take that for granted at all. And I also have to, of course, thank Lisa Gaffney and the Shade Tree Committee for inviting me to speak today. Yes, I did grow up in Harlem, and all of this stuff is brand new to me. I went to school for social work, and I've been in Chester, for about 10 years as a intensive case social worker, working with mental health and drug and alcohol. So I know a lot of people in Chester. So I'm representing Chester today. So, and the people in Chester in particular, because I feel as though our people need to be represented. So I'm here today. I'm going to start off with this video, very short video of what sustainability community could look like. Okay, so that was something that I believe we can bring to Chester. So I looked up the definition of sustainability, and of course I got these definitions. But for me and the people that I work with, small changes we can do to help the planet is what, I want to focus on. Because, locally, to me, is key to doing everything. You have to do what you can do where you at, because every dynamic is different every place. I can't grow a tomato in Chester and have the same result maybe if I did in Delaware. So everything is different, and I'm learning so much. So again, I just think when it comes to sustainability, I think I always strive to think local and, of course, think of the youth that I work with. So this gentleman here, the tall man, he used to play basketball years ago. His name is Will Allen. So Will Allen was the person that helped Michelle Obama when she was in the White House. So that's who I very first got trained by. And I thank Will Allen because he kept it real simple. He didn't speak words that I didn't know, because again, I didn't grow up knowing about all of this stuff. I didn't know the Latin terms for these words of flowers. I didn't know this, I didn't know that. However, we came back, and I came to Lisa Gaffney and them, and I told them that we wanted to build a hoop house. So I went to 5 different resources in Chester, and finally, one of them allowed us to use the space up in the fairgrounds where you could see me in the middle. That's cabbage we was growing. That's when our hoop house was thriving. My little granddaughter right there. In the wintertime, you see we have on coats, and we growing salad, of course. So, and then now, the other day, I went up to the hoop house, and unfortunately, that picture at the bottom is how it looks now, unfortunately, because what happened was Lisa, again, helped me to get this, find this space and go to these places to get it. So because it was my vision, I did most of the work. However, a lot of the people, we physically built the hoop house. We built, I got a certification in vermicomposting. We had composting bins. We grew watermelon in Chester. We grew onions in Chester. You name it, we grew it. Widener helped us. The students helped us. We got help from the University of, not the University of Delaware State College helped us. So unfortunately, it wasn't able to sustain itself because I thought the community would get more involved. However, I realized that I didn't engage the community as much as I could have, I want to say, or educated them. Even though some of my clients, they came up and they wanted to help and they did help, but I wasn't able to sustain it by myself. So, anybody ever heard of Malcolm X and knew how people get their X? You might know. Anyway, how we got our X and how he got his X is we had to memorize the total, we had to memorize what is called student enrollment and actual facts. So actual facts is we had to learn the area of the water and the land. And that was the first time that I even thought about the concept, but we had to memorize it and we had to find out what it meant for us to at least even understand what land meant to us. Because in New York, it didn't mean nothing to me because we didn't grow things. And because if I took an apple off a tree, I thought that it might get poisoned or something. So that's how far away from nature I was until, again, I started learning different things. So this is one of the bugs that I learned in our community that we only knew of, and that was the roach, unfortunately. So, and for real, some of the children that I see today, they don't understand what bugs are. So I'm involved in the Master Garden program, and I got certified in 2019. And I mean, I am learning so much from this program alone. However, I just think that we need to involve a youth component to it so we can involve more children, so children can understand, because where I'm working at now, the children love it. I'm teaching pre-K through 19-year-olds, and they love, I'm teaching them about bees, I'm teaching about this, we growing food, we doing all of these different things. So thank you so much, Holly, and all of the people, the Master Gardeners, because we volunteer and we help, and I mean, this program has helped me even get here today, too. So I'm a tree tender also, and these programs, I like to say that we have to share with other people, especially in this community, period, is because we just not aware. A lot of us is just not familiar with really what's going on here and how it benefits us all. You know, learning that, you know, planting them trees and stuff and learning the names of them and learning how to prune them and learning all of these things that I learned through tree tenders and all of the people I work with has helped me to be a better person. I have changed, believe me. So I did a survey about the sustainability questions that we thought was important, me and a few people, and I called some people instead of having to go walking door to door or anything like that. And a lot of people, of course, haven't heard of Shade Tree and what, you know, they do here in Chester, and a lot of people don't understand what storm runoff mean or the storm water management, and sustainability means different things to different people. So we did do a little bit of research there. So I wanted to say personally, when I get up in the morning, I try to go for a walk after I say my prayer. So after I go for a walk, I'm looking now consciously at drains like this one, and I'm cleaning them myself if I have to. Because a lot of times children don't even realize that the pollution and everything that's around us, it's all gonna affect us all. So we all need to be educated because this affects us all. So I start making conscious decisions, and when I see stuff like that, I clean it. So that's what I did. So here, I'm in the watershed, the Master Watershed training now, and I'm learning so much again about different bugs and, you know, all of these different things. And the picture with the two students there, we're doing a hydroponic system right now where we teaching children how to grow food without soil. That's hydroponics, and They love it. This is the 4-H program that I'm involved in as well. So I think a 4-H program needs to be in Chester. It needs to be talked about. I think every child in Chester, starting at pre-K, should know what a 4-H program means and what it could do for us moving forward. Last week we hatched some chickens, and everybody loved the chickens. That's a little chicken right there in the picture on the left. So I just wanted to show that picture. And these are, of course, sustainable development goals for nationwide. And some of my friends in New York was sharing with me some of the things they're working on. And we all seem to be working on similar things. So I think we all have to work together. I think we need more diversity moving forward. We need to involve more young people. So I enjoy teaching young people. I do classes. I do different things. So there's a lot right there in Chester. And that lot is huge. And I believe, that's just my thought, that we could turn it into like a community petting farm here in Chester. We don't have to go somewhere else. And believe me, they doing it other places. So why not bring it home to Chester? So we could teach them about the bees, why they pollinators, and why they're important to our ecosystem. We could have a barn. We can have goats there. We can have a chicken coop. We can have a tree orchard. We can have some space for workshops, of course. We can have a small hoop house, because hoop houses serve a purpose for allowing us to do a lot of things. We could teach and have compost bins. We could also have rain barrels, and we could have a pavilion for bad weather in case you want to come and it's raining. We could still, have it. So that's a little goat I have right there in my hand. And again, I got a letter from the 4-H program. If you have a pet or an animal and it's a pet and it's used for educational purposes, you can have it. So why not have it here in Chester? So this is a little plan for that lot that you seen a few minutes ago. And hopefully some people here, since we have funding and resources here, maybe we could talk about how we could next year say how we can measure what progress we made in doing something like this. It don't have to be the lot that I showed you. It could be somewhere else, but I'm willing to help and us to become, oh, they spelled my name wrong. It's my grandmother's name, Edith, EDITH, familyfarms.com. So I hope I was able to, share with you some of our goals, and I like and thank all the presenters that was here today, and thank you so much, Sean, because you helped me a lot with this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melody. Excuse me. Oh.
Just a couple announcements. First of all, thank you so much to our speakers. You're so inspiring. But we have a few announcements before we go to lunch. First of all, we have electric vehicles outside, and we encourage you during the lunch hour to take a look at them. There are about 20. And we'd like to thank Tony, are you here? Bandiero, yes. He's from EPACT. He had organized that. And secondly, we are going to have a drawing for tickets to the soccer games here. So there are tickets that will be used that you take off, and then we'll do a drawing. So please take a look at those. Danielle, do you know anything about that, where they're at? Oh, great. Well, take a look. There's a table out there for you guys. Carol, would you like to wrap it up?
Thank you, Francine. Lunch is next, so please go to the other side of the floor, the other side of this conference center for lunch, and lunch will end at 1, then you can come back here. And during lunch, we'll have a Sustained Delco Award ceremony that will be taking place. So thank you to all of our speakers, thank you to all of you. Enjoy lunch, and then we'll see you back here for the program. Thank you.
Check 1, 2.
Oh, thank you. Hi, welcome back, everybody. If you can come on over and we'll continue with the rest of our programming. I hope you're having a wonderful time, and I hope you're actually doing a lot of great networking too. So come on over and we'll get started. Hi, everyone. If you can make your way over, we'll continue with the program. And we're also going to have a drawing for, I guess, free tickets. So make sure you're over here to hear your name. We'll do that shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying for the afternoon. We have a brief announcement that we'd like to have Peter Puglisi say, please.
Hello, everybody. I am with Solarize Delco, which is a nonprofit that is facilitating solar implementation by a group purchase program. And we are announcing today a partnership with Community Action Agency of Delaware County to launch a grant program available for income-limited homeowners in Delaware County. And so you can get more information on the grant program either on Solarize Delco's website, solarizedelco.org, or the Community Action Agency of Delaware County, which I believe is CADIC.org. So anyone who is eligible for CADIC's fantastic free weatherization program, which not enough people know about, but has been in place for decades, will also qualify for a grant to help bring down the cost of solar to be competitive with someone's utility bills. So I'm very proud that Solarize Delco is launching this program and happy to have the assistance and the partnership with Community Action Agency of Delaware County. So thank you very much. And if you're interested in solar, look us up, solarizedelco.org. Thank you.
And so at this moment, if you have a ticket, we would like you to take a look at it. And our fearless leader, Mr. Howard Lazarus, is going to open up a bag and pick out we have seven winners that have 4 tickets each. So, Howard, I'll hold the bag. And he will read out the number.
There's a metaphor in that Francine always is left holding the bag. She asked me to do this because, rather than her financial staff, because while I'm an engineer and their accountants are both good at numbers, but they don't have the charm and charisma of an engineer. So we're going to do this 14 times.
7. 7
times. Just remember, engineers are dealing estimates, not in exact numbers. So the first number is 185465. So if you're the lucky recipient of 4 union tickets, you should go see Pam Pitts, and I don't know where Pam is hiding.
She is all the way at the other end.
All the way at the other end of the floor. So it's
465. Who won?
465. Do you have to be present to win?
If you're not here, we're going to call another one.
All right, you have to
You snooze, you lose.
You have to stand up and shout. Just the last 3?
I don't know.
185417. 417. Uh-oh. There's only like 23 numbers in the bag, so somebody's got to claim them. 185478. 478.
Where are these people?
I don't know.
They're going to watch the live stream of this. Yeah.
185466.
Okay, if this doesn't work, then there's a problem.
You're literally going to get stuck holding the bag.
I know, as usual.
Okay. 185438. Woo!
Thank you.
1 down, 6 to go.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. 185453. 453. All right. 185459.
Jacqueline, thank you. Thank you for winning.
I think we're losing out to the EVs. It's far more exciting.
Right, they're EVs.
185415. 185474.
Okay. Oh, he's holding it.
185460. You sure?
All right, that's weird.
185445.
Woo! We have a winner. That's number 3.
Number 3?
That's number 3.
We got 3 winners?
Yes, we have 3. We have 3 winners so far. Oh, you need.
I need more numbers.
Sorry. I should have known that.
All right. 185440. 440.
Somebody must be close.
It's okay, we're running out of numbers, so you get there. 185443. Arg. 185428. 428.
All right. You know, maybe we should do the second half later.
Hey.
All right.
Yeah, we have 3 more.
3 more. 3 more. Okay, you're a winner. You have to go to Pam Pitts at the end, or right now if you'd like.
Odds are still pretty.
She's near the catering area. Thank you. I'll give
185-452.
452.
185-480. There we go. We have a winner. So that's 5 winners.
Okay, we have 2 more.
Okay. We actually could do more if we have more tickets.
We're giving 4 tickets per person.
I know. Thanks, Sean. 185-461. 461. 185-467.
Oh, you look so excited.
So we have 1 set of tickets left.
1, and these are 4 tickets per person here.
Right.
For this very stadium.
To the hottest show in town, or as they used to say, the greatest show on turf.
Yes.
185-448.
Woo! Awesome. All right, hold on to those. I'm putting these in here.
So these are the winners. I will give them to Ms. Pitts in case you don't get over there right away.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you all for participating. Thanks for coming back from lunch. Thank you.
Carol. Back to business.
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch, and thank you for coming back, and that was fun to do the drawing. We are very fortunate today to have Delaware County's first Public Health Director here today, Melissa Lyon. Melissa has served as the director since January of 2022. Prior to her role in Delaware County, she served as the director for Erie County, Pennsylvania Department of Health for 8 years. Her main role and her passion are to engage communities in the decision-making process to create a healthy, thriving community. She strives to ensure that health is represented in every community conversation and every decision. The national trend is to forge strong public-private partnerships to tackle the health priorities of a community. She desires Delaware County to become a model city for health and wellness through public-private partnership. Today, Melissa will discuss public health, what you need to know. Please welcome Melissa.
Thank you kindly for that introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and I don't enjoy standing behind a podium due to my stature. It looks very awkward. So I take the mic, and you'll see me sort of move around a little bit as I do my presentation. It was lovely to hear, what I strive for. I love public health. I honestly, public health couldn't be more true to my heart and what I believe in. As I'm listening to that, I'm thinking, we're a startup public health department, so you're really going to hear the fundamental portions of what a public health department is responsible for, and it's not the sexy stuff that we all just heard about in my bio, right? It's the fundamental work that we're required to do. So that's what you're going to hear about from me today. And I'll do my best to stay timely. So this is the team that we've put together. There's a few more of them now, but that was roughly the end of March. So you can see we've done a really nice job taking into consideration our diversity of our staff. We're very proud of that. So I'm going to leave this slide up while I talk a little bit about the pandemic made public health a household word. And it made a lot of people think they knew what public health was. They talk about epidemiology now, contact tracing, herd immunity, quarantine, isolation. And now we have a country full of public health experts. I'm actually here to tell you there's a lot more that happens in a public health department than just COVID-19 case investigation and disease control. Some of the things that you may not think about, seat belts. That's a public health intervention.
Safety measures in cars, such as airbags. That's a public health intervention. Fluoride in your toothpaste, public health intervention. Bicycle helmets, public health intervention. Crosswalks, public health interventions. We tend to do our work to prevent injury, illness, disease, and premature death. That is our job. So ultimately, we want to prevent illness. We don't even want you to become sick that then creates disease states. So we're always looking to the behind the scenes, how are we keeping communities healthy and safe? And then injury or premature death is what we measure as well, which is why you can imagine there are car seats for children. We saw over decades of data that children that are not restrained were dying in car accidents. So car seats are that. Speed limits, that's a public health intervention. If you've noticed speed limits are going higher, you know why? Because our cars are safer. We have found that if you're in a car accident with seat belts and airbags and all of those things, you can still survive car accidents. The numbers are still low. So this is all the work we sort of do that doesn't necessarily happen in the walls of public health in Delaware County, but I wanted to give you examples of the advancements that come from public health. So some of the stuff that you don't normally see, and it's around epidemiology, which we know we have a country full of epidemiology experts that sit in their homes and make predictions about all kinds of things. But I'm here to tell you what really epidemiology is about. So there are 75 reportable diseases in Pennsylvania, and I'll just give you a few of them for your pleasure. We have hantavirus, we have giardia, we have diphtheria, cholera, rabies, legionella, malaria, Lyme, mumps, the plague, SARS, smallpox, strep, group A, syphilis, tetanus, trichinosis, tuberculosis, typhoid. Those are just a few. And every day we receive reports on those diseases. They are individuals that may have tested positive or been exposed to or live within our communities that may have to have a follow-up conversation with one of our staff and determine, have you been properly treated? Have you received the right education? Have you been in contact with other people? Because it could very well be infectious or communicable. You could transmit it. And the job of the public health department is to prevent the spread of the disease, to protect the rest of the population from infectious and communicable diseases. If we find that there are multiple cases, let's say E. coli, we may track that back to an outbreak. The epidemiologist is responsible for the outbreak. They are determining where did the E. coli come from. Was it contaminated food? Was it contaminated water? Was it a special event? Was it a product that you purchased? Does it tie back to a national outbreak? So what I'm saying here is there's a lot of work we do that's very, very invisible. When we're doing our job very well, you don't even know about us. We're preventing diseases every day out of this particular area in the public health department. So we have a bit of an invisibility crisis. We call ourselves an invisible army. So, before I go on, I did want to give you a couple of statistics just to tell you, since April 4th was the first day the Delaware County Health Department took over this work, and we're now April 22nd, I think, we've had 472 reportable diseases in that amount of time. So those are the numbers that we've dealt with. About 250 are COVID. We've had hepatitis C, B, we've had Lyme, we've had strep, Campylobacter, influenza, Hep E, Listeria, malaria, Salmonella, Shigella, and Varicella. So we're doing great work. You all need to know that, and it's very invisible, and you've not seen it. So our mission, vision, and values are very important in how we designed the work that we want to do. You can see equity is at the top of that. And what is equity? Equity actually means that we are striving that every single resident in Delaware County has access to a healthy and vibrant life, regardless of their situation, regardless of their income, their education, their race, their gender, their ethnicity, their culture, their transportation, their zip code, any life circumstances that result in trauma. We are striving to have every piece of that being taken into consideration for all of the work that we do. So we would call those the social determinants of health, and our job is to remove those barriers so that everyone has the same and equitable access. That's kind of the sexy work that we want to be doing. If you remember, I told you about the not sexy work, the reportable diseases, right? So that's the stuff that it's going to take some time for us to get to some of this really exciting 21st century public health. We built our collaboration is a main value of the Delaware County Health Department: leadership, accountability, innovation, and stewardship. What we are not a social service program. We are not a welfare program. I believe that there have been some conversations that public health is only for poor people. Public health is only for people that don't have insurance. Public health is only for people that can't get access to health care. That is a myth. That is not true. Everything that we do for every resident that lives here, any person that travels through here, visits here, recreates here, flies through the airport here. That is all within the responsibility to make sure that they are safe and they're healthy and they're not being exposed to hazards. And we've also taken into consideration inclusion and dignity in our settings. So when you visit our buildings, if you ever have the opportunity to, we've done a really incredible job to take into consideration different races and cultures, ethnicities that may be coming into our buildings, so that everyone feels included, they feel that they're being represented by the service, that they feel that there's dignity with anything that they have brought to us that needs to be taken care of. So there are 3 P's in public health, and the 3 P's are promote, protect, and prevent. So we prevent injury, illness, disease, premature death through promoting healthy lifestyles and behavior and protecting our environment. That's physical and built environment where we live, work, worship, and play. So this is the team of leaders that we have at the Delaware County Health Department. They are not with me today because, believe it or not, we are incredibly busy. But some of these names you may know. We have a Deputy Director, Laura Werner, and our environmental health is Marie Carbonara, Administrator of Personal Health, Stephanie Reese, Interim Administrator of the Bureau of Population Health. Some of you may know Rosemary Halt. She's also the chair for the Board of Health. She will be transitioning out. She really has been the champion of this public health department and put a lot of sweat equity into it. Our CFO is Charles Walmsley, goes by Chris. Public health physician, Dr. O'Mahony, and chief epidemiologist is Victor Roulon. So some of our key components in environmental health are retail food service establishments. So most of these are restaurants or where you buy or purchase food. And we know that food is actually, believe it or not, every time you're eating, you're putting yourself at potential risk for foodborne outbreak, foodborne illness. So it's really important that we do what we call our inspections to make sure all the food that you are consuming is as safe as possible. And then it's being handled appropriately so as not to contaminate food that you're going to consume. Let's see if I put, so all of this is built around populations. So for example, when we're talking about food service establishments, that population is everyone that dines there. We're protecting all of those diners. If we do a school inspection, the population we're protecting is all of the children that attend that school and or the employees that work within that school. If you talk about Oh, a good example was when we were talking about food service workers or those that worked in bars and restaurants. Clean Indoor Air Act, so the non-smoking indoors, that was to protect workers. That's what that was about. It was a population that we needed to protect. We found that they actually had higher cases of lung cancer. Children's in campgrounds, same concept, daycares, so on and so forth. So we do pool inspections. So pool inspections is to prevent two things: injury from drowning, as well as making sure that the water that you are swimming in is not contaminated with particularly fecal matter. If I don't have a conference and don't get to talk about poop, I wouldn't be doing my job. So I'm glad I snuck in some fecal matter there for you. So in reality it's to make sure that the water has the appropriate contact time or treatment so that if you're in a public pool, it's safe to swim in. Splash pads in particular, I don't know if this interests you, but splash pads in particular have to have a longer contact time because it's less water that circulates in a splash pad or those, the water dumps down. So it's less water, so it actually has to have more contact time because the concentration of fecal matter is higher. You will never go to a splash pad or be in a public pool again after today's presentation. You can see there at campgrounds, we have the opportunity to do on-site sewer inspections and installations. So Delaware County is is often on municipal sewer systems, but we do have some areas where we call them on-lot private septics and private wells. And then the West Nile virus program, these are just highlighting some of the things that we have here. Very interesting is our job is to identify pools of mosquitoes that may be potential vectors for West Nile virus, and if we find that those mosquitoes exist there, we will treat them. Typically, we would try to treat them at the larval stage before they actually get to the adult stage. But in the larval stage, we use these things they're called dunks, and it just prevents the larva from actually maturing to an adult. And this conference is all about, sustainability, and they're not toxic. They're not toxic. So cattle, we can put them in if you have livestock tanks, or you can put them in your flower pots or anywhere, and animals can drink them, and it's non-harmful. It's population health. This is where we this particular bureau is one that is not required by what we call Act 315 and Act 12. That's the Pennsylvania regulations that allow us to be a local public health department and help fund us. We have to have an environmental administration and personal health. We're not required to have population health per se to be considered a local public health department, but this is where the 21st century public health work is really going to stem from. So we'll be doing a community health needs assessment. There is many regional community health needs assessments that have been accomplished, and they've been quite valuable, but I know that there's a lot of requests for hyper-local data. I've heard this a number of times that Delaware County wants Delaware County data to be making decisions. And so with that, hopeful that we'll be able to do our own BRFSS, which is a behavioral risk factor surveillance survey, where we will collect the data that represents Delaware County specifically. And we won't actually be extrapolating it from other reports. So that'll be one of our main documents that come out of this area, and then we'll build plans. Community health improvement plan will be built in there, a strategic plan will be built in there, and we will be setting outcomes, and not outputs, actual outcomes, where we're saying this is the chronic disease current state, and then we would like this chronic disease to decrease by X amount. And we will actually watch and track its performance management to see if we're doing that. Now, outputs are all the things that we're going to be doing to try to accomplish the outcome. And they will be set in probably 3 to 5 year outcomes. So there's a lot of work to be done ahead of us. So that's to highlight a few of the things there. The emergency response to the pandemic sits in this division. And you know a lot about that and how much work they did, but we'll also do additional drills and exercises moving forward. Over the years, there's been anthrax, H1N1, Ebola, and that work sits in population health. And last, we have a wellness call center that I think is important to highlight, because our call center actually, we want people serving people. So when you call, you get a very brief message that's recorded, but you press a number and you talk to a live person. We have 4 people answering the phones all day long. And we have a 24-hour service, so even after hours, a service picks up. The last division, which I talked quite a bit about this actually from the epi side of things, we have tuberculosis treatment, management and treatment. So anyone that's been identified for active TB or latent TB, we provide them treatment. It's called direct observational therapy. A lot of the latent TBs don't have proof that they've completed their medications, so we offer that at no cost. But it's to protect populations. So it's clinical, but it's about protecting others. Vaccines for children program, so it's free vaccines for children, their childhood immunizations. We will also be able to provide those childhood immunizations to adults that may not have received them when they were children or do not have records of receiving them. That's often our new Americans or refugees that live in our communities that just don't have proof or maybe never had the opportunity. We can provide them childhood immunizations as adults. Insurances don't cover that. Our STDs, syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, again, it's about protecting the populations from those. We have HIV services, and then I talked about the reportable diseases. Our maternal child health programs are really going to be built around getting every mom, contact with every mom. We're calling it a doula program. It's still yet to be built out, but they will have an interaction with the public health department before they leave the hospital so that they have access to resources that they need. I didn't talk about rabies, but we have rabies bites investigations, and that's because rabies is absolutely deadly if not followed up upon, if there were someone to be positive. So again, all of this is population focused. So while it looks like it's clinical services, we are not a safety net for primary care providers. That's not what we are. And so I'm actually at my last slide. It was just to give you Delaware, I mean, there's 2 more slides, but this is the one I was going to leave up. Delaware County, our website, and the phone number there, and our email that you can send any questions to. So coming to that, questions, I got, I had, it says 44 seconds, but I'm willing to take some questions. I know that was a lot to digest in 25 minutes or so. So the question was, are we working on childhood lead poisoning at all? We have lead is a reportable, so any lead that's an elevated blood lead level, we actually have to follow up on to make sure that there's case management around that particular. Lead prevention, we have some products, we have some programs that we're planning to put forward. So for an example would be a point of care machine to distribute into the community so that children can get their blood lead levels taken at the ages 1 and 2 and then reported regularly so then we can have follow-up. We're also looking at a lead report to see the number of children that we believe are or are not actually getting their screenings. As far as remediation and along those lines, that doesn't necessarily fall into our wheelhouse right now. But we would partner with them. Cleaning is one of the best things that people can do to prevent the lead being consumed by children. Do I have time for another question? Yeah.
Is the emergency management plan consistent with protections about global warming?
Oh, so is the emergency management plan really connected to global warming or climate change? Is that the question? So ultimately, the emergency response plan has some very scriptive pieces that come from the federal government on what we're expected to accomplish from a public health perspective. The all hazards plan, which is typically taken care of in collaboration with or exclusively by emergency services, takes into consideration all of the events that may happen due to climate change. So flooding, extreme storms, and so on and so forth. And that connects into public health. Our particular component is about vulnerable populations. So who are our most vulnerable populations during an emergency? And let's say it's food insecurity, maybe heat. So it does take into consideration some of those things. I can't say that it purposely calls it out, and I think there's probably a lot of opportunity to do more around that. I hope that helps answer your question some. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Next up is Justin Trezza. Justin is the Community Gardens Program Director for the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society. Justin joined PHS as its Director of Community Gardens Program in 2017 after having worked with several agroecological and grassroots organizations. Justin works closely with his team, which includes the City of Harvest Initiative, and that supports community and cooperative gardens throughout Philadelphia for a successful growing season. Today, Justin will talk about the impact of green spaces on health and well-being. Welcome, Justin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and thank you, Francine and the sustainability team for this great work. If some of you haven't already checked it out, I'd suggest after the afternoon, check out the Subaru Garden for Good, which PHS helps support. It's just a 2-minute walk around here. So you're probably wondering, what does gardening, greening have to do with health and wellness? Well, I'm going to get into that. I know we think gardens are pretty, they smell good, but there's a lot of other benefits they have to not just us as individuals, but our society. The second thing I'll say is, I can't talk about the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society without mentioning the flower show, which is what we're most famous for. So I'll just make the plug right now, a 30-second plug. So if you haven't gotten your tickets, June 10th to 19th, check out the flower show. It's going to be outside once again at FDR Park, so I would encourage everyone to do it. It being outside definitely creates a new environment. So that is my flower show plug. So about PHS. So we are not a young organization. We will be having our bicentennial in 2027, surprisingly. And yeah, PHS, as we go by, uses horticulture to advance the health and well-being of the greater Philadelphia area. And we do this really working in tandem with the community. We work very closely with our community partners, with residents and individuals to really think of this idea as gardening for the greater good, for gardening for humanity, gardening for society. And we really believe that gardening is for everyone. You don't have to have a green thumb to garden. We want it to be inclusive and open to everyone. So what's our vision? As I mentioned, horticulture to advance the health and well-being of the greater Philadelphia area. We also, really work with a diverse group of audience members. And we do this by focusing in 4 primary impact areas. The first is creating healthy and living environments. What we mean by that is, exactly what it says there. Community gardens, for example, urban farms. Secondly, increasing access to fresh food. All individuals should have that benefit of being able to not just access food, but access healthy, nutritious food. Third, building meaningful social connections. So we have found that, by gardening, you bring neighbors together, you bring unique cultures together, you bring different generations together. And then lastly, expanding economic opportunity. And we do this through 3 primary impact areas, or programs. Our public gardens and landscapes. So PHS manages several public landscapes and gardens in Philadelphia. So the Rodin Museum, Logan Circle. We also manage the spaces at the Philadelphia Naval Yard. Also our Healthy Neighborhoods division, which is what I'm going to be speaking about today, and then shows and events, which includes our flower show. So about the Healthy Neighborhoods division. So Healthy Neighborhoods is broken up into 4 groups: community gardens, which I oversee, the trees program, stormwater solutions, which includes our rain check program, and then our vacant lot and workforce development program. And I'll get into each of these. I've got a lot of slides, so just bear with me. Hopefully I could get through all of them in 14 minutes. So community gardens. Of course, I'm going to be able to talk the most about our community gardens program. So community gardens touches on pretty much all aspects of PHS 4 impact areas. We're creating livable environments. We're increasing access to fresh produce. We're expanding economic opportunity by reducing the costs individuals might be spending in the supermarket, especially right now with inflation and the cost of most things you're finding in a grocery store. And we're also building meaningful social connections. So, gardening is nothing new, especially urban gardening. We think of it as a new fad, but it's not. It's been around for centuries. In fact, you look back at history in Philadelphia in particular, World War I, World War II, you had the Victory Gardens, you had huge swaths of West Philadelphia that were being converted into cooperative and communal gardens to feed the community. Of course, nowadays our food system's a little bit different. We have a very homogenized food system, but we're trying to bring that back. We're trying to encourage people to grow food, whether in their own homes or in community gardens. Also I want to mention, we can't talk about community gardens without mentioning the issue of food insecurity, food apartheid. Pre-pandemic, roughly 1 in 5 Philadelphians were experiencing some sort of food insecurity. That number almost doubled during the pandemic. You saw food pantries especially see an increase of almost 40% in the number of individuals that were going there to either acquire food or purchase food. So how do we work with community gardens? So PHS, we work with about 160 community gardens and grow sites throughout the city as well as outside the city. We work with a few here in Chester County, in Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, but a lot of the gardens we support are in Philadelphia. And we really see them as a mechanism to increasing access to fresh food. We also see them as a means to address food sovereignty, this idea of giving people the power to grow the food that they want. We work with a lot of unique cultures. We work with the Southeast Asian population, several of whom are from Burma and Bhutan, and there's a lot of different hot peppers, different mustard greens, roselle that they like to grow, so we support them with that. We support them acquire the seeds, grow out the seedlings, and distribute them. And also, we're very big into building social cohesions and, as I mentioned, preserving cultures. This is a little map of some of the gardens that we support. This is just a fraction of the community gardens and urban grow sites in Philadelphia. It's estimated to be around 300 or so in the city. Of course, with a city that's growing, you're seeing land issues, demand for land, people speculating on land. So in recent years, we've seen a lot of these community gardens vanish. And why that is because typically what happens is a group of residents come together, they identify a vacant parcel of land, and they say, I want to turn that into a community garden. Most often that vacant land is privately owned, it's tax delinquent. Eventually, after a few years, a speculator is going to come and buy that piece of property. So sadly, we're seeing gardens vanish more quickly than we like to see them be established. But like I said, there's about 300 or so community gardens in the city. Some things we offer. So we offer gardening materials and aid them in advocacy, especially around urban farming. The city of Philadelphia right now is going through an urban ag strategic plan. So hopefully the city ends up adopting that and adopting some of the measures and policies that are being promoted in that. And that's actually through the Parks and Recreation Department that's putting that through, but we've been supporting it. We also lead a number of different workshops. We work very closely with Neighborhood Gardens Trust, which is Philadelphia's only land trust that preserves and protects community gardens and green spaces. They have about 50 spaces that they've protected in the last 30 plus years. We also offer access to a tool lending library. So you can see in the image here, 3 of my colleagues in a tool library where gardeners can go and rent an assortment of different tools. Even BCS tillers and other heavy machinery that they might need to, break up new land that they want to garden or farm on. And also we support them with leadership development, as well as ensuring that these gardens are inclusive. We want to make sure that, people have equitable access to these spaces and that they represent the populations of Philadelphia. City Harvest, which is a component of our Community Gardens program. This was started in 2010, and it really came about because we heard from a lot of community gardeners saying, hey, I've got this surplus of produce, I don't know what to do with it. So we started first connecting gardens with food pantries, food banks, churches, whomever, and they started donating their produce from there. We then took it to the next level where we started to grow out seedlings after many of the gardeners were like, hey, there's not really a good supply chain for organic seedlings in the city. So we operate 5 greenhouses throughout the city that we've built in partnership with community partners like Sankofa Community Farms. where we grow out about 260,000 organic seedlings a year and distribute them. So we had a distribution about 2 weeks ago, and we're going to have our next distribution on, I believe, May 10th, where we'll start to distribute some of our summer plants. This is an image of one of our greenhouses. This is in the Strawberry Mansion neighborhood. We've got solar panels. We've also got solar thermal heating. So we try, it's not fully off the grid. We still rely on, Pico energy grid for our needs, but we are putting energy back into the system. And like I said, this is one of 5 of our greenhouses that we operate. I'm gonna, just based on time, I'm gonna just move over to the next slide. So I just wanted to move it now into our trees program. So our trees program, again, really works closely with community residents and neighborhood residents. This year alone, I believe we have about 450 tree tenders. So tree tenders go through an extensive program where they learn how to be stewards of trees, where they learn how to maintain, prune, and support these trees that we distribute. So really quick, a little bit about, trees in Philadelphia. Most people don't think of Philadelphia as having a hefty tree canopy, and that's true. You just go through any neighborhood in South Philadelphia and you could probably count on one hand how many trees you come across. And it's an issue. You look at, and I'll show you a map momentarily, but you look at the heat effect in a city with these lack of trees, and you will see where there's environmental injustice in the cities, predominantly in disinvested neighborhoods in North Philadelphia and West Philadelphia. And we've seen a decline of about 6% of tree canopy in Philadelphia over the last 10 years. Luckily, the city has acknowledged this issue, and they are also doing a tree strategic plan to increase the canopy, the urban canopy of trees. Here's a heat index map, so you could kind of see in that north area, that's the Hunting Park neighborhood of Philadelphia, Fair Hill neighborhood of Philadelphia, which also is a historically disinvested community, has one of the highest percentages of heat index as well as the poorest tree canopy. So we've really been focusing our efforts in that neighborhood, working with community-based organizations, working with residents to go ahead and increase tree canopy with tree plantings. Right now, actually, I think yesterday and today we are doing one of our spring tree distribution. So we're distributing about almost 2,000 trees to neighborhood residents. So that's happening as we speak in Philadelphia. I think last year alone we planted a little over 4,000 or 5,000 trees with community members. And that's not just in Philadelphia. We also do work outside the city. We do work in riparian zones. I know we're talking to Delaware County as well about trees, so we're in conversations with lots of different counties about tree canopy. And these are just some of the elements of our tree programs. Our tree tenders, as I mentioned, our Tree Vitalize program, so that's working specifically along watersheds, riparian zones, and then we have several partnership programs where we're working with schools, community groups, and others to plant trees. Next, I wanted to talk about our Transforming Vacant Land and our Workforce Development Program. So, like any post-industrial city, especially older post-industrial city, what you see is as populations decline, you see the social and economic disinvestment happen, and as a result of that, you see a growth in a number of land vacancies. Philadelphia is no stranger to that. You can see from this map, all those dots there represent a vacant parcel of land. There's roughly about 40,000 vacant parcels in the city of Philadelphia, most of which are privately owned and tax delinquent. So these are individuals that had this land, are negligent, ignore it, and they end up just looking like this. I think many of you probably have seen these lots throughout Philadelphia, and it's a sad sight when you walk past it. And this has an impact. It not only has an economic impact on those neighborhoods, you see less investment in those neighborhoods, but it has social implications, it has health implications, and it has implications when it comes to the general well-being of the individuals. So you see higher rates of crime in those neighborhoods. So what does the PHS's land care program do? So we work very closely with the city of Philadelphia. In fact, the city of Philadelphia funds a large percentage of our land care work to clean and green those vacant lots. Of the roughly 40,000 vacant lots that I just had on the screen, we manage about 12,000 of those, and we manage them in partnership with community groups and community businesses. We hire almost 300 people, community contractors, and other businesses to clean and green these lots. So not only are we improving the neighborhood, but we're investing in local businesses, especially minority-owned businesses. And these spaces have a lasting impact. And I'm going to, there's been a lot of evidence around this, which I'll get to in a moment, about how it has improved communities. Here you can see the roughly 12,000 lots that we clean and green. You'll probably notice them if you're driving through Philly, especially West Philly or North Philly. You'll see these post and rail fences. That is kind of the signature element of our land care sites. So how does land care work? It's a very simple and cheap technique and method. In fact, we've had a lot of cities approach us. Keith Green, who is our director of our land care program, he's spoken to people in St. Louis. I know he's spoken here in Chester and other communities about this. And what it entails is, first off, contractors go in, remove trash and remove debris. Then they go in, grade the site, amend it, add some seed, install a fence, and then trees. So they become almost little parks, so to speak. And most recently, actually, we were partnering with other organizations to install some pollinator gardens at these sites. So not only did they have the simple treatment of grass, fence, and trees, but we added pollinators to them as well. Here's an image of a before and after at 4th and Cecil B. Moore. So you can see what all the trash before and then what it looks like after. Here's another one, the Peace Garden. Again, before image and after, and this one too includes some perennials and pollinator plants that were installed. I'm going to actually back up really quick because I just want to kind of share a quick story. So, the marvel of these land care sites is, besides beautifying the neighborhood, you end up seeing residents really take ownership of these spaces. So you'll go out there and you'll see residents grilling on them, having baseball games, having birthday celebrations, graduations. In fact, you'll see neighbors. Philadelphia is known for, the West Philadelphia Cowboys and the North Philly Cowboys. You'll see them grazing having their horses on some of these land care sites. I always talk about Keith Green, our director, has one story where he was out visiting one of the sites and he saw a guy just walking along, and then he saw he had 2 of his pet snakes. And he was just taking his snakes for a stroll through the land care sites. So it just shows how these sites are being used by the community. Keith didn't like that, of course. He didn't like snakes, but it's just, again, an example of kind of how the community is taking ownership and taking pride in these spaces. The other element is workforce development. Like I mentioned, we're investing in a community. We work with local contractors. Each contractor can make up to $100,000 a year doing this kind of work. And also, they're paying livable wages to the community members. So they're paying $13, $15 an hour to individuals. We work with 17 community land care partners, 15 local contractors, and they've hired about 300 people per year to clean and green these lots. And then, there's a workforce development component. So we've worked very closely with the city. They've been the backbone organization for this idea of same-day work and pay. So last year, about 2,456 daily jobs, 35 participants are now in full-time jobs, so on and so forth. So I've got like 5 seconds left. I'm going to just end things on, in terms of workforce development, we have a post-release program for returning citizens where we put them through a boot camp where they learn about basic landscaping. And it's a pretty rigorous program. They actually are doing a lot of work in FDR Park right now. And then they're paired with contractors afterwards, and most of them are receiving, I think we've got a 80 or 90% retention rate of individuals that graduate with that program and then are working with contractors. So I will just leave it there. I'm going to just, I think, I didn't get to the benefits of it, but basically 29% reduction in gun violence, 60% reduction in feelings of depression. This is all evidence from University of Pennsylvania, Columbia University. They've done tons of research on the benefits of these transforming these land care sites. And then if you want to reach out to me, there's my contact information. I don't think I have time for questions, so I'll be here. You can ask me questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Please help me in welcoming Angie Hernandez, Transportation Planning Project Manager at JMT. And I work at Urban Engineers, so I know JMT. That's what to say. Angie specializes in active transportation planning and design of livable places. She works as a transportation planning consultant for JMT, where she creates innovative plans that promote equity, sustainability, and reshape transportation systems across the Northeast. Angie was a founding member of the Delco Trails Alliance and still serves as an outside consultant. Angie is an active member of the American Planning Association, having served on multiple chapter boards and committees. Angie's discussion is titled, Complete Streets Meets Electric Vehicles. It's going to be a fun one. Welcome.
Thanks for the introduction. So I'm not going to talk to you today about how awesome electric vehicles are and how much it's going to help reduce carbon emissions and really improve the environment. I know my audience, you all know that. You don't need to hear it again. So instead, what I'm going to talk to you about is how do we plan for complete streets with electric vehicles coming in. So I'm hoping that by the end of my presentation, you'll have learned something new, you might be inspired, and you might put yourself in the driver's seat in planning for electrical vehicles in your community. So we've already got my introduction. You know who I am. I'm happy to be here today. So I wanted to start with helping to define complete streets. Complete streets, in its terminology, has been around since 2003. It's nothing new, but it's definitely an emerging idea that keeps getting more and more traction. So there's been many states, counties, cities across the nation that have set complete streets policies. They designed design guides to help rebuild their transportation system with the idea of complete streets. In recent years, the US DOT has also been catching up with the rest of the industry, seeing what states and cities were really leading in complete streets and are starting to catch up to what's going on. So they have recently identified a definition for complete streets in the recent Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. Fun acronyms with funding, you all know that. So the definition was actually recently posted, and it's here on the screen, I'm not going to read it, in the recently released US DOT report to Congress, in which the USD outlines a number of complete streets initiatives it plans to undertake. It also announced that 2% of transportation funding would go to complete streets projects. So this was a very big day for all of us active transportation planners out there, the day we've been waiting for. There's money coming for us. So there's lots of design resources that are out there. I've pulled some of the most famous national guides here, so you can see there's a number of AASHTO guides, which for all my transportation engineers out there, these are Bibles to them. There's also the NACTO guides, which is a consortium of cities that kind of said, AASHTO's not doing enough, we're gonna lean further. So there's different guides, different levels of ideas that are in those guides, but there's also local guides. So I was happy to see that Delaware County has their own guide that's built off of these national resources. So I'm not gonna pick on all the resources, but I am gonna pick on one of them a little bit today, but it's all in good fun. So it's the dark blue one there on the screen. It's NACTO's Blueprint for Autonomous Urbanism. So I've pulled some excerpts from that guide. And if you haven't seen it, it is cool. It's very thought-provoking of what the future could look like. So I wanted to show these two images on the screen and pause to see if anyone sees anything missing. What's really missing out of this picture that we have in our streets today? Curbs. Anything else? There's no bikes? Well, there's a little bit of a bike parking in the one. So curbs are missing, crosswalks are missing. There's a thought behind all of that. In an autonomous vehicle world, the vehicles see you as a pedestrian. They're not gonna hit you. You don't need to cross at a crosswalk. Traffic signals are gone. You just cross, the vehicles will stop, and it's gonna be a safe utopian world. Sounds awesome. The other thing that's missing, and what I really wanna talk about, is the on-street parking. And the food for thought on this is, You don't need to park your car and then get out and walk to where you're going to go to. You just get out of your car, the car is going to drive away. It'll find parking somewhere else, not in our downtown core. It'll just go to some other theoretical place far away until you need it, and then it'll show back up and you can get in. Awesome idea, really exciting stuff. We get rid of cars from our city centers. But my thought on this is a long way out. How do we get there? Where we are now and where this is going to be, this is great, we need a vision, but how can we get even close? So that's about enough about NACTO for now. I'll leave them alone. What I want to talk to you more about is what the feds are up to, which I've already said, there's money, it's exciting. But part of the new bill, there's a joint MOE that's been signed between the Department of Energy and Transportation, and it's to support $7.5 billion to build out the nation's electrical vehicle charging network. And they hope to do this by not only providing a big old bucket of funding, but they also hope to build public confidence in EVs and to fill in the gaps in rural, disadvantaged, and hard-to-reach locations. So their specific focus area of this joint MOE that they've gone into is looking at investments in zero-emission vehicles, developing guidance and standards for EV charging programs. They're looking at giving technical assistance to state and localities to help deploy their EV charging infrastructure plans. And there's a focus on the Justice 40 initiative, which requires at least 40% of federal climate and energy investments go to underserved communities. So in short, the feds are pushing us towards EVs. And it's not just a push, there's funding. So here's a couple of the pieces of the funding infrastructure that's out there for electric vehicles. I do have to mention there's a lot of active transportation funding also that's gotten shoved into a lot of programs. So again, an active transportation planner, I'm excited. So as you can see on the screen, these new funding programs are all targeting EV deployment and then EV charging infrastructure expansion as well. And there's likely a lot of reasons the feds are moving in this direction, but to keep it simple and not political, you look at what the customers are doing, what do consumers want. And by the graph here, you can see that interest is raising, and it's not just raising in this country, there's other countries that it's raising much faster in. So I think the feds are partially reacting to what they're seeing, but they are trying to be proactive as well and plan for what's coming. So the US has set a target that by 2030, 50% of all new vehicle sales will be electric vehicle sales in this country. It's an aggressive target. I bet we'll see it roll around a little bit. These numbers will keep changing, but we're gonna get somewhere, and it's exciting to see that they are starting to set some real targets and move us along. So while the federal information is definitely interesting, I wanted to look at what's happening here in Delco. So lucky for me, the DVRPC made my job a little easier here, and they've been looking into this as well. So these maps on the screen are from DVRPC, and the top map, which has all the little red dots on it, those show existing electric vehicles in the county. So you can see kind of where the density is kind of denser with the electrical vehicles and where it's not as dense. The map on the bottom, this is based on a 5% market penetration rate of the EV vehicles and where it could go with just a 5% penetration. So it gets a lot more covered in dots on that bottom image there. So it gets more interesting, or I find this interesting and coincidental, that just last week, Delaware County was awarded 2 alternative fuel incentive grants totaling $600,000 for EVs and charging stations. So congratulations to everyone involved with that. That's a big win. So what that money's going to equate to is 69 new EV fleet vehicles for the Delaware County of Health, 22 new charging stations, and this will all bring the county fleet to 84 electric vehicles and 25 charging stations. Tremendous leap forward. Again, congratulations to everyone involved in that grant application. So now that I've got you all caught up with EVs and what's going on, I think I should probably make my point here about how we merge this with complete streets. So it's projected that the US will need 9.6 million charging ports by 2030. And a lot of the thought of where to locate these has always been looking at commercially driven places, workplaces, large box stores, service and food locations, rest areas. So while these locations will help with commuters and long distance travelers, What's it going to do for people in residential areas? I think it's missing from this thought. It's mostly assumed that most people can do overnight charging at home. The flaw in this thinking is that it excludes those without garages, without outdoor electrical connections. What about people that rely on on-street parking? This is going to be really a challenge in urban residential areas. Is it practical to add EVs into the already existing crowded, complete streets that we have? Where are we going to put them? The logical place to put them is going to be within the furniture zone, which I'm not going to get too into the details of it, but it's roughly the area between where the cars park and then where you walk on the sidewalk as a pedestrian. Now, this area is already crowded with a lot of other stuff. We've got street trees, benches, trash cans, signposts, parking kiosks. It goes on and on and on. And we can never fit it all. It's always a pick and choose what we can put in. And now we're going to have one more thing to start thinking about. So I think the question needs to be, what are we willing to sacrifice, and how can we make the things that we need in our streetscape all work together? And while it's not a focus of this presentation, I'd be remiss not to mention the overall electrical grid's capacity to handle the new demand of electrical vehicles, especially all charging in a condensed area. So, what can we do now? To start, we can start by examining and possibly updating our existing parking codes to account for EV charging space requirements, both quantity and locations. We should also start examining existing building codes to make sure that new developments account for EV charging. We may even want to look at land use controls to the extent of what a larger scale private EV charging business might look like. My speculation, it's not going to look like a gas station. Electric vehicles take longer to charge at these stations than it does to fill up your car. So what can we do with people that are charging their cars, maybe for 15 to 20 minutes? Maybe they want to go to the park. Maybe they want to go to the playground. Maybe they want to walk around and shop a little bit. So we need to start thinking with our land use policies, where can we put these things? What are these things? How do we define them in our codes? And how do we plan for the right outcomes? So, to sum it all up, we need to start planning for EVs now, and pun intended, stay in the driver's seat, making our decisions about how EVs will shape our streets and our communities. And I will take a few questions. I see one in the back. Sure, yeah, so the question is about the contactless charging, which basically radiates from the pavement surface or whatever is below it. So it's a new technology, it's being tested on transit vehicles. Michigan's doing a lot of stuff right now on this. And the idea is that you just drive over and it charges. So actually with buses, they've shown that this can expand the bus route a lot further, and you don't get a full charge, you're just gonna get hit every time the bus stops to pick up passengers. So it's completely possible that this technology will evolve faster than we can set policies, and there could be more of that inductive charging, whole different type of infrastructure that we need to figure out how to design for and how to make that work. So it's a great question. One more. That's a great comment. I don't think it's a question, but what she mentioned is there's a thing called hip camp where people can go with their RVs and plug in and do whatever. And I think that's a great idea, just in any campground that has any kind of RVs in it to go more sustainable. I think we're done. Thank you all.
Thank you, Angie. Our next speaker is Matthew Williams. Matthew is the founder and executive director of Conscious Connections, Inc., CCI. CCI is a natural extension of his professional experiences. Matthew has a history of building programs that the community values and building partnerships among diverse groups of stakeholders. Today, Matthew will discuss urban farming, growing food, relationships, and future leaders in the state of Delaware. Welcome, Matthew.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Williams. I'm the Executive Director of Conscious Connections, Inc. We are a nonprofit. We're actually educational programmers that use art and agriculture as our platform. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Art and agriculture as our platform to reach underserved communities. We exist to really combat food insecurity and to increase food access and consumption in marginalized communities. Our mantra is education plus exposure equals economic opportunity. We currently farm on about an acre worth of land within the city of Wilmington, located on the north side. Some of the things that we have done to address climate resiliency in relation to urban farming is we've increased green space. So we took vacant lots within our footprint and transformed them to urban farms. We also had to have our soil remediated because in the city of Wilmington, a lot of the land is considered a brownfield. So you can't grow from the ground up unless you have the soil remediated. So we brought in upwards to 2 feet worth of 50-50 mixed compost soil from Kennett, PA to fulfill a lot of our plots. And then we provide youth and adult educational programming. Well, some of the benefits of urban farming is economic, environmental, social and cultural, education, health, nutrition, and food accessibility. Today, we have an urban farmer training site that's in development with the state of Delaware, where we'll be able to invite anyone that's interested in starting an urban farm within their communities to come out to our site and get there and get some experiential learning. 10 years ago, this is what our site looked like. Today, this is what it looks like. Actually, not today. This was from last season. It's because today, you know, with the weather, we're doing some planting. But when we're in full bloom, you'll see that located on 23rd Street. All right, here's our impact zone. This is really important. If you can see the red circles, that's our fruit forest. Last year in November, we planted 43 fruit trees, a mixture of pear, apple, some persimmons, and pawpaws, all native to the state and the area. Our farm site is the yellow area. That's where it all started. And then our headquarters is actually in purple. So we operate within a 2-block radius. So our footprint really started there and we're expanding out. Community demographics, these are just some statistics from our programs. Here are our programs. Lit Crew, which stands for Leaders in Training, that's our youth component. Wilmington Evolution is the arts that really encompasses murals within the neighborhood. Feed the Community, we offer a program where we provide fresh produce, preferably locally grown produce, to families that register once a month throughout the year and during the off season. And Delaware Farm Fresh, which is a new initiative that we started just to promote local farming with small and mid-sized farmers throughout the state, giving them a platform, an e-commerce platform to showcase their products. And then we have 2 aggregation sites, one of which is our location where people can come and pick up stuff that is locally sourced. So our Lit Crew, our Leaders in Training program, it all started about 7 years ago with the idea of creating vegetable characters. I grew up watching VeggieTales, so we pretty much used that whole concept and we created vegetable characters based off of the vegetables that we grow at our farm site. And we also named the vegetable character after some historical African-American leaders throughout the community in the country. That was the way. I'm a special ed teacher by trade. So one of the things that I found was that a lot of times students don't really know too much about African American historians. So that was a way that I can fold in African American history as well in fun for the youth that come to our yard. These are more just some pictures of some of the youth that have worked at our yard. Our mantra is education plus exposure equals economic opportunity. Wilmington Evolution, this is one of the murals that we have set to go up on one of our sites located on 23rd Street. And Feed the Community is the program that I just mentioned, where we feed families once a month throughout the state with locally sourced produce. These are just some of our numbers from our Feed the Community signups. Delaware Farm Fresh is again our efforts of really getting to the mid and smaller farmers to give them a platform to showcase what they grow so they can generate some revenue for themselves throughout the state. We take a lot of information from the people that participate in our programs. So we do our own community needs assessments, and we share that information with a lot of the partners that we have worked with and that we currently work with. These are just some of the responses to our programs. If you have used this program before, how was this program impacted you and your family? Some people say it helped me and my family out a lot with not being able to get to the store like that. So some of the barriers that people have to access and fresh produce is transportation. So especially within the area where we're located. So with us having our urban farm right there centrally located, people do have access. So we do help them out that way as well. These are some of our partners and sponsors throughout the years. And the barcode is on the screen. If you hold up your phone, you can have it link you directly to our website and information about our organization. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Thank you so much, Matthew. We're going to have a snack in about 10 minutes, but our next speaker is Tony Bandiero. Tony Bandiero is the Executive Director of the Eastern Pennsylvania Alliance for Clean Transportation, or EP-ACT. EP-ACT is a Department of Energy Clean Cities Coalition. The organization is an independent 501c3, a nonprofit entity dedicated to the advancement of alternative transportation fuels, vehicles, and technologies to increase our environmental, energy, and economic security within the transportation sector. So Tony, you have about 10 minutes, and you're between them and snacks, so. Today, Tony will discuss EVs, infrastructure, and funding. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the warm welcome. So, again, my name is Tony Bandiero. I'm the Executive Director of the Eastern Pennsylvania Alliance for Clean Transportation. I'm going to just give one slide on what we do first before I get into the EVs. Our organization, and like she said, is part of the Department of Energy's Clean Cities program. The Clean Cities program has been going on. We're going on our 30th year next year. 2023 will be our 30th year. So we're doing alternative fuels and transportation before it was cool, before anybody even knew about it. So we've muddled along, and here we are today with. If you didn't go outside, we have at least, I think there's 10 EVs out there on display to check out, and we help set them up. So, you know, when I looked at the schedule, I saw I had 10 minutes to speak, and I'm before the snack. And I heard it, you know, I heard a saying one time that said, you know, everybody's famous for 15 minutes. Today's not my day. Just moving right along. Okay, so just a real quick slide on going over what our alternative fuel mission is from the Department of Energy. We're to reduce petroleum consumption within the transportation sector using alternatives to gasoline and diesel. And if you didn't know, we're at a sustainability conference here, which is, thank you Francine and Delaware County for putting this on. This is a great event. But if you didn't know that 70% of greenhouse gas comes from transportation. So transportation should be included in everybody's sustainability program. So That being said, yeah, we're talking about electric vehicles, but if you look at those green boxes down below, those are the technologies that we support as a national federal DOE Clean Cities organization. We support ethanol, which is E85, with biofuels, with biodiesel, we support that. Natural gas, CNG, you probably have heard about that. Propane vehicles, hydrogen fuel cells, and of course electricity. So those are the 6 technologies that we try to implement to displace imported petroleum and gasoline. Our organization is a 501c3 nonprofit, so we beg, borrow, and plead to get money to help do what we do. The federal government is finally stepping up a little bit to help us out, but we're basically on our own. We're a membership-based organization that we charge stakeholder dues, and there's different benefit levels. You can go on our website and check out what we can give you at those levels. The nice thing about our organization is that I like to say we're Switzerland. We're fuel neutral, so we like electric just as much as we like any of the other technologies. So we don't pick winners in certain industries. Certain technologies work better right now. So we support all the above strategy. Our organization, our local EPACT. Oh, I didn't say there's 70 of me around the country. 70 alternative fuel clean cities coalitions. There's another one in Pennsylvania. It's the Pittsburgh region clean cities, and together we cover the whole state of Pennsylvania. And we talk once or twice a week just to make sure that we're doing the same thing statewide. We assist with grants. If you didn't know, we helped Delaware County get over $700,000 for electric vehicles and charging stations. So we helped get them into this technology, and they're very forward thinking and saying, hey, they want to have an all electric fleet within, I think, 5 or 10 years. I'm not sure what the number is, but we've helped them step into that. We did fleet profile, checked out their fleet, what vehicles would be the best. We did site visits to see where the charging stations would go, and that's the kind of things that we do. We don't sell any technologies. We don't sell charging stations. We don't sell vehicles. We don't sell power. But what we're good at is really putting those pieces together, getting these projects on the road, and we get credit from the Department of Energy of how much fuel displacement that we've done with these alternative fuels. So that's really our goal. And the other things we do a lot of education outreach workshops. So if any of you guys are here from a municipality or some other entity, we do school bus workshops, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. Anything alternative fuel or any petroleum reducing technology, we do kind of workshops on that. So going on to the next slide, kind of what I'm going to be talking about is this Drive Electric Pennsylvania coalition. Today, right before I got here, there was a quarterly meeting. This started out in 2016. The Department of Environmental Protection and PennDOT called in the Clean Cities, my organization, and Rick Price, who's the Pittsburgh guy, and said, hey, how are we going to get electric vehicle adoption in Pennsylvania? What should we do? So we sat down, we kind of outlined the program, and there was maybe another agency. There's 2 other agencies. DCNR was involved, which is the parks, and I think GSA was involved at first. So we were meeting every 2 weeks trying to figure out an outline. So anyway, long story short, from that 2016 meeting of just 5 organizations to today, there's over 140 people, 140 companies represented, municipalities, private stakeholders, utilities, all the alternative fuel, EVSE vendors, all the OEMs that make the electric vehicles are all involved. So Pennsylvania is really progressive in this part of things and trying to get electric vehicles really promoted. Okay. So and I can give you copies of all these. Like I said, I know I have limited time to speak, but I can get you copies of all these links. One of the good things that our Clean Cities and our Drive Electric Pennsylvania is we have access to much information, a lot. We worked with the national labs, NREL and Oregon and all those federal agencies. So we have information at our fingertips. So if you guys have a question or need some information about any alternative fuel, but today we're talking about electric, so we can get you that information usually at the drop of a hat. So in the beginning, like I said, from 2016, we moved on to 2019, where the state of Pennsylvania, the DEP hired an outside consulting firm to help organize an electric vehicle roadmap. So we participated in monthly and quarterly meetings in person. This used to be in person before COVID in Harrisburg. We go there and talk about what's the state's plan. So That was 2019, we came up with the first plan. And as you all know, the technology obviously has been changing, daily pretty much. It's advancing, there's new things on the horizon. So in 2021, last year, they did an update, already updated that plan. So, and I'm sure next year we're gonna do another updated plan. I heard the speaker talking before, there's money coming down from the feds. We are part of that federal, you got the BIL and all that infrastructure money and environmental justice money. I see a timer here. It's telling me you got 2 minutes before the bomb goes off. But anyway, so that's part of the things that we help them do is develop a statewide roadmap. All right, so part of another thing that we do is we develop since we helped develop the Drive Electric Pennsylvania organization or coalition, we went off and we're involved in another project that's a federal project. And we've got the website driveelectricpa.org. We put a website together and we're part of this other bigger program, and you can see those states, all those states are involved in this program, and most of them are through the Clean Cities organizations. So it's under the Drive Electric USA banner, sponsored by the Department of Energy, and you can see the priority areas that we're trying to do. Statewide branded, so we have that pretty much as Drive Electric PA. Consumer education, so we're out there, doing ride and drives and all different types of events so people can get familiar with EVs and EV technologies. On that being said, I also have handouts and Trin over there with SEMA Connect, the charging stations, they're in front of hers. So there's one about EV 101, and this is a QR document you can scan to find out everything from what types of vehicles are out there to where the charging stations are. So those are things you may want to pick up. But this project that is going on, we're in our second year of this, and we're working with all these state and local governments to educate. Our big as EPACT/Drive Electric PA, one of our big kind of pushes is really to work with the counties. We're going to start from the counties and work down to the municipalities and see if we can help them with the adoption of alternative fuels, specifically electric, because that's where a lot of the federal dollars are going to right now. All right, and I'm not going to go over this because I got a minute. So this is real quick. Just EV, the charging levels. Level 1 is just regular plug at home. Level 2 is a 220 volt power, and then DC fast charging, which is usually for on the road, quick charging on vehicles. I just was told to do this, but I didn't realize somebody was doing this. And these are just the plug types of those charging. You got the CCS and you got the 17. These are standard plugs in our country and other countries. So I'm just moving along real quick. So this is one slide I want to spend 30 seconds on. So these two websites, like I said, as part of the Clean Cities, we work with the national labs, and the AFDC, the Alternative Fuel Data Center, is a great spot for any type of information concerning all the alternative fuels. But there's a lot. You can click on electric, and then it'll show you what vehicle types are out there. You can compare vehicles, you can compare mileage, you can compare them to gasoline vehicles. There's a lot of calculators on that. And on the www.fueleconomy.gov site, that's an EPA site, you can see all the models. And I checked, I have 3 seconds. I checked, there was a 160 models currently, right now, that you can buy that are all electric. So everybody's telling you can only buy the Bolt, but there's a lot out there. Maybe not in Pennsylvania, you can't buy them all, but the manufacturers are offering that many vehicles currently. Couple real quick, because I know this is I always save the best for last, the money. Everybody wants to know where the money comes from and where it is. So the U.S. Department of Energy, like I said, we're sponsored by them, so they always come out with funding opportunity announcements for projects. So if anybody has any ideas on, it doesn't have to be EV, but EV is what we're talking about, but it could be any alternative fuel. If you have any ideas of projects, they go through the Clean Cities a lot of times. They include Clean Cities, so if you have an idea, come speak to me. The Federal Highway Administration, we work with them doing the alternative fuel corridors, and I don't know if somebody said earlier, but all the interstates in Pennsylvania have been designated as alternative fuel corridors from the federal FHWA. So they all have to have, for EVs, DC fast charging every 50 miles along the interstates. So that's one of the, so this federal infrastructure money that's coming down is going to be helped to populate all the interstates across Pennsylvania, and all the interstates across the United States, really. A lot of them, most of them were designated, and we're in a lot of projects. We're in an I-80 project that goes from New Jersey to Iowa, and there's some other projects. So that's going to be happening. And then those two organizations combine to form the Joint Energy and Transportation. So that's where all the money's coming through, that organization from the federal government that was just formed. So, and that's called the NEVI program, NEVI, which stands for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program. $5 billion over 5 years. PA is getting $171 million over 5 years to put infrastructure out there for EVs. And then there's $2.5 billion in discretionary funding. That's going to go across the United States, and there'll be probably grant money. I'm over 2 minutes, but give me one more minute. And then the other ones you can see, there's some other grants that are out there. The Diesel Emissions Reduction Act, or DERA program. Some of you may be familiar with that. You can replace. You have to scrap a vehicle, an old diesel, and they'll give you money for a new vehicle, hopefully alternative fuel. And then this new program that's going to be coming out this week, there's a webinar from the EPA on the Clean School Bus Program, and that's $5 billion over 5 years, and 2.5 of that is coming out for electric school buses. So if any of you guys are with school districts or in municipalities that have school districts, please talk to us, because we are going to be putting on a workshop in Philly on the 20th of May just for the electric school buses. And then the IRS individual tax credit, so this is for consumers. If you want to buy an EV, it's up to $7,500 per EV. That has to be at $50,000 or less, and it can only be certain brands now because there was a cap on us. I think GM and Tesla hit the cap. So you're not getting that $7,500 if you're buying a GM electric vehicle or a Tesla, but I think all the other manufacturers, you can still get that $7,500. And then there's one other credit from the IRS. It's up to 30% of a station cost, infrastructure, up to $30,000. And that expired in 2021, but they usually bring that kind of stuff back, so they'll probably retro that in this year's budget. And then here's the state ones. The first, real quick, the first grant is the one that we helped Delaware County get the funding on, the Alternative Fuel Incentive Grant. You can see these other ones. They're on the DEP website, all these different types of funding options. And like I said, I'm a little bit over. There's my contact information. If you want, I'll be here for a little while afterwards. I have some information to hand out and answer any questions then. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. So the snack bar is open right now. It's actually a salsa bar, so enjoy, and then come back at 2:50, please. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Please come back and we'll start the program. If you come on over to this podium and we'll get started. Thank you. Once you've had your snack, we look forward to seeing you over by the podium, and we'll continue the program. Thank you. We look forward to continuing the program. If you can come over to the podium when you're done your snack. We'll get started in a few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Yes. I didn't know why, but I had it, and I figured I'd start taking them in case you could throw them in with the school that you get from everywhere else. You never know when somebody catches something you want.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to be starting the program now. Again, I hope you enjoyed your snack. So next is Justin Dula. Justin Dula is actually here remotely. He's not here in person. So we now have Justin Dula's virtual presentation. Justin is the Director of Environmental Justice for the Department of Environmental Protection. Justin will share information with us about the DEP's draft environmental justice policy. Welcome, Justin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk about environmental justice and our environmental justice policy. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I really wish I could. I saw a lot of great speakers on the agenda and folks I would have liked to catch up with. I started my career in Delaware County and at the planning department and worked there for 16 years and know a lot of great folks that were involved in this effort. And I'd like to be talking to them over salsa. So, but thank you very much for having me. I will say one of the reasons why I wasn't able to be there today is because we are in the middle of our public comment period around our environmental justice public policy revision. So we're accepting comments until May 11th. I'm going to end with this slide as well, but just wanted to sort of put that up front too, to put in context our environmental justice policy. As folks may know, the Department of Environmental Protection is Pennsylvania's environmental regulatory agency, and we oversee the implementation of state and some federal regulations and statutes when it comes to environmental laws, with the goal to protect Pennsylvania's air, land, and water from pollution. And in talking about sort of definitions, always like to point out that there is no one set definition for environmental justice. The way that government agencies like DEP talk about it is often related to our regulatory authority, but community groups often take a broader view of environmental justice and a more inclusive view of environmental justice that comes from the 17 principles of environmental justice that have been identified by community members. And when thinking about definitions, also like to point to a graphic. I feel like a lot of people have seen a graphic like this, where people are trying to achieve a goal. The goal in this graphic is to watch a baseball game. The goal of DEP is to have that, is to protect Pennsylvania's land, air, and water for residents. So the residents aren't all starting out in the same place. People have, shown by the slope ground here, starting at different places based on historic inequities that they might have faced. And then they're also facing different barriers shown by that fence that are stopping them from achieving the goal. Equality works to give everyone the same resources, and people may still not be able to achieve the goal. Equity works to give people the resources they need to achieve the goal. And at its heart, justice works to help eliminate some of those barriers so that people are able to achieve the goal with fewer resources in the future. And when we talk about some of the historical inequities, I think one very visible example of that is redlining. This was a process but done by the federal government in the New Deal to encourage investment in particular areas, and really draw a red line, which is where the term comes from, around hazardous areas where there wouldn't be federal government investment. And a lot of times when you see the descriptions behind the maps of redlining, those areas are redlined specifically because of race, income, and environmental issues of having factories in those areas that were redlined. And redlining is a very clear and obvious example and visible example, but there are tons of different examples around those sort of discriminatory practices. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, particularly Title VI, said that the federal government and agencies that receive federal government funding cannot discriminate on the basis of race, color, or national origin. And then there have been other non-discrimination laws that have also been passed subsequent to that. And those help form the legal basis of environmental justice. And then as tomorrow is Earth Day, we'll be celebrating the roots of the environmental movement and all of the environmental laws that started happening from the 70s into the 80s. But those laws weren't always fairly enacted either. And so this timeline shows a history of state and federal government responses to environmental justice, with items in black being things that have happened nationally around environmental justice, including the first People of Color Environmental Leadership Summit in 1991, where people created those 17 principles of environmental justice. And then in blue are items that happened in Pennsylvania, just pointing to the roots of the environmental justice movement in Pennsylvania, really focusing right there in the city of Chester, as community groups worked with EPA and the federal government, EPA and state government to help create better policies and the creation of the Office of Environmental Justice, often through legal means. And then also want to just call out quickly, Governor Wolf signed an executive order on environmental justice just in October of last year to help extend some of the work that's been being done at the Department of Environmental Protection and taking that to other state agencies. And this takes us to the environmental justice policy. We've had a policy on environmental justice at DEP in effect since 2004. And we've heard a lot of feedback since 2004 on how that policy could be better. We introduced a draft public participation policy in 2018 that received substantial public comment and was withdrawn in order to incorporate all of that comment and have a more meaningful community-focused engagement in creating a new policy, which is the policy that is currently up for public comment. We really, in this policy, have to work within the regulatory limits. Policies can't make laws or give us the ability to deny a permit, but they can shape what DEP does. So we really, based on that community feedback, looked start to finish at where DEP may have regulatory authority and discretion in order to look at environmental justice throughout everything we do, not just the permitting process. So it's organized into 8 sections. On our website, there's more detail on all of these sections and a 15-minute video that kind of explains a little bit more on the policy and is a little bit more in depth than I'm going to get in today. But I do want to spend some time on some tools that you can use to identify environmental justice concerns in communities you work with. The Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission's equity analysis and indicators of potential disadvantage includes a lot of demographic information that you can use to look at particular issues that might be occurring in your communities and communities near you. And it's being a regional tool, you can also compare it against regional averages as well to see areas where you might want to do additional outreach. And then nationally, the Environmental Protection Agency has a tool called EJ Screen, and this is available at the national level, but you can also do comparisons at the state level, and they bring in demographic indicators as well as some environmental data. And then they just released EJ Screen 2.0, which also includes some health measures that are available at a national average. But you're also able to compare that to state averages as well, which is helpful. And then the goal of all of these mapping efforts is to really map and quantify disproportionate impacts the communities face. They face pollution burdens as well as population characteristics that often interact, and environmental injustice is a force multiplier, making things worse for those communities. So seeing where these factors overlap really helps to see those communities where extra attention is needed, to go back to that earlier graphic around getting to equity and justice. And then just as a matter of closing, just want to point out again that we really do want to get feedback on our environmental justice policy as we go through it. One of the reasons I can't be here today is that I've been on a roadshow doing presentations to community groups on this. And so this is my third presentation today, which is why I couldn't join you in person, unfortunately. But you know, we're really trying to get the word out. We also on this website have a share kit that's available in English and Spanish that gives you newsletter or email length articles that you can send, as well as social media posts, Twitter length, Facebook length, even a short video that you can share on Instagram, again, in English or Spanish. There's a longer version of this that goes into more detail on the policy that's recorded on the website. And then there's also flyers that people can post on community bulletin boards or church bulletin boards to help get the word out in paper format. And the comment period for the environmental justice policy is open until May 11th. We accept comments both in writing and verbally. For people who want to say their comments, we have 2 virtual public hearings that are remaining. One on next week on Tuesday, April 28th at noon, and then one Wednesday, May 4th at 6 p.m. We ask people to register in advance so that we can get a list of all of the participants, and also to allow people the opportunity to request interpretation services if they need it. But then up until May 11th, people can submit written comments, which again carry the same weight on our e-comment tool or by emailing them to ecomment@pa.gov, or you can even send them in writing through the U.S. Postal Service to our office in Harrisburg. So I appreciate the chance to be here. I wish I could be with you in person in Chester, but look for your help in getting the word out about our environmental justice policy. Here's my contact information if there are any further questions that you have after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Does anyone have any questions for Justin? Okay. Thank you, Justin. Hearing none, we'll go on to our next speaker. Please help me welcome Darren Spielman. Is that how you pronounce your name? Spielman? Okay, I'm sorry. Darren has more than 20 years of leadership experience in the nonprofit and social justice sectors. He is currently Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Resources Council, or PRC, a statewide environmental organization dedicated to the vision of a Pennsylvania where nothing is wasted. Prior to joining PRC, Darren served as Executive Director of the Senator Walter Rand Institute for Public Affairs at Rutgers University. Today, Darren will share with us glass recycling successes in Pennsylvania. Welcome, Darren.
Thanks very much. Glad to be here. She did steal the first couple seconds of my talk, so I'm Darren Spielman, Executive Director of Pennsylvania Resources Council. I'm going to give you a couple seconds about myself, about a half a minute about PRC, and then we'll talk about glass recycling successes that we've had, as she let you know. So, born and raised in Philly, pretty well came into consciousness believing that the challenges of this region were mine and mine to do something about, and I have been addressing those challenges now as a nonprofit leader for more than 20 years. And I came to PRC to bring what I've learned to bear on issues of environment, which I've been dedicated to for decades. So, well, Something I'm doing wrong here? I mean, the pictures aren't that. They're nice, but. Okay, there it is. Okay, so PRC is a statewide nonprofit environmental organization dedicated to the vision of a Pennsylvania where nothing is wasted. And like a lot of folks in this room, we address issues that we believe are critical to the long-term well-being of people, Pennsylvania, and the planet. Rooted in the belief that the throwaway economy, I'm going to summarize for all you guys, does a lot of bad stuff. Okay, and so we feel like we're somewhat unique in that we work on the ground every day to improve the environment and also have the opportunity to have broader impact through sharing our expertise and innovations. And we focus on waste, education, and water. So we work with communities to build infrastructure to divert waste, so to make sure it is reused, recycled, or safely managed. To the tune of several million pounds a year and dozens of events. We help people learn how to steward the environment through K-12 education, adult education, Pennsylvania, the recycling hotline, thousands of people a year. And we protect watersheds through really innovative green stormwater infrastructure. And we have a lot of answers to practical questions. So if you're trying to figure out how to compost, what to compost, how to recycle what, where, when, how to make your house more watershed friendly, go to prc.org. You can find resources and answers there. But I'm here today to learn how to use a clicker. So I'm here today to talk about our Southwestern Pennsylvania Glass Recycling Collaborative. This slide is clearly out of order, but I'm just going to hit it because it's important anyway, so put a pin in it. So you're looking at a picture of single-stream MRF glass and source-separated dropped-off glass. The glass from that source-separated stream, 99% recyclable as jars and bottle products, and not so much on the other side. It's a mess. So what we do with all our glass is get it to capped glass. Capped glass is a secondary processor. They clean it, they sort it, and they sell it to mills and manufacturers in adjacent states, in PA and Ohio and adjacent states. Those downstream markets are essential to all of our operations, all of our glass operations. But now I'll give the umbrella, but I can't, there we go, okay. Terrific. So in 2019, more than 300,000 people in southwestern PA overnight lost access to glass recycling when curbside glass was pulled from their programs. It's really the suburban communities surrounding Pittsburgh. And we felt like we had to do something about it. It was central to our mission. And so we had a vision. We wanted it to be source separated. We wanted it to be turnkey coordination, which I'll explain what that means later. And the vision was to have this permanent intermunicipal network of sites, okay? But we didn't have the resources to accomplish that, so we started with events. So here's what happened. This all started in 2019 with a one-day pop-up event on a Saturday, 5 hours, all staffed by volunteers. That day we had a ton of interpersonal interaction because we wanted to understand what was the demand for this? What did people think about it? What were the potential pitfalls and challenges if we were going to eventually move to a non-staffed model? We wanted to educate people about what was going on. And so we learned a lot. And what started in 2019, we approached the county, about 4 municipalities. We started with 4 municipalities. That became 10 municipalities. That became 15. And by the end of the year, we were at 27 municipalities, and we collected about 200 tons of glass from 10,000 households. Move ahead to 2020, we went from 1 container to 2. Okay, we still did not have the capacity to set up this permanent network that we wanted, but we wanted to do more and better. So we built a model that was semi-permanent, weekly, rotating glass collection model. And so we had bins, and we promoted it kind of like a food truck. Like you could track it online, where is it going to be in your community, and we moved it around. And this was quite successful. So by the end of 20, we were serving more than 30 municipalities. We collected more than 300 tons of glass, and we're operating as far north as Mercer County, which is 60 miles north of Pittsburgh. In 2021, same model, we collected from more than 30,000 households and more than 550 tons of glass. Okay. Move ahead to 2022. Very fortunate to, I'm going to see if that'll go. All right. Well, what do you know? We'll leave it there. So the vision was, as I said, turnkey. So when I say turnkey, we wanted to set this thing up so we could learn about the challenges, assess out the situation, support our partners, and eventually eke ourselves out of day-to-day operations. And this is what some of the services look like, and this is where we are now, in that our partners are running the sites and we're getting more and more out of day-to-day operation. 2022, thanks to a Department of Environmental Protection 902 grant, we were able to finally realize this vision of an intermunicipal program. So the money we have is to start 10 sites. We have 8 intermunicipal sites, this network open. We christened it the Southwest PA Glass Recycling Collaborative. As a nonprofit, we're able to coordinate the 902 grant. We're able to develop programs for all these sub-state entities. And so it's going gangbusters. And what we are doing now is we simultaneously have what will soon be 10 permanent intermunicipal sites, as well as continuing to have the rotating semi-permanent weekly glass bins. So we can serve a ton of communities, meet them wherever they are on the spectrum of what they can handle at the time. And early returns are really strong on how much glass we're keeping in the recycling stream. And obviously I'm advancing the wrong thing here. So these are some of the steps. Anyway, I should say we're really interested in helping this happen in other places in Pennsylvania. We're in some conversations around this area. Whatever we can do, it's an infinitely recyclable material, and it's a shame that it's going into landfill, which is where it is going in Philadelphia right now, unfortunately, as well. So partnerships are the key to this. Right now, we've got us, PRC, Cap Glass, who's our processor. There's municipalities and counties, Department of Environmental Protection, local and regional haulers, and we're very fortunate to have corporate sponsorship from Owens, Illinois. And there they are. And I should say promotion and outreach is a big part of this. We started door-to-door as well as radio, as well as social media. And now we're no longer going door-to-door, but we have a really strong social media presence as well as media supporters such as KDKA Radio and others. Bunch of resources there. At the end of the day, this is a story of seeing a need, feeling urgency, developing a strong plan, having the patience to pilot, having great partners in communications, motivation on all sides, and then thoughtful expansion, and fortunate to get to the support to realize the vision. And so we're proud of it. We're going to keep it growing. And to follow my glass bottle here, Ashley DiGregorio is the brain trust behind this. She's the one that made this happen. She's out in the Pittsburgh office, and it's tremendous, and is also just back from having a baby. So she's not out here right now. At any rate, we'd love to take any questions about this glass recycling initiative, which we're really proud of. And if anyone is interested in trying to ramp something like this up, we're happy to just be an ear or support in any way we can. And there you go. It depends where you are. I apologize. Let me grab this thing. Okay. It depends where you are. For example, I happen to live in Philadelphia, and I put my glass in my single stream bin because I don't know, I can't not, but I also know that at this time things have gone sideways and it's not really getting recycled. So I'm quite upset about it, and I would love, we're trying to have some conversations there. There are some people doing good alternative work in Philly to recycle glass, Remark Glass and Bottle Underground, those two great women, but that's, they're getting a small fraction of the glass. So it just depends where you sit, where you are, yeah. Great question. So you hear people say, China doesn't want something anymore, this isn't true, or the market has fallen through. With glass, this is not true. In fact, the value of glass on the market hasn't changed. And so the reason people aren't recycling it is not the value of the glass. I think it's nonetheless the fact that it's not as profitable for some of the for-profit haulers as other materials. and it bangs up the equipment or something like that. I'm not an expert on that side of it, but I do know that the market hasn't fallen. Oh, I see. So the sales of, this is subsidized effort. So the state, the 902 grant is really paying for the bulk of this operation. We have some sponsorship dollars on the table as well, which are fortunate because you've got staff time and all that. Cap Glass is a for-profit entity. And like I said, they're selling this glass to mills and manufacturers in PA, Ohio, and other adjacent states. I'm sorry. Sure. Yep. Thanks very much. Yep.
Thank you so much, Darren. Next, we have Karen Taussig-Lux, the Media Borough Grants Administrator. Today, Karen will discuss curbside compost, Media Borough's residential composting program. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here today. Media Borough is a very small place, a population about 5,600, with a very small staff. We don't have a sustainability officer, and we don't have a planning department. I am the grants administrator, but because I have that role, part of my job is to make sure grant projects are done correctly. So I end up kind of managing a lot of grant projects, and then I get some non-grant projects tossed my way as well. So it all works out. So the Media Compost Program, let me just, okay. So a compost program was a recurring topic of discussion in the Media Borough EAC meetings. And our liaison to the EAC, Amy Johnson, who's a council member, really got intrigued by it, and when she ran for her second term, she used it as a campaign question when she visited people in their homes, and got a tremendous reaction for it. So when she was elected, she was determined to take this EAC idea and find partners and see if she could make it happen. Luckily, Media has an amazing citizens organization called Transition Town Media. Shari Stuber, who's right here, she was very instrumental in the development of the compost program. Our EAC member, Addie Chinella, who I'm not sure if she's here, she was also a big mover and shaker of the compost program. So planning took a village, to be, to use a cliche. But we have Amy, Addie, Shari, Martin Pepper from Transition Town Media. Risa Thomason had lived in Portland, Oregon, and she had been a volunteer for their compost program. She was an amazing resource. Chris Peretti, we happen to have a compost farm 4 miles from the Borough of Media, owned by Chris Peretti, and he was a member of our planning team for the pilot of the program. Jack Doyle, a resident, and his daughter Morgan both jumped on, and we had a very tight group of planners, which involved 7 a.m. meetings, which I think I was the only one that missed 1 or 2 because I slept in, and everyone else made it. A lot of research that the committee members did, a lot, and once. But it was Amy Johnson who really took the political risks on this. She, got a lot of support from her campaign, and she argued very well for it in council, and she was able to procure the support of our council members. And that's critical. It's a partnership, and the political support is really critical. We have a really fine body of elected officials who are very thoughtful and very caring about the environment. So we had the pilot program, and then eventually, 3 years later, we rolled it out to the entire borough, and the whole responsibility shifted over to borough staff. And we had an equally amazing team of people, including Karen Rppa, Borough Administrator, Mike Green, the new Director of Public Works, Brittany Foreman, the Borough Manager, new Borough Manager, and Linda Rooney, who's the owner of Dandelions Digital, a company that does digital communications for municipalities. And she was brilliant at rolling out this whole thing. Communications was really key. So the pilot was, it was a 3-year pilot. It was only intended to be a 2-year, but just to get our ducks in a row, it ended up being another 3-year. The pilot was entirely funded from the Media Bureau General Fund, with the exception of a technical assistance grant from DEP, in which they hired CSC Engineering to do a survey of small Northeast communities that had started compost programs. And by small, they were still a lot larger than media, but at least it gave us an idea of how other people were doing it. And that report is available on our website. If you're interested in doing a compost program, take a look at it. The pilot, we kind of, planned this from the seat of our pants, even though we did have the survey. The survey wasn't really done till we had the planning in place. So we started with 100 participants. We found them by sending out a survey to gauge interest in the program, in the pilot. We kept our contacts from that survey, and when we were ready to launch, we emailed them directly. We had a website announcement, and we just word of mouth. As we collected our participants, we had a Google sheet of all the contact info. We were able to translate that into a map for Chris Peretti. Chris volunteered to pick up the compost to see if this pilot would work for the borough. So he was our collection guy for the whole pilot period. And here's a nice picture of him. He's a great guy. We had a mandatory workshop 1 week before the launch and 1 week before each new pilot year. It was just a half-hour long. Amy and Chris led it. They're really fun. People enjoyed meeting each other, and it gave the group kind of a group feeling. We put out an informational flyer that everyone got along with their buckets at the workshops. It was designed to be very simple and easily readable, magnetized to hang on your refrigerator, and with an intentionally, as I said, simple design. And then a lot of our participants got very enthusiastic, and one of the women had a little, gnome scenario on her lawn, so she made a little compost bucket for the gnome. And this is an idea of the cost. So there's the cost of the first year, 100 people, around $20,000. For the second and third year, we expanded to 220 participants, and so the cost was a little higher. And logistics. So going borough-wide, how did we translate it from a pilot to a borough-wide program? Because now we were going to switch from Chris picking up and collecting the compost to bringing it in-house to Public Works. And luckily we had a new Public Works director, just as we were doing this shift, very, very interested in the program, really wanted to make it work. So our first thought was, well, how can we afford to do this? And so I just want to ask this question. How many Delco residents here have 2-day-a-week trash pickup? Raise your hand. Okay, yeah, a lot of you. How many have 1-day-a-week trash pickup? Okay, well, it's almost half and half. Well, so we were thinking, do we really need 2-day-a-week trash pickup? Because with our pretty successful recycling program, our family only put trash out once a week, and a lot of the people I know the same. So we thought, well, why not just turn one of the trash pickup days into compost pickup, right? And then you'd be encouraged to join the compost program because all the smelly stuff would go out of your trash. And, well, anyhow, it was pointed out to us, there were some people who were completely freaked out at the idea of going to 1 day a week, like, their world would collapse. And some of the elected officials, really just one, felt that we would have such political blowback by trying to do 2 really big changes at the same time, 2 kind of hard things, that it would be foolish to try to do them at the same time. So we're like, well, how are we going to do this then? Because this had kind of been our idea. And Mike stepped in and said, well, we've got this situation in media where even though we have one monthly yard waste pickup day, everybody puts their yard waste out every single day, and it's a mess. And the previous Public Works director really hated it, and he had the Public Works guy picking up yard waste every single day. And it was a huge amount of time, a huge amount of labor hours. Mike said, look, we've got this amazing communications person. Let's just put out a real steady drive, a communication, say, hey, guess what? We're going from monthly yard waste pickup to weekly yard waste pickup. Like, wow, this is great. When in fact we're actually going from daily to weekly. But, and so we'll get people in the habit of a Wednesday yard waste pickup. They did this in April of our rollout year, which was last year. And then in July, actually earlier, probably starting in April, we started messaging, hey, in July, you'll be able to add food waste to your yard waste pickup in these nifty yellow buckets. So that, it took a lot. It was a real communications campaign. I'd love to go into the details. It was fascinating, but I'm not. We have a lot of devotion to the compost program in the borough, and I don't know if you can read the love letter from the bucket to the family, which says, dear family, please rinse me with a hose after pickup on Wednesday. I like a bath. Oh, I can't read myself. Love the bucket. And we did get some grant money for going borough-wide. We had a grant from the DEP 902 program for recycling education. We were able to use that for web design, print flyer design. We could really have the same design for web, social media, and the flyer was all the same design, just translated into different formats. And again, I give all credit to Dandelion Digital, who did all this for us. So we revamped our public works site. What Linda, the owner of Dandelion Digital, she reads our analytics every month, what pages are being hit on our website, and she said, all people really want to know who go to our website is when is my trash being picked up and when is my recycling pickup happening, and it just the amount of hits on those pages were like 10 times any other page. It was huge. So she said, if you're putting out a flyer about composting, you have got to include recycling and trash. And hey, why not yard waste too? So this is what the flyer looked like. It was on a heavyweight stock, and each page is 8.5 by 11, so they could be torn off and put on your refrigerator if that's where you like to keep this stuff. As very simple graphics. It's designed to be read at a glance, so nobody has to read the fine print, because nobody likes to read anymore. So the first page was recycling, second page, curbside composting, which was yard waste and food waste, and then the third page, and if there's anybody from Lansdowne here, we stole your idea of a map, a trash and recycling map, and we put it in our manual, and thank you, and I hope that was okay. And so just clarity, great communication. So one of the wonderful, wonderful things we were able to do with our DEP 902 grant money was we were very lucky to have living in media, Rich Hoffman, who is a filmmaker, and he just did this wonderful video for us. It's an educational video, and in case I can't stop it in the middle, I just snipped the first minute and the last minute. The middle minute that you're not going to see is all about what goes into the compost bucket. So they're like images of all the different fruits and vegetables, and then what you can't put in, and then then how do you get a bucket? So if I can make this work, here we go. Oh, there's no audio. Where's the audio?
Yo, Chris, what's in the yellow bucket?
What, you don't got a bucket, Chris?
Nah.
Oh, you gotta get a bucket.
What's it for?
Food scraps.
Food scraps?
Yeah, for compost.
What's that?
Oh, compost, it's the greatest. I put all my food scraps in there.
The borough comes and takes it away, turns it into soil.
Oh, kind of like yard waste, like the big brown bags?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
So then it goes through all the different things that you can compost, and then it ends like this. If Sean can play that part. Oops.
There, the borough comes and turns it into soil.
Oh, kind of like yard waste, like the big brown bags?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go get your bucket.
Gotta get a bucket. Gotta get a bucket. Get a bucket, get a bucket. Gotta get a bucket, get a bucket, get a bucket. Gotta get a bucket. Gotta get a bucket. Drum break. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Gotta get a bucket. Gotta get a bucket.
I got mines.
So believe Chris became a local celebrity. He can't even walk into Sterling Pig anymore for a beer without people coming up to him. But one of the goals of the video was to, make a compost program that reflected how media looks. So we wanted to have young, old, teenagers, good dancers, bad dancers, people of many different colors, and just show this is, compost is for everybody. So let's see, where am I? So the cost, okay, because we were actually reducing Public Works hours by making the yard waste pickup weekly instead of daily, and just adding a few more hours with the food compost. We don't think we had any additional labor expense to the borough for doing this. Now, other municipalities do their public works and their yard waste differently, and you really have to look at your systems. You've got to bring in your public works people, and you've got to talk to them. You've got to get the best thinking of all concerned who really know how to do things. But I think it's manageable to do it with many different kinds of municipalities and many different public works setups. The communication costs were covered by the grant. That's about what they were. The huge cost was Borough Council decided to purchase a compacting trash truck. You don't have to have our backup garbage truck, our garbage is picked up locally, by the borough itself. We had a backup trash truck and it was really ready to fall apart, and they decided to invest in a new trash truck that would be devoted to compost. You don't need a compacting trash truck to do a compost program. You can do it with a dump truck and bins. That was the big expense. The buckets, the 6-gallon buckets for the program, that was also covered by the DEP 902 program. So I'm just going to end with fun facts about pizza boxes. One of my great pleasures and happinesses about this program is that Chris Peretti realized, as we were going borough-wide, that we could include pizza boxes in our compost pickup. So, just the fun facts, 3 billion pizza boxes are thrown out in the trash every year. There are 40 pizzas eaten on average per person annually in the US. So that means that in media alone, 227 pizza boxes are discarded, which are 45,000 pounds in weight and, maybe 22 tons. And no recycling facility accepts them because they're saturated with grease and cheese, but Chris and his compost farm love them. And so on top of people's compost buckets, you will see stacks of pizza boxes very often, and we could potentially turn 22 tons of pizza boxes into rich, dark soil every year.
Thank you so much, Karen. That story about media's composting program is one of my favorites, and I hope that we can replicate it throughout Delaware County. Next up, we have Diana Andrzejak from the Pennsylvania Resources Council. Today, Diana will talk about Darby Cobb's Stormwater Initiative. Welcome.
Well, thank you, everybody. I am happy to be here today to tell you this story about how a few organizations started this initiative that has really grown into a big watershed-wide project, and how we were able to get the average property owner to take into consideration putting these stormwater controls on their properties in a watershed that really didn't have existing stormwater management controls. So, sorry, turn this the wrong way. So Darren just talked a little bit about PRC. He talked about our glass initiative. He did mention we do watershed work, so that is what I'm here to talk about. So I'm not necessarily going to go everything about PRC again, but you know, as he said, we were founded in 1939, originally focused on roadside beautification and litter. So don't be a litter bug, that was us. That's how a lot of people know us. But since then, we've really grown in our scope and focus on waste reduction and resource conservation now. So Watershed is one of the programs that I work with. All right, so what we wanted to do with this Darby-Cobb's Stormwater Initiative was really create some momentum to affect change from the ground up. You know, the watershed's made up of 31 municipalities, and there's really minimal existing stormwater controls. And there's also very few large parcels of land that we could retrofit. So we wanted to create a paradigm shift in how individuals and local leaders really viewed stormwater and its relationship to water quality. So there's a lot of challenges in our watershed. As you can see in that top picture, we're very highly urbanized, right? And the streams in this watershed are really heavily impaired. They've been impacted by human development. They're very flashy. We have a lot of flooding that happens. And that bottom picture is a picture of the main stem of Naylor's Run. It was channelized in the 70s as a flood control measure. And many of the stream segments in this watershed are suffering similar challenges. So due to these constraints, we realized that to reach this wider audience and be able to accomplish this initiative, we needed partners, and a strong collaboration among our environmental organizations, municipalities, was really what was going to be necessary. So the pilot program, which I'll talk about in a moment, started with 4 organizations: Pennsylvania Resources Council, the Eastern Delaware County Stormwater Collaborative, Darby Creek Valley Association, and Haverford Township's EAC. There were, of course, other organizations in the watershed that were working to accomplish these goals as well. And over the years, we've been able to add a lot of those partners, as you can see there. So a lot of these watershed environmental organizations, multiple municipalities, are now really working together, and this little pilot project has really become a much bigger initiative. So we thought a way to address some of these challenges was to target private property owners. And so 2 programs were developed. The first one was this rain garden initiative, and that was going to get on the ground improvements. The second one was a Stream Smart Stormwater House Calls program, where we can directly engage with property owners and educate them about stormwater on their properties. So the Darby-Cobb's Stormwater Initiative, Getting to the New Normal, that was the name of the beginning pilot project. This started in 2014 through funding from National Fish and Wildlife Foundation from a Delaware River grant. So the goal was really to engage property owners to install rain gardens on their properties. And this was both public and private. So we were looking to do 10 private rain gardens and 6 public rain gardens as demonstration for education. And we also wanted to create a replicable model that we could bring to other communities, how we could engage property owners, municipalities to take on this initiative on their own. And what we really want to do, the getting to the new normal, was to create this shift so that GSI, green stormwater infrastructure, really became the norm as opposed to the exception in how we're managing stormwater, how we're viewing our properties, how we're landscaping our properties. Oh, sorry, I think I went too far. There we go. All right, so soaking in the water, the Rain Garden Initiative, that pilot project, public demonstration gardens and private property gardens. Those private gardens were really led by our partners in Haverford. You may have heard of the Have a Rain Garden program. They really were the ones to lead the private property initiative. The goal, though, whether it was public or private, was to create some change in the watershed, generate conversations, get people talking about these. Right? So people see these, they ask questions, it generates interest. So those original 16 gardens in 2014, we're now up to 98 installed throughout this initiative. So it's really been growing. So on private properties, we developed an assessment to score these properties because we only had funding for 10. So how do we do that? We developed a rubric, and basically it was how much stormwater is going to get diverted? Are there other obstacles? How visible? Visibility was really key in the beginning. We wanted people to see these, be interested, ask questions, right? We also had to make sure that the location was going to filter water, so we did an infiltration test. And we decided to buy landscape plugs that you get from nurseries, and we get flats of 50, 100. It's really cost saving to be able to do that. And it also was easier to transport these places. So that was one key that we really learned, was that these landscape plugs were great to use. In the beginning, everything was done by volunteers. We would all help design these gardens. You can see a design, a planting plan. We really relied heavily on the Vermont Rain Garden Manual. It's great if you are interested in learning about more of that. So 100% labor was volunteer. We would go out and dig the gardens, plant them. Now, since the initiative's grown, we have additional funding. We do have a contractor help us a lot of times now to dig it, but we're still planting it with volunteers. And Haverford is still doing a lot of this with volunteers as well. So on public gardens, these are usually bigger. Public Works was assisting us with the excavation and maintenance of these. The native soils are used too. We try to do this in places where we're not going to have to do any kind of amendments. We want people to be able to learn how to do this on their own even. So we're not doing under drains and a lot of other technical things. We want these to be as simple as possible to construct. And the locations for these were really chosen for visibility as well. Educational signage is at each location, and they're really helping to take excess stormwater from the storm sewer system. So that's definitely a great benefit there. And of course, people are noticing the curb appeal. We want them to say, hey, look, this is beautiful. Others see this. And that is really how that Have a Rain Garden program grew. They saw their neighbors, and word of mouth, it just spread. So maybe they didn't get a rain garden, but they learned about it. And to date, I think we've performed over 300 assessments for rain gardens from just the interest. We can't put them everywhere, of course, but it's really become a popular initiative. So just a few things. When we select the property, the homeowner has to sign an agreement, a landowner agreement for operation and maintenance, perform a one-call, make sure there's no utilities. The homeowner is responsible when it's not using the contractor for removing the sod. They have to cut the sod. They have to find a place to move the excess soil on their property for when we excavate it. And what's really cool about this program and helped it grow is that it kind of is that Habitat for Humanity model that if you get a rain garden, you have to pledge 4 hours to help, pass it forward. So everybody who gets a garden is then helping to install another one. And this is what's also helped us to train more volunteers to grow the program and really to generate the interest. And this is how the Have a Rain Garden program developed. So you can see here, this is where we started in 2014. We had some concurrent rain barrel workshops. And these have all really grown into this bigger initiative. And we're eventually going to kind of put them all under this Growing Greener Communities umbrella because we have so many little programs in here. So Stream Smart Stormwater House Calls has been our other project that we thought is very important. We're actually able to get out there and educate homeowners on their properties. This was piloted in 2016 with our partners, and Lower Merion Conservancy was an added partner on there. And we created a replicable model for this as well, and they're now being used. This Stream Smart program has expanded to other areas of the Delaware River watershed. There are organizations up in Jenkintown, Abington, that are doing this. So it's really, really cool. Each audit, we walk around, we take a look and see what they can be done. We provide a written report with all of our suggestions. And when possible, we help install green stormwater infrastructure on these properties. We give out rain barrels, we help with the rain gardens, we give a downspout planter. All depends on the funding we have, but we really want to get this out there. So that's a really, really great program to directly engage and educate homeowners. We also undertook a much larger project too, the Drexel Gardens restoration. So Drexel Gardens, really heavily used park in Upper Darby. The Nailers Run runs through there, and they really had a lot of flooding that would happen, a lot of erosion. So we wound up restoring over 400 linear feet of stream bank, created a riparian buffer that didn't exist next to the stream, added some bioswales and rain gardens. There's stream monitoring equipment in there, and it's really high visibility. So this has also generated interest and questions, and we now also have an Upper Darby rain garden team, and I think we're getting people who see what we're doing, and again, joining these other programs and initiatives, which is really the goal. And education's been a huge part of this. We still do workshops all the time, trainings, municipal trainings, field trips, tabling events, because the more we can get people educated on this, the more we're actually going to get these done. And this has really created a lot of enthusiasm among residents and municipal officials. It's also helped with some of the MS4 requirements, but it's a great way to really get this education, and it's great to see the municipalities getting on board and supporting this. So just about done here, you can see our outcomes to date, and this also is missing data from a few of our other partners who had their own grants. This is just the grants that PRC had. We've done 50 workshops, given out 1,600 rain barrels, put in 82 private property rain gardens, 16 public rain gardens, 11 flow-through plants, so that's a flow-through planter, if you're not familiar with that. Over 300 plus Stream Smart audits, nearly an acre of rain gardens created through this, and the 2 community rain garden teams, so Haverford and then Upper Darby rain garden team, which has now installed about 8 gardens in the last year and a half or so. They trained with the Haverford folks. So it's been really, really great. It's estimated about 30 million gallons of stormwater is prevented annually because of these initiatives. And Last slide here. What are our next steps? Well, we have a grant. We're trying to build capacity to do more of this. And we're going to streamline all these little separate programs under Growing Greener Communities umbrella. And that's going to be a website that we make, and it's going to have we're going to create an apprenticeship program so other communities can learn and train with our rain garden teams to bring this to their areas. Eastwick is actually a community that we're going to be working with to do some rain garden installations down there. And the ultimate goal is also to create this website, Growing Greener Communities, that is going to be the go-to resource. It's going to have all the information and videos about how to size a rain garden, how to do an infiltration test, you know, all the forms we use. So it'll be good for developing those teams, but also for the average property owner who wants to go and learn more about this. So yeah, we're hoping this initiative definitely continues to grow. It's something we're very proud of. And if you live in the Darby Creek watershed, look up some of our programs. You might qualify for a Stream Smart audit or a rain garden installation. We're happy to help out more when we can.
Thank you very much, Diana. Next up, we have Holly Thorpe, the coordinator of the Master Gardeners of Delaware County from the Penn State Agriculture Extension. Today, Carol will share with us pollinator-friendly yards. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to the Sustainability Conference. We're really excited to share what Master Gardeners do and how we contribute to sustainability in Delaware County. I guess I will. Penn State Extension believes that all people should have access to science-based education, and that's what we at Extension share with residents of Delaware County. So who and what are the Penn State Extension Master Gardeners? Our organization is made up of, Our organization is made up of 150 volunteers. Last year, despite the pandemic, our volunteers contributed over 9,000 hours of volunteer time to help promote sustainability. So what did we do? And what do we do? We have volunteers who staff a garden hotline on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can come into the office, you can email them, you can call us. You can bring in insect samples and plant samples and weeds. We'll help identify your weeds for you. So we invite you to come. And we also answer questions about garden planning, about insects and weeds, and of course the spotted lanternfly. Our Speakers Bureau volunteers talk to local community groups, and they give talks at libraries and garden clubs. We staff information tables at community events, and we host virtual Second Saturday talks. And this past couple weeks ago, we had Dr. Mark Boudreau from Penn State Brandywine who talked about insects and climate change. We host spring and fall garden symposiums, and I'd like to take the opportunity to invite you April 30th, next Saturday, to come visit us at Smedley Park. We have Home Gardener School, feature lectures from local garden experts. We'll have a walk through Delaware County, a Master Gardener-led walk through Delaware County, and we'll have a plant sale. So come on out and see us there. And out in the community, this is one of the things we're most proud of. We have volunteers that plant and maintain 26 garden beds at the Boys and Girls Club in Chester. And they teach the after school and summer camp kids about gardening, nutrition, and pollination. Last year, that garden produced over 2,000 pounds of fresh produce that was donated right out into the community. Interestingly enough, Some of those beds are built on the School District of Chester property, and they are right on macadam. And the yield they get from the vegetables it's incredible. So you can garden anywhere, and that they show the kids that you can do that. Our volunteers plant cool and warm season vegetables and donate them to local senior centers and organizations working with food insecure populations. This year we've already donated to the Friendship Circle Senior Center, to the Chester Chester East Side Community Garden, Loaves and Fishes Food Bank, and the Brandywine Sustainable Garden at Penn State, where we hope that some of that produce will make its way into the student food bank that's right on campus. We're also partnering with Delco Food Project for a brand new initiative called Seed to Supper, where we will be working with low-income residents to teach them all about gardening, vegetable gardening basics. We'll take them through preparing your soil, choosing the plants, integrated pest management, because undoubtedly pests do show up, and you don't need to panic when they do. We'll teach them about harvesting and about nutrition. Master gardeners maintain teaching gardens all around the county of Delaware County. Right at Smedley Park, we have 9 teaching gardens. We have a pollinator garden there, shade garden, a winter interest garden, and we've just started this year a container garden, because not everybody has space to garden. So we want to demonstrate what you can do with limited space. We also help maintain the gardens at Niter Hall and at the Grange. One of our master gardeners is a beekeeper, so she helps work with the kids and teaches them about beekeeping. And we also have volunteers working at the Brandywine Sustainable Garden. And it's through all of those programs that we are able to teach Delaware County residents about sustainability through encouraging pollinator-friendly yards. Many of us know about honeybees and their importance in growing vegetables, but we also stress the importance of all beneficial insects. Caterpillars are necessary to sustain bird populations, and predatory insects are needed to keep pest insects in control. Many suburban lawns are filled with turf grass. We plant ornamentals without regard for their invasive qualities, and that's where the master gardeners help get the word out about using native plants. Bradford pear, if you've driven anywhere on any highways, a lot of people put Bradford pear in their yards and in their parking lots and in office complexes. And those trees have escaped, and they line the highways. Japanese barberry and burning bush are big, very popular plants, burning bush especially because it has such beautiful fall color. Well, it may not be invasive in your house or in your yard. Hold it up. But what's happening is the birds eat the berries and then distribute them in the woods. And if you walk through Smedley Park, you'll see the Japanese barberry all throughout the woods there. Invasive insects, the emerald ash borer and the woody adelgid have destroyed ash trees and our native hemlocks. So the old gardening trend, monocultures. This is a typical suburban neighborhood, and the monoculture there is turf grass. We want to encourage gardeners to think beyond turf grass and put in more trees and put in more native plants. New gardening trend, biodiversity. We want gardeners to know that you can reverse pollinator decline and help soil conservation by planting some native plants. Gardeners can help reverse pollinator decline, learn how to create healthy soil, and cut down on the use of pesticides. Oh wait, I think I went back. Oh, where's my one slide? Oh, the one slide's missing. Include more native plants. One of the best ways to do that is to include that in your garden. In his book, Bringing Nature Home, Dr. Doug Tallamy from the University of Delaware encourages us to try to have a 70 to 30% native to non-native in your garden. These plants are already adapted to our soil, to our climate, so they don't require any additional fertilizer or pesticides. As you plan your gardens, you can also think about how it will support wildlife. We have winter berries will sustain the birds through the cool winter, the end of the long winter, and native plants such as the coneflower there and the asters and the goldenrod, they have seed pods that help the birds, and the late summer blooms encourage the bees. They support the bees as they get ready for winter. We oftentimes only think about providing nectar for pollinators, but it's just as important to think about food. Many insects are specialists. So if you think about a monarch butterfly, their larvae can only eat plants from the Asclepias family. That's milkweed. So we need to plant more milkweed to support monarch populations. And if you think about a tiger swallowtail larvae need ash and birch and sweet bay magnolia and the tulip poplar. So when you're planning your garden, think about food for the pollinators as well. And don't be too neat and tidy in the wintertime. Don't clean up all of your garden beds. Leave some leaf there for to provide shelter for birds and beneficial insects. They need the leaf stems, they need the leaf litter, and you know, it's okay if you have insects in your garden. That's not a bad thing. And dandelions, everybody wants to have a perfect lawn, and so you don't want to see the dandelions there. You can leave the dandelions. Those early pollinators need that for nectar. Reduce the use of pesticides. Choose plants for your site condition. You don't need necessarily, like I said, you don't need to worry about insects. If you have an insect, make sure that it's not a beneficial insect. You don't want to just go out and kill all the insects. You can just put on a glove and knock them off into soapy water, or just hand pick them off your plants. And if you must use pesticides, choose the least toxic if you can. Talk to the master gardeners because they can help you know when to treat and, again, whether it's a beneficial insect or an insect pest. And finally, consider certifying your garden. Penn State has a great pollinator garden certification process, and we encourage you to learn more about that. Even if your garden isn't ready, the guidelines provided will help guide you to achieve a more sustainable garden. Master gardeners are standing by ready to help.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next and final speaker before we have our closing remarks is Megan Hopkins-Doer. Sorry. So please help me welcome Megan. She is the coordinator of the Master Watershed Steward Program in Chester and Delaware counties, and the Master Gardener Program in Chester County, Penn State Agriculture Extension. Today, Megan will share with us watershed-friendly behaviors and properties.
Sorry, I'm going to set a timer just because I know we are all conscious of time at this point, and set that in my pocket to buzz to tell me when I need to speed up. So thanks for having me. My name is Megan Hopkins-Doer. I am the coordinator for the Master Watershed Steward Program in Chester and Delaware County, and I'm excited to be here. I will try and keep things concise, and this talk dovetails so nicely with hearing about the Master Gardeners and their program, as well as the presentation from PRC. So I think it is a great way to kind of wrap everything up. On behalf of Penn State Extension, we believe that all people should have access to science-based education. And then who and what are the Master Watershed Stewards? First and foremost, they are volunteers with Penn State Extension. And so what we do is we educate those and train those volunteers when they first join us with an extensive training program enabling them to go out and add resources in terms of environmental protection, education to the public, and further partner projects, because we are very partner-based, and I'll deal with that in the next slide. And again, advancing those those boots on the ground, active projects going on, because there's never enough staff to go around for all we want to do. In terms of partnerships, this is probably the easiest to explain. Extension Master Watershed Steward programs start in counties where there is an agreement with an entity that's existing. Generally, that is the Conservation District, and sometimes another entity to help at least initially support that program and get those volunteers out working with other partners. And so we're fortunate with the Chester Delaware County program to partner with Delaware County Conservation District, Chester County Conservation District, and Chester County Water Resource Authority. Those are my core partners for planning our programs, but then we work with lots of others, watershed associations, municipalities, schools, libraries, conservation groups, and others. For boots on the ground work, that can be things like restoration projects with tree plantings, live stake workshops, so stream bank restoration, litter cleanups, stream monitoring, and much more. This is probably the favorite activity out of my watershed steward volunteers, but we also do public education at festivals, workshops for adults, children, things at schools, and beyond. And again, covering a lot of the same things that a lot of us do, and so, which for me makes it so special that we are so partner-based. So watershed is in our name, it's in this talk. Most of you know, but I'm just gonna quickly cover this in terms of what is a watershed. So that is the land-based area that drains to a certain body of water. So that covers the surface water that we see in our streams and rivers and things like that, as well as your groundwater that's underneath of our feet until it rises to the surface. Because it is the land, there's so much that can happen as that water travels to that body of water that can impact the health of our waterways. Speaking of which, there are over 18,000 miles in PA that are considered impaired. And impaired means they're unable to support aquatic life or be used for recreation, fish consumption, or drinking water. In Delaware County, these are our watersheds. A recent DEP report shared that 365 miles of our total 385 miles are considered impaired, which is obviously pretty serious. One of the biggest impacts for Delaware County is from land use by homeowners and land tenders, whether they're businesses, things like that. And so I want to focus a little bit about what can be done from that standpoint. So again, what can you do? What can I do? What can we do? The first part that I want to talk about is reducing stormwater runoff from your property. And again, I think many of you know, but stormwater runoff is when rain or other precipitation falls from the sky and it can't infiltrate into the ground. And so it washes along that surface, picking up pollutants and other things as it eventually travels to our waterways. Because there's so much impact from the land tending in Delaware County, that means there's actually a lot that we can do to change things. We want to first start with slowing down that stormwater. So that can be used at having rain gardens, having rain barrels, having pocket meadows and container gardens, whatever you can do to capture that water and allow it to sit and be used in plants, as well as infiltrate and restore, refresh our groundwater, helps all of us and has direct impact on our bodies of water. Reducing water pollution. Because we can't eliminate all of our stormwater, we do want to keep as many pollutants out of that stormwater runoff as possible. So some of those key actions are picking up your pet waste and disposing of it properly, reducing or eliminating fertilizer and other amendments, making sure you do a soil test before you amend your soil. Do you actually need that? Watching the amount of compost that you add to things, making sure, again, that you need to add those things. Composting is great. That is not taking away from there. I compost myself, but we want to make sure that we add what is needed, as well as minimizing, if not reducing, pesticides and herbicides, which goes back to Holly's talk, goes back to what many of us see in our yards, and with pollinator declines that we see across the state and country. I do want to point out that middle picture, which is adding road salt, if at all possible. It is a safety issue, but as much as you can, reduce the amount of salt that you use on your sidewalks and driveways, because that is increasing exponentially. There's a bunch of studies out of Stroud Water Research Center, just full name, as well as USDA and some others, talking about how much we think road salt will impact our streams. And again, that is our drinking water. So it's not just the life that lives in those streams, but it will and does impact us, we think. There's nothing firm yet. Conserving water, because we want to treat it like the valuable commodity that it is. So using water from your rain barrel, making sure to empty it after those storms, things like that. Only watering when it's needed, using drip hoses and mulch to preserve the water that's in the ground and not allow it to run off or take that soil with it. And planting natives in tight communities so that they don't need watering once they're established. With those natives, you also want to focus more on straight species rather than cultivars, which may not be recognized by our pollinators. Which gets me to my last section, which is supporting wildlife. At home, you want to plant native plants, as Holly said, as we've heard multiple times throughout this conference, because they provide a multitude of benefits, from infiltration support for that stormwater to keep more of that stormwater and rain on your property, for wildlife support, and more. Providing shade over streams and ponds if you have a body of water on your property. Don't mow up to the edge. Plant trees, native shrubs, all of those things really benefit those things, both in your property and downstream, where things start to escalate as things go downstream. Control and remove invasive species. This is what I struggle with the most in my own property. Many of us know that there are lots of invasives in Delaware County and Southeast PA. As long as you're trying, you're working to control them, particularly manually if you can, and then escalating up the IPM ladder as needed. That's the best that we can do to help support things, because they will outcompete our native plants. Providing shelter for animals through brush piles, leaving your leaf litter, leaving those grasses on after you mow your lawn. Those provide habitat for overwintering insects and things like that. I've lived in Middletown Township for 9 years. When we first moved in, there were some native plants in our yard, but over those 9 years, I have changed our yard enough that I've seen a drastic change in the number of fireflies. Personally, I love fireflies. As a kid, I would run around, collect them, enjoy them, like that is summer nights to me. There were a few when we moved in, but at this point, 9 years later, some nights I walk out and it's like a glittering sea around me, and I can't tell you how happy it makes me. My husband is quite sick of hearing about these things. But it changes everything, not just locally, but for my community. The last thing I didn't mention on here is allowing natural composting. That is through your leaf litter and other things. And some of these pictures are from my own yard. This very nice looking garden is not, because I'm never going to achieve that. I think that a bunch of people in this audience probably do a lot of these things already. And if you do, you may want to consider applying for the free watershed-friendly property certification. Currently, it is designed for homeowners, yard tenders between 1/4 acre up to 15 acres, but we are changing that. We are doing a stage 2, where it's looking at apartment dwellers and people that can't control their outside environment. So looking more at some of those behaviors, as well as on the other side, looking at municipalities and areas over 15 acres. So expanding the people that this is applicable to. If you have questions, that is my information, and I'm almost out of time. I do want to say, just to kind of wrap things up, that as much as we love our partnerships and things like, and working with people in the community, I do also want to make sure to thank Delaware County Council for their continued support of Penn State Extension and programs like the one that I am so fortunate to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And last but not least, we saved the best for last, one of our treasures of Delaware County, Vice Chair Elaine Shaffer.
Wow, what a day. What a day. This was really inspiring for me. I'm so impressed by all of the people that we've heard from today. And I'm impressed by this audience. You guys are like the diehards, the stalwarts of sustainability. So give yourselves a hand. This was just an extraordinary first annual conference. So much work went into this. Everything went off beautifully. The speakers were amazing. And there is primarily one person who really made this all happen, had the idea, pushed it forward, got everyone together to make it happen. And I want to give a special shout out to our Sustainability Officer, Francine Locke. This is like at a play when the director gets flowers, take a bow. Well, we all have a long to-do list after today. We all have to go home and plant a rain garden. We have to buy an EV. We have to get one of those really cool yellow buckets and put all our food trash in it. We're going to be busy. Before we leave, I want to just share a couple of thoughts about what is happening in Delaware County right now. Because I've been in government for a long time now, and government, being a public official, is often very frustrating. You have these passions and ideas and visions, and it's often very hard to make them happen for all kinds of reasons. You don't have the money, you don't have the political support of your colleagues. There are just a lot of reasons that you do a lot of planning and hoping and working, but you can't really get what you want to get done. Well, 2 years ago, the voters in Delaware County decided they wanted a transformation. They wanted something different. They elected a new slate of people. We look different, we act different, we are different than everything Delco has ever seen. And for me as a public official, it has been a dream come true. We have had all of the things you need to make your vision happen. We've had the funding, we've had the support, we've had the freedom and the mandate to hire an incredible team. And amazing things are happening. And for me to say this after 2 years of literally dealing with a pandemic without a health department and having all of those things happen at the same time, it has been inspiring. And on the front of sustainability, the things that we have already accomplished are staggering. We're well on our way, a third on our way to completely rehauling our fleet to turn it electric. We've done so many amazing things already. I'm so impressed. Our Sustainability Commission has invested so much time and will be putting together an incredible plan. We have to put together a solid waste plan. We hired zero waste people. You know, these are big things that are going to change the way
things happened in Delaware County. It's been so exciting to be a part of it, to have the support of our residents and our staff to make these things happen. And I can't wait till this conference next year when we hear about all of the other things that we have gotten rolling in the next year. And this conference, I know, is going to be exponentially bigger than this. The word is out now about how wonderful this was. So I want to thank everyone here for being here today. I want to thank the DEP for being a part of this, the DVRPC for being a part of this, all of the speakers, our neighboring counties, Bucks and Montgomery and Chester, who came to be a part of this. This event shows us as leaders in the sustainability field as really wanting to make a difference and starting the hard work of making that happen. So go out this weekend, celebrate Earth Day. I can't wait to see you all here next year. And again, thank you for participating.
All right, that's a wrap. Thank you so much for being here. We are very grateful, and enjoy Earth Day tomorrow.